My Isekai married life with a wife who kills dragons with her bare hands in another world. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Suicide by Poison. Don't mess with me, don't you dare mess with me. After who knows how many furious outbursts, the door that kept taking his punches had turned a dark reddish black. Blood dripped from his tightly clenched fists and splattered across the floor. What's the difference between me and you two? Just our mothers, right? So why this treatment? What the hell is this? What did I even do? He hadn't done anything. To be exact, he hadn't managed to do anything yet. The plan was exposed while still in the preparation stage, and he was captured along with his mother's entire family. For about half a year after that, he was locked in a room deep beneath the castle, screaming his hatred day after day and pounding on the tightly sealed door. But a few days ago, that door opened. The door he had started to believe would never open again actually swung wide. Standing on the other side were his two older brothers. What they brought him was not hope. It was pure despair. You have two choices left. One is to swear loyalty and obedience to the royal family. The other is. His eldest brother spoke coldly, while his second brother quietly placed a small jar on the floor. Drink that poison and end it yourself. Choose whichever you want. That was all. They shoved two paths in front of him that both led only to ruin, then turned and left. He knew, he had always known. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to his brothers who earned high praise even from other countries. He understood that better than anyone. It hurt so much it felt like his chest would tear apart. That's exactly why he went along with his mother's family and tried something that looked like rebellion. He just wanted, even a little, to prove his own strength to his brothers. Don't mess with me, don't mess with me. He collapsed to his knees, slammed the floor, and let tears fall freely as he slowly reached out toward the jar that had been placed there. Ahaha, you really think I'm just going to drink this? If I die, this country is the one that's screwed. Every member of the royal family knows that, don't they? You probably think the stupid, useless little brother will obediently do what his elder brothers say and choose to live with that monster, right? Don't mess with me. Like hell I'm going to dance on your palm and die. He ripped off the seal and gulped down everything inside the jar in one go. A burning pain scorched his throat. Intense agony set his insides ablaze. He coughed up blood and rolled across the floor. Now suffer. Just like my ending, let this whole country suffer with me. Along with a clump of blood, the third prince spat out his final scream. Section, you guys. Seeing the king desperately holding back his fierce anger, the king let out a small sigh and scratched his head roughly. It can't be helped, right, father? The real problem is that we kept the guy who plotted to assassinate Anarchy and me alive for so long. Normally, he would have been publicly executed, but because their father, the king, begged for his life, they hid him away in the basement under the excuse of illness. But that truth would come out eventually, so we gave him one last chance, marry Noi or kill himself. Those were the only two options. And the result? He drank the poison. The body lying on the platform used to be their little brother. Thanks to something called ceremonial magic, decay had been stopped, and he still looked exactly as he did when alive. What I'm angry about is, how exactly are we supposed to marry this corpse to Noi now? I understand how you both feel. I really do, it hurts. But sometimes, a king needs the generosity to forgive even someone who tried to assassinate him, and yet you handed him poison and pushed him into a corner. You should have known he'd actually drink it. Unable to find anywhere else to direct it, the king slammed his raised fist into his own thigh. Who's going to marry Noi now? Deep down, didn't you two think Argusta would never drink the poison and got careless? That carelessness caused this. If you're going to stand above the country, use your heads more. Using heads is Anarchy's specialty. Cursing his absent eldest brother who was away on a provincial inspection, he stared straight at the king. But he was that stubborn. If we left him like that, he wouldn't have listened to any persuasion, right? As long as he was alive, we could have done something. We could have used hypnotic ceremonies or drugs. As a father, isn't that kind of wrong? It can't be helped. This is an emergency. Both options would leave serious aftereffects on the body, but they had no choice but to use them. That's why the king was thinking about what this small country needed to survive. Hafren, yeah, gather the mages. Sure, but what are you planning? First, we'll use revival ceremonial magic. Father, I get how you feel, but The king raised one hand to silence his son and quietly continued, "We'll fix this body. Then we'll use possession ceremonial magic. That's forbidden spells back to back. If other countries find out, we're seriously screwed. But we have no other way. Besides, right now no country can move enough troops to start a war." The king peeled away the white cloth covering his son's face and looked at the silent boy. Probably because he had gulped down deadly poison all at once. The skin and flesh from his mouth down through his throat and chest were burned and rotted away. The sight of his son, who had kept reaching far beyond his limits to catch up with his two overly brilliant older brothers only to lose everything from under his feet, was simply too cruel. "We'll find a soul that fits this body and make it settle inside, then have him marry Noi. That's the only way left. Father, are you sane? Is there even one weird person in this world who'd willingly marry Noi?" The king had no answer for that basic question. They were in this ridiculous mess precisely because no such person existed. Since we're already breaking taboos, let's go beyond possession and use summoning magic to call someone from another world. Are you actually serious, Father? When we have something to cling to, we cling to anything. There's no other choice. Seeing the king's resolute expression, Hafren gave up resisting. "Hafren, I order you, use every means possible. Make a person who will marry Noi inhabit this body." "Yes, your majesty." As captain of the royal guard, Hafren, I shall obey the king's command. He bowed deeply and accepted the order. "Well, for starters, should we at least add a starving virgin who gets excited by anything female to the selection criteria? Not a bad baseline, but pick someone with enough intelligence to act properly as a prince." "True. Even rot, he'll still end up as my little brother after all." With a weary sigh, the second prince shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 2, I Am a Ghost. It was 3 a.m., the witching hour when even the trees sleep. So Sakakibara-san really wore this kind of amazing underwear every day. No wonder she was so popular with the guys. But why is her bra just lying over there? Is she secretly bad at cleaning up? Whoa, this is definitely a doujinshi, right? The kind where guys are hugging each other. No way, no way, no way. Something that thick going in is only possible in fiction. I had sneaked into a girl's room, but it wasn't for any perverted reason, okay? Besides, the current criminal law can't touch me anymore. I floated around the room all fluffy and light, getting a little too excited just because it was a girl's room. My bad, I at least tried to fix the futon that had rolled away when she turned over in her sleep. A few small items on the floor moved around and some things rolled off. That was all. Being a ghost is really inconvenient. For now, I put my hands together and apologized to her as she slept with half her butt sticking out from under the blanket. "Sorry, Sakakibara-san, I really tried, but I couldn't move the futon. Also, I think bigger underwear is better than those string-like ones. You'll catch a cold, and you should hide your doujinshi properly. It gets super awkward when your mom finds it and leaves it on your desk. Mine once found one that actually belonged to Takahashi-kun, not me, and she left a note saying, 'I think this is a bit early for 5th grade Takumi-kun from Mom.' Do you know how I felt? I couldn't look at her for over a week. Wait, what was I talking about again? Oh, right. Sakakibara-san, you were always so cheerful and full of energy. Please keep being healthy. P.S. There's a love letter for you in Sasaki-kun's room. Whether he sends it is up to him." I silently wished all that in my heart and looked for what I came for. I found her smartphone lying on the desk. When I held my hand over it, the screen lit up for some reason. The lock even unlocked itself. Thanks to that, I could leave farewell messages for everyone. Just thinking really hard doesn't seem to get the message across. Of course not. Visiting the rooms of every classmate who came to my funeral was a lot of work, but most of them live locally, and the ones from out of town stay in the dorms, so I managed somehow. Let's see. Goodbye, Takanashi. That should do it. They came all this way for me, so not saying anything at all felt wrong. Now I have no regrets left. I floated out of Sakakibara-san's house and got stuck again. How exactly do you achieve enlightenment and pass on? Isn't a Shinigami or an angel supposed to come pick me up soon? I drifted around in the air for a while, and just like every other night, nothing happened. Section. Ghost Life Day 10. I was falling into total despair about my future plans. I really don't want to keep drifting around as a ghost forever. The only good thing is, I can sneak in anywhere I want, right? movie theaters too, without anyone noticing. If I'm feeling bold, I can even stroll openly through the women's lingerie section at the mall. Of course, I'm too chicken to go inside changing rooms, girls' bathrooms, locker rooms, or public baths. I want to look, but I can't. Total coward here. I did work up the courage to peek toward the women's side from the entrance of a super cento once. But nobody was there, and more importantly, I didn't have the guts to go any farther. I'm a ghost, so it should be fine, but still. Maybe it's because I died without ever having a girlfriend and still a virgin? Girls, they scare me. I really wanted a girlfriend. Even a childhood friend would have been nice, but I transferred here, so no luck. I wanted to get married and build a happy family. My house had a lot going on, it wasn't bad, but growing up with just one parent felt lonely. I just wanted to get married, didn't even matter to who. I hugged my knees and floated around sulking for a while, when suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky. Another night turning into morning? Wait, that mountain is in the west, right? The dazzling light was coming from the western mountains, so not the sunrise. Unless the sun started rising in the west overnight, no, it was definitely from the east yesterday. While I stared blankly, I started hearing faint voices. Curious, I drifted closer and listened carefully. Found one, don't let it escape. This is our last chance, no more misses. If it's another dud, I'll crush that soul to bits. A bunch of angry, dangerous-sounding men's voices. What are they so mad about? I decided it was safer to leave, but the moment I thought that, the light suddenly started sucking me in. New, I don't know what this is, but it feels super bad. From what I just heard, I'm definitely getting wrecked. My butt is in serious danger. Even ghosts can fight if they try. I resisted with everything I had, but the light kept creeping closer. This thing's suction is insane. Is this what they call cyclonic power? Our vacuum at home was the bagged type, so it never sucked this hard. Feeling exactly like the dust bunny stuck in the corner of a room, I got completely pulled into the light. And so, Takanashi Takumi, officially ended all activity on Earth. The messages I left for my classmates soon became a ghost story that terrified the whole town for a while. TV crews and reporters swarmed the place. Chapter 3, Is This a Prank? Whoa, my son. Who the heck? The moment I opened my eyes and sat up, some random old guy crushed me in a hug. It was the kind of full-power bear hug that said, try to fight back and you're dead. Say one wrong word and I'll kill you. Just nod and stay quiet, he whispered in a super low voice only I could hear. So this is what they mean by a voice that could cut steel. I didn't want to die again without knowing why, so I obediently shut up. I forced my insanely heavy eyelids open and silently watched the old guy make a scene. Little by little, memories started coming back in blurry pieces. Right, I died and became a ghost. But why am I being threatened by some stranger old dude now? Let me try to remember and check. My name is Takanashi Takumi. Pretty sure that's right. I'm the only son of a father who died in a machine accident at work and a mother who was his childhood friend. Thanks to industrial accident compensation, insurance, survivor pension, and stuff, we had enough money for the two of us to live without worries. But when a bunch of money suddenly came in, things got awkward with relatives, so we moved from our old town to a new one. We only splurged on my birthday and Christmas. The rest of the time, Mom and I lived simply. New town, new people. Unlike me who somehow fit in fast, Mom was shy around strangers and it stressed her out a lot. As I grew up, Mom got thinner and weaker. Then in the winter of my second year of high school, she caught the flu, it turned into pneumonia, and she passed away. With help from Mom's younger sister, my aunt, the only relative who still visited us, we finished the funeral arrangements. Everything was a first for me. I was technically the chief mourner, so I had a mountain of things to do. I pulled one all-nighter, then a second, and on the night I was heading into the third, a candle at the home altar caught something, and the house went up in flames. Half asleep, I failed to escape in time and ended up following Mom right away. That was how it was supposed to go, but instead I ended up a perfectly fine ghost and spent a good while floating around checking on everyone. I finished saying goodbye to my classmates. No regrets left. The two things burned into my brain forever are Sakakibara-san's underwear situation and Nikedu-san's secretly huge chest. Those I will never forget. My mom's and my funeral were handled by my aunt. Our ashes were supposed to be buried together with Dad's, all three of us in the same family grave. I have zero complaints that Aunt inherited everything written in Mom's will. As long as she visits the grave even once a year, I'd be perfectly happy. So yeah, while I was wandering the living world as a ghost, I suddenly got sucked into something. Like dust getting vacuumed up, swoop. Next thing I know, this old dude is hugging the life out of me. Okay, memory surprisingly clear. Now I just have to wait excitedly for the old guy to calm down from whatever conversation he's having. By the way, the word marriage keeps popping up and it's seriously bothering me. What's that about? Section. Sorry about that. The nobles are one thing, but the foreign diplomats were making a huge fuss. We had moved from the original room to some fancy new one. The old guy who had been arguing loudly with a bunch of armored middle-aged men said that to me. Well, I'll hear the whole story later. Rude as it might be, my eyes keep darting around because curiosity is winning. Honestly, the furniture and everything else in this room are overwhelming. What is this place? I thought the old guy's clothes looked like a medieval king from the movies, but this room is so luxurious that if someone told me it belonged to a real king, I'd totally believe them. That golden knight statue on the pedestal by the wall, is that actually solid gold? I sit down on the chair I'm offered and end up face to face with the old guy at super close range. The old man strokes his long beard that's mixed white and gold, then opens his mouth with a grave expression. First, let me explain our relationship. Okay. Yes. We are father and son. I quickly glanced around the room to check for hidden cameras. I know. I was a ghost until 5 minutes ago, so looking for TV crews is already several kinds of wrong. Is something the matter? Nah, just thought this might be a prank. A prank? Never mind, talking to myself. I see. He let it drop easily, which saved me. The old guy, no, my new dad, nodded a few times and kept going while stroking his beard. You are my son, my third son, Augusta von Univance. The third prince of the kingdom of Univance. A prince. Dad, who really is a king, nodded again and kept stroking his beard. So my first impression wasn't wrong. He actually is a king. Which means I have zero idea what just happened to me. Is it okay if I call you Father Sama? Yes, you used to call me father, but call me whatever you like. Then Father Sama, you do realize I'm not actually your son, right? Of course I do. The way he nodded so firmly somehow made me feel weirdly relieved deep inside. Is this what they call royal dignity? It's seriously impressive. So there has to be some reason you're calling a non-son like me your son, right? There is. Could you explain everything from the reason onward? Naturally. But whether you listen to the whole story or not, there is one thing you absolutely must do for me. Something I must do. Because we were sitting with our knees almost touching, the king reached out and grabbed my hand. It wasn't that kind of hobby, it was just a super strong, almost threatening grip. Marriage, you will marry a certain woman. No, you must. This is an order. So to sum it up, I was a ghost, and the next thing I know I'm a prince with a forced fiancé. That's what just happened to me. Chapter 4, there are dragons here. The king finally let go of my hand and stood up from his chair. For some reason, he turned his back to me and slightly tilted his head. Now, where should I start? Right, you already understand that you came here from a completely different world, correct? Yeah, probably. What's with the weak answer? Well, since waking up, I've only seen the room I opened my eyes in, and this one. So I can't be 100% sure this isn't Earth yet. Earth? What an odd country name. Ah, no, that's not the country. That's the name of the planet. My country is called Japan. Planet, you named your planet. Well, I'll hear about your world later. For now, I've never heard of this Japan place. Got it. If he doesn't know it, then this is definitely a world I don't know. If a medieval-style kingdom like this existed on Earth, variety shows would never shut up about it. Plus, I've never heard of a country called the Kingdom of Univance. You'll figure out soon enough that this world is different from the one you lived in. Yes. First, I want you to understand one thing. This country, this whole world, is in a pretty dangerous situation right now. Dangerous? Yes, very dangerous. The king kept talking with his back to me, nodding deeply. Is he trying to be one of those men who speak with their backs types? To put it simply, in the last 10 years, 2 neighboring countries have been wiped out. Not by war. I don't really feel the danger level yet. Before those 10 years, the last time a country was destroyed by something other than war was about 150 years ago. Okay, now I get how dangerous it is. Something that didn't happen for 150 years happened twice in just 10 years. That's scary. The cause is dragons. Do you know what dragons are? Dragons? Big lizards with hard scales and wings that fly around breathing fire. Exactly. So you do know them. Looks like dragons exist in every world. No, they don't exist. They're imaginary creatures, like a final boss in a game. Those dragons suddenly started multiplying and attacking countries. I see. Of course our kingdom is under attack too, but we have some of the strongest heavy infantry on this continent. Our defenses are top-notch, so we haven't fallen yet. Got it. But no matter how strong our shields or armor are, we don't have weapons that can actually kill dragons. We can drive them off, but never take them down. That's been our biggest headache. It seems like this world doesn't have the concept of trade-offs or contradictions. Well, normally if you push for one thing, the other side suffers. I personally like this country's focus on defense. To solve that, some ministers and generals teamed up and put a certain plan into action. A plan, like a rebellion. I'm a king beloved by all. Nothing like that would happen. He declared it with total confidence. If my temporary dad is a good king, that makes me happy as his pretend son. It happened a few times in the past. It did. Yes, back then I was young and couldn't keep my hands off girls from all over. That's the reason. Flirting leading to civil war, that's not okay. Go all out on making kids, ruling, and diplomacy. That's my motto. Putting kids first is already a problem, right? Well, if things are stable now, maybe it's fine. Let's call that story a joke for now. It still gets the queen mad at me sometimes when I bring it up. Anyway, back to the point. That group gathered orphans and trained them specifically to fight dragons. In the end, you could call it a success, but only one survived. What about the others? The king shook his head side to side. I was told they couldn't handle the brutal training and died. Even though I didn't know, as king I can't forgive what they did. I punished everyone involved and built a memorial monument where the training ground was. So he's a total womanizer, but still a kind king. Children, especially girls, you never know how they'll turn out unless you raise them warmly. Those idiots never understood the joy of watching them grow up. Can I have back the tiny bit of emotion I just felt? What are you talking about? Nothing. Never mind. This guy's love for women is bone deep. Anyway, the one survivor, we couldn't just leave the lone girl sitting around, so we threw her into actual combat. And she produced terrifying results. The survivor is a girl. Yes, her name is Noi. She has long silver-white hair and snow-pale skin, absolutely beautiful. Personally, I prefer women with fuller hips, but the shape of her butt is honestly perfect. Queen Sama, your husband is showing his pervert side again. But she is terrifying. She exterminates dragons without changing her expression once. Everyone in the kingdom, myself included, trembles and cowers just looking at her. The first time I saw her fight, I shrank back too. My instincts screamed at me. If anything ever happened, that woman would rip off whatever had shrunk between my legs without a second thought. So basically, he was too scared to make a move. The king, who had been talking to my back, finally turned around. But she is pretty much the only dragon slayer in this country. We can't let another nation steal her. We tried to welcome her as part of the royal family, but everyone refused or political issues got in the way and nothing worked. Reason for refusing. She's terrifying. Just imagine her tearing a dragon apart without even blinking. Scary, right? The image that instantly popped into my head was a 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound Amazon ripping dragons limb from limb. I could even picture her giving a bloodthirsty grin while putting one in a camel clutch. Yeah, scary. We ran out of options, so as a last resort, the Prime Minister ordered his younger brother, my third son, to marry her. That would be me, right? Correct. The king turned his back to me again. Doing it right at this timing. Did he mess up the dramatic pause and turn too early? He's unexpectedly cute. A lot happened, and in the end he drank poison and took his own life. So my fiancé is that scary. Chapter 5. I look different. We hurriedly used the forbidden revival magic on the body that had swallowed deadly poison. The flesh healed perfectly, but the spirit, the soul never returned. There were no past cases of successful revival, so the main goal was just restoring the body. Since we had already broken one taboo, we decided to go all the way and performed a summoning ritual to call a soul. From poisoned suicide straight into full-blown fantasy. There's a part of me that's actually getting excited. This is kinda thrilling, right? We had reasons like we can't summon some weird soul. Compatibility with the body is important, and most of all, we're out of time. So we poured every last drop of magic power we had into the spell, and the result was your soul ending up in this body. Can I ask something? What is it? How did you know I was from another world? Yes. He nodded, then went silent for a while. I was wondering what was wrong when the king turned around and scratched his head, looking really sorry. The truth is, we added the condition since no man in this world wants to marry her. Let's get someone from another world who's fine with any female. Click. That actually pissed me off, for real. Whose idea was that? The second prince, your older brother, the second son. Please send that guy a drink laced with deadly poison under my name. Seriously rude. That makes me sound like some horny wolf who will take anything with boobs. And it's the sexual kind of hunger, not food. That's the worst insult to a pure boy who's never even kissed anyone. That's why we figured you'd be fine no matter who the bride is, right? Marry her and save the country. At least let me meet her first. I can't marry someone I've never seen. Of course, that's only natural. But even if you see her and get scared, I won't allow refusal. You are marrying her at minimum. Wait, the way he said that. What? Does that mean as long as we get married, I can do whatever I want after that? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're talking like a shady politician. You're the king and I'm the prince, though. So, I'm allowed to have other women. I permit it. Take as many concubines or mistresses as you want. If you can, that is. Then wouldn't someone else have accepted the deal? As long as we get married, I'm free after that, right? The king let out a tired sigh at my questioning face. Even with that condition, everyone refused. The reason, well, you probably can't guess. I have no idea. She has been granted a certain license. A license? Don't tell me it's a literal murder license. Yes, a royal pardon that says as long as it's for dragon extermination, she can kill even the king and face no punishment. If she uses it, even I could be killed. Jackpot, that's exactly what I feared. Why the hell did you give her something like that? To stop royals and nobles from doing stupid things out of greed. Political reasons. Greed. Dragons, everything about them sells for insane money. Skin, meat, blood, fangs, bones, organs, not a single part gets thrown away. So to keep idiots from chasing profit and getting in her way, we issued that license. The result? It ended up strangling our own necks too. So if she gets mad about cheating and goes full sword-swinging berserker. Exactly. Even if she cuts someone down, she can just claim they interfered with dragon extermination and walk free. Yeah, with that condition, even I'd hesitate. Even if I don't cheat, she could kill me just because she's in a bad mood. I really don't want to die again, so can I please refuse? Your refusal is not accepted. Give up and marry her. Once you do, she becomes part of the royal family. After that, do whatever you want and get killed if you're careless. I won't complain. I'm the one who's complaining here. The more I hear, the worse my position sounds. No wonder the original guy drank poison. And that's when it finally clicked. I stared hard at my hands, then my legs touched everything, and finally my face. Father Sama, do you have a mirror? There's a bronze one over there. Borrowing it. I stood up, grabbed the round thing among the fancy decorations, and looked into the polished bronze plate. There's a me that isn't me. Obviously, we only summoned your soul. The king looked totally dumbfounded as I kept checking out my new body. The hair I pulled out was blonde. The face was clearly Western. And most importantly, when I tugged my pants forward and peeked, even through the underwear I could tell my little or not-so-little guy was huge. Westerners really are packing, huh? You're only noticing now that the body is different. Yes. Are you a big deal, or just a total airhead? Well, a lot happened, so I never got the chance to check properly. But getting a body like this means I've officially graduated from ghost status, right? The original me probably died and became a ghost. No way to check, so whatever. Fine, the details can wait. For now, you're going to marry Noi and become the head of a new branch family. Head of a family? I'm telling you to start your own clan. Meaning, some of the nobles are terrified of having her in the capital. If she marries you, even as a branch family, royal rules say your household has to stay in the capital. That means they can never kick her out again. I won't let those damn nobles have their way. Is it just my imagination, or did I just catch a glimpse of the king's personal grudge? I gave him a flat stare, and he immediately looked away. Yep, definitely personal. Anyway, right, you said you wanted to meet Noi, didn't you? I'll arrange it right now. He laughed it off and called out toward the door. I feel like he just completely changed the subject. Chapter 6, she's beautiful, but my body, which was supposed to have been stuck in a castle room for medical treatment, was surprisingly weak. Just walking a little made my legs tremble, which really shocked me. Well, from what I heard, I had been dead, so technically I should be amazed that I can move this much at all, right? With the king around, we didn't ride horses. Instead, they prepared a carriage for us. Inside the carriage, I got an explanation. Noisan usually lives outside the castle town, beyond the walls. It was vague to me, but if that's what they said, I had no choice but to accept it. The carriage rattled along the rough road for a while until it suddenly came to a sharp stop. What is it? Yes, Your Majesty, it's Night Noi. Already, that was fast. After talking to the guard in flashy armor, the king looked at me. Noi is apparently here. We're getting off. Yes. I followed and stepped out of the carriage. The first thing I saw was a hellish scene that looked like the end of the world. The edge of the grassland, where grass must have grown long ago, was now withered. Instead, the bare ground was scattered with meat, bones, and what looked like organs. People moving through it all were dressed in rags, busily cutting meat with tools or scraping bones. From what I could tell, they seemed like slaves. Maybe this world has that kind of class system. Suddenly, a shadow crossed the sun and raced across the ground. What landed quietly in the corpse-like dump was a woman with long, beautiful silver-white hair. Against the piercing blue sky, her human shape stood out like a cutout. But that shape was red-black, probably from blood splatter. Because in her hands, her right hand held what looked like a dragon's head, and her left gripped the torso, torn apart. She really does rip them to pieces. But unlike what I imagined, she was about my height, maybe even a bit shorter. Is she losing out just because of that antenna-like ahoj? That's an ahoj, right? If it's actually an antenna, that's not funny at all. Looking at her, who is average height for a woman, I didn't feel scared. She looked so dignified and cool. Noi, it's Night Noi. The king, whose existence I had completely forgotten about, called her name. Crap, I was totally staring. Realizing she was being called, she tossed the 2 massive chunks she was holding aside and walked straight toward us. Yeah, her face was completely covered in blood. I couldn't make out anything. But one thing was certain. She definitely wasn't some muscle-bound Amazon. The reason I thought she was about my size was probably the armor. If she took it off, she'd probably look way slimmer than me. She stopped a few steps away, dropped to one knee, and bowed deeply. Since they called her a knight, this must be the vassal's courtesy. Yes. Good, my son Argusta's illness has finally healed, and he said he wanted to meet you at least once, so I brought him. This is your first time meeting, correct? Yes. Super blunt answers. No sign of the conversation growing at all, but the king didn't even flinch. Maybe he's totally used to this reaction. Now raise your face, someone. Bring something to wipe her blood off. The king was being considerate. Thanks to the chain of command among the guards, one guy looked ready to sacrifice his own cloak. But before the removed cloak could reach her, blood started dripping from her face and hair. Plop, plop, plop. Like sweat rolling down, it fell straight to the ground. Looks like you didn't need it. Now lift your face. Yes. My first impression was kind of a letdown, not because of her facial features. It was just, she had no expression at all. A perfectly beautiful face that looked almost inorganic was simply staring at me. I wouldn't mind if she at least smiled a little and showed some charm. Come on, Argusta, aren't you going to greet her? I'm Argusta. Nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you, Argusta-sama. I am Noi. Even her voice was completely flat. It sounded like a machine reading text aloud. Looks like this is just her default setting. Your Majesty. What? Is Argusta-sama my partner for reproductive activities? That is correct, but could you maybe choose your words a little better? Choose. Reading and writing aren't needed for dragon extermination. Fair point. The king actually took a small step back, overwhelmed by her response. Dry doesn't even begin to cover it. But while watching them, something else was bothering me. I can't shake it. That feeling from when I was nursing Mom at the very end. I used to wipe the sweat off her forehead when she was lying in bed all the time. I stepped closer to her and gently wiped away the drop of blood clinging to her chin with my sleeve. I just couldn't stand seeing her face dirty. What? Sorry, it just bothered me. Bothered? She tilted her head ever so slightly. That blank face was honestly a little scary. You have such a beautiful face. It's a waste to have it covered in blood. She didn't react to my words at all. Instead, the king and everyone else around us looked like they were about to fall over in shock. Wait, was I too casual? I'm a prince, so maybe I should have acted more high and mighty. Should I have thrown a towel at her and said, "Wipe your face," or something? Would that have been better, as expected of my son? I'm looking forward to the wedding with Noi. The king let out a dry ahaha laugh and started beckoning me back to the carriage, clearly wanting to escape. We're heading home together. See you later, Noi-san. Yes. Prince Arguste. I gave a quick goodbye and jumped into the carriage. It took off like a rocket. The sudden jolt sent me tumbling across the seat. Once the ride steadied, the king looked at me. You really are fine with anything, huh? I'd like to know exactly what you mean by that. No, I've never seen anyone bold enough to call Noi beautiful to her face after seeing her like that. That was, My voice trailed off. Thinking back now, it was pretty embarrassing. Calling a girl I just met beautiful? What kind of cheesy playboy am I? But Noi-san really is gorgeous, you know. Honestly, I've never seen a girl with a face that perfect in my entire life. Even if it was completely expressionless, even if she looked like a wax doll. Sure, her features aren't bad, but what lives inside her isn't human, it's something else. That's exactly why everyone looks at her through colored lenses and gets scared. Maybe. But once you know, no, never mind. It's not my place to say. The king shut his mouth and turned to look out the window. I followed his gaze. In the direction where Noi-san was, regular townspeople were pressing their hands together in prayer. I still had no idea what that meant. Chapter 7, The wedding is the day after tomorrow. The carriage rattled along when the king suddenly looked at me. I forgot to mention, your wedding ceremony with Noi is the day after tomorrow. For a second, everything inside me froze. They said I have no right to refuse, but isn't this way too rushed? Don't I get time to prepare mentally? You don't need that. The guests will only be the powerful people of this country and ambassadors from other nations. Huh. So, like just family in Japan? That actually helps me out a lot, but is that really okay for such a big day? Seeing my confused face, he added, the formal ceremony will be held later. If that's the case. Father Sama, why the rush for the wedding? Since you're one of the parties involved, I suppose I should tell you. It's about this country's position and political maneuvering. Position. Yes, you can learn about this country's politics after the ceremony. For now, just understand these three things. This country is sandwiched between two great powers. We have a delicate balance with both, and both of them are after Noi. Being stuck between two big countries, kinda like Japan, huh? Should I think of it as being between America and China? Exactly. If I had to compare, it's right in the middle of the right butt cheek and the left butt cheek. Why butts? It's easy to understand, right? I get it, but doesn't that make this country sound like a little pimple or something? Calling it a pimple is rude. If anything, it's more like something left behind after wiping. That's even ruder. What are you saying? I am the king of this country. A king can call his own nation whatever he wants. You're fine being the king of the unwiped country. It's a joke. You were staring so seriously toward where Noi was. What is he? I can't tell if he's a good guy or a bad one. Anyway, our country, stuck between two great powers, has a military alliance with one and a trade alliance with the other. As a result, neither could attack us. But then Noi appeared. Both countries grew terrified of her, the one who keeps hunting dragons all by herself. Why? If that power was used in war, what do you think? It would be terrifying. Seeing her rip dragons apart and toss them like nothing, normally anyone would tremble in terror. If you ran into her on a battlefield, you'd definitely get killed. She's literally a death god. Both countries feared that and demanded we hand over Noi. Some ministers were happy, saying it'd be a good way to get rid of a problem. If it were you, what would you do? What would I do? If we hand Noisan over, we lose our dragon exterminator. Then this country would be in serious trouble again. Plus, giving her to one side would cause huge waves. Oh, go on. If we give her to one, the other will kick up a fuss. I can already see them complaining, why did you give her to them? They'd complain the same even if we don't hand her over. That's why we can't let her go, and we can't kill her either. Kill Noisan. Why would that even come up? Yes, some are shouting if you can't control the horse, kill it. Someone with power that strong is just that terrifying. But wasn't she created specifically to exterminate dragons? Saying she's too strong so let's kill her, I can't forgive that. Oh, then what would you do? He looked at me like he was having fun. He's definitely enjoying this. Punching him would be bad, right? I kinda blurted that out on impulse, and honestly I have no plan. But after hearing her background, I can't help feeling sympathy for her. And most of all, if I said what I really think, I'd sound like the worst kind of guy. Better keep that locked deep inside forever. Fine, I'll marry her. Good, that's the best solution. But in exchange, promise me one thing. What? Don't kill her. The king let out a soft chuckle and looked out the carriage window. I followed his gaze. We were now riding through the castle town. I could clearly see people coming and going, working, living their lives. Everyone living in this town. Everyone living in this country. They are all my children and my treasures. That includes Noi. When I turned my gaze, I caught the king's profile looking all dramatic and resolute. I no longer wish to commit the sin of killing my own child. That is how I feel. Then first make sure an environment where such children are never created in the first place. Yes, you really say things straight without holding back. You know that. If I felt like it, a brat like you could be executed right away. You just said you don't want to do anything like killing children, right? Besides, I'm technically your real son, aren't I? Yes. The original Augusta was at least outwardly obedient and cute. It seems the illness drove him mad. Ugh, so you plan to silence all opposing opinions like that. Being king is tough. Maybe a rebellion should just break out. The rattling carriage passed through the streets and entered the royal castle. Section. Starting the next day, I spent my time rushing up and down, incredibly busy. It's supposed to be a quiet ceremony, but it's still a royal wedding. There's apparently a decent amount of preparation needed. I wanted to say give me a little more time, but the blunt reason was create a done deal before anyone changes their mind. So the preparations moved forward relentlessly. Well, in reality, there isn't much I actually have to do during the ceremony. Walk the aisle holding the bride's hand, go up on the platform, the king reads the marriage vows aloud, and I repeat them. Then the kiss of oath kiss. We have to do that. Of course. Don't look at me like what is this child saying? Nobody told me. Kissing in front of everyone is way too embarrassing. I'm not telling you to make a baby right there on the spot. Even if it's just for show, do it properly. No way. My first kiss is going to happen in front of a huge crowd. Chapter 8, The Wedding Day. The white outfit they put me in felt like someone took a school uniform and bleached it pure white. It kind of looked like a suit, but if I had to compare, it was closer to those military uniforms you see in movies. Uniforms and military uniforms do have similar shapes, I guess. Right now, I was sitting in the waiting area, shaking my leg like crazy. Nerves and all sorts of emotions were swirling inside me. Not just my knees, my whole body wouldn't stop trembling. I ended up accepting it anyway, but getting married means climbing the stairs to adulthood. First comes today's vow kiss, then the wedding night. Nuo. Argus-sama, please get a hold of yourself. The waiting maids looked at me in agony like I was some pitiful creature. A guy like me, who never even had a girlfriend in his whole life, suddenly getting married? Impossible from the start. This is doomed from the start. It won't even last 3 days. While I groaned and suffered, one of the maids who had been whispering among themselves came over as their representative. Argus-sama, please forgive my impertinence. What is it? She started speaking with a serious expression. Yes, Noi-sama is, well, people say she's a little, quite, actually very terrifying, but from our point of view, she isn't that bad of a person. Okay, that's nice to hear. But that's not what I'm worried about. Sometimes she tries to squash a black scurrying bug and punches right through the floor, or sneezes once and punches through a wall, or starts arguing in her sleep and punches through everything in the room, but even so, She definitely isn't a terrifying person. Everything involves punching through something. Is this maid secretly venting her grudges for stress relief? Please don't fear death. Accept her head-on. But if you actually try that for real, you'll really die, so just in spirit, just in feeling, please. What am I supposed to say after hearing that? Thanks for the advice. Not at all, we overstepped. The only thing the maids overstepped on was that little story about Noisan's destructive power. I'll deal with that somehow later. For now, there's just one problem. I have one question. What might that be, Argus-sama? Does my breath smell bad? It's a serious issue, so why are you looking at me like that? Kissing with bad breath would be rude, right? Isn't there something to fix mouth odor? Mouth odor. In that case, rinsing your mouth with a drink should help. Bring it. Right away. Section, the ceremony seems to be starting without any delays. I can really feel the king's desperation. A maid leads me to where the bride is waiting. From here, I take her hand, we walk side by side, and head to the venue. In other words, the moment this door opens, it begins. Then, Argus-sama. Wait just a bit more. I take deep breaths over and over, trying to calm my pounding heart. This is bad, the thumping won't stop. Then, Argus-sama. Just a little longer, a bit more. My breath is fine now. I'll trust the maids about body odor too. I've got the ceremony steps perfectly memorized. All that's left is, yeah, impossible, I'm going home. Someone, please calm Argus-sama down. No way, no way, no way. I can't do it. It'll be okay, Argus-sama. You won't necessarily die today or tomorrow. I'm gonna die. Even now my heart's going crazy. Here goes. The maid opened the door. Demon, do you want this marriage that badly? The room on the other side wasn't very large. It was more like a waiting area. In the center stood the bride, fully prepared in a pure white dress. She's basically a woman of white tones, but today she really looks like nothing but pure white. The moment I saw her, my wildly pounding heart gave one huge thump. Her face was still expressionless like the other day, but now it had a light touch of makeup. Her beautiful long silver-white hair reached her waist and swayed softly. The somewhat bold cut of the dress at the chest revealed white twin peaks peeking out, and I was surprised at how slim her waist actually was. Above all, she was unbelievably beautiful. Really gorgeous. The undeniable dragon slayer Noisan was standing there in the perfectly ordinary, stunning attire of a bride. Argus-sama. Please. Got it. She approached without making a single footstep sound and gently held out one hand. Take the bride's hand and escort her. That one line somehow floated up in my completely blank mind. With my trembling hand, I grasped hers. Through the white glove, her fingers felt incredibly slender. Hard to believe these were the same hands that tore apart a dragon's head and body. Argus-sama, Noi-sama, this way, please. I slowly walked down the corridor with her beside me, looking like she felt nothing at all. White-armored soldiers stood at every corner of the passage, so there was no chance of getting lost. Not that we could, with the maid bustling ahead to guide us. I somehow moved my shaking legs and stole a glance at her profile next to me. Her complexion hadn't changed at all. That beautiful face stayed completely expressionless, her gaze fixed straight ahead without even twitching. Looking closely, it almost seemed like she wasn't even blinking. She wasn't nervous at all. Strangely, that made her look cool and dependable. When the doors open, please enter together. We stopped in front of the largest doors and waited for the inside to be ready. Normally, you'd think they'd wait for us, but the people inside were mostly royals, important figures, and ambassadors from other countries, so they probably weren't easy to organize. The king mentioned something like that yesterday, too. Once we pass through these doors and finish everything, it's over. It'll be okay. Right beside me is the incredibly reliable Noisan. Argus-sama. What? What comes next? She had been silent for a long time, but when she finally opened her mouth, those were the words that came out. Chapter 9, First Kiss. My mind went completely blank. What did she just say? Something like what comes next? Noisan, do you remember the steps after this? I was told walk side by side and just follow instructions. My blank mind turned pitch black. Who the hell gave her such a half-assed explanation? Then it's this. Next, we walk together to the platform, listen to the words from His Majesty up there. Argus-sama. What? Simply. I can't remember anything, except dragon extermination. Still completely expressionless, she turned those straight eyes toward me. Looking again, her black eyes with a faint red tint are really pretty. Ahaha, reality escape over, But how am I supposed to explain? She can't remember anything but dragon extermination. What kind of education did she get? All focused on dragon slaying expertise? Useless. That's the most useless knowledge right now. First, walk beside me. Yes. Stop on the platform. Yes. Repeat the vow words before the king. Yes. Her gaze drifted slightly. Already at her limit, the rest when we get there. Understood. She accepted and turned forward again. A maid suddenly appeared and lowered her veil. I was wondering why when the other maids started opening the doors. Wait. I'm not ready mentally. Beyond the open doors, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. For now, Noisan and I started walking side by side. Section? I swear. With this declaration from the two of you, I recognized the marriage of my son Argusta and Knight Noi. Somehow, we finished repeating the vows. Thinking back now, was it my explanation that was bad? She ended up standing in the exact same spot as the king on the platform and started repeating the vows from the very beginning because she didn't know where they started. I'm probably not at fault, but I feel like I'll get scolded later. But every time I corrected her, she followed precisely. That part was really helpful. But when I glanced at her standing beside me, she was just staring blankly into space. I have no idea what she's thinking. Maybe she isn't thinking anything at all. She just responds to what she's told, follows instructions. It's like she's nothing more than a convenient anti-dragon weapon. Where did her personality go? Her emotions? I now pronounce you husband and wife. Now, the kiss of oath. I totally forgot. With everything going on, I completely blanked on the most basic part. What should I do? I have to say something to her while she's waiting for instructions. Noisan, turn this way. Yes. She turned toward me exactly as told. Sorry, not just your face, turn your whole body this way. Yes. Kissing, while she faced sideways, would have been way too surreal. She moved without a sound and faced me properly. This is bad. My heart won't stop pounding. Lift your face. Sorry, ignore that. Just tilt your chin up a little, yes, like that. Hold that position. Yes. She's ready. But I'm really not. I looked desperately at His Majesty for help, but he just waved his hidden hand from the platform like hurry up and do it. No allies here. Screw it, I already died once anyway. I gently lifted her veil, grabbed her shoulders firmly, and pulled my face in close all at once. Soft. After pressing for a few seconds, I pulled back. Her eyes, which I forgot to tell her to close, were slightly wider than usual. I hope it's because she was surprised, and not because it smelled bad. Good. With this, the two of you are officially husband and wife. Your vows shall be eternal. The king declared loudly, and applause finally filled the silent hall. Phew. Somehow it's over, Argusta-sama. What? Never mind. She cut the conversation short and turned her face and gaze away. Did I make her hate me by suddenly kissing her? But I had no choice. Still, maybe I should apologize. Report. What is it? The king raised his voice at the man who suddenly burst in. Barging in and yelling during a celebration is rude even in another world. The soldier who tumbled down the aisle somehow regained balance and dropped to one knee. Multiple medium-sized dragons approaching from the northeast. Urgent request for reinforcements from Badger Fortress. The one who reacted to those words was Noisan. She ripped off her veil, tore away the unnecessary decorations from her wedding dress, and handed the torn pieces to me. I will go. Yes, I'm counting on you, Knight Noi. Yes. Then she looked at me, Argusta-sama. I'll be back. Yeah, don't get hurt, okay? Yes. She gave a small nod and dashed down the aisle at incredible speed, disappearing beyond the doors. And so, our wedding ceremony came to an end. Since we had completed the vow ritual, it was apparently valid. But, with the bride gone, the rest of the event turned pretty chaotic. Chapter 10. Are you angry? I rolled over and stared blankly at the ceiling. This huge bed, bigger than even a king size, had only me on it. A room in one of the detached wings of the royal palace. This was the place Noisan had lived alone in ever since they took her from the facility. For a while, this would be our temporary home as a married couple. The real mansion was currently being built in a huge rush. Apparently, it was going up right on the edge of what's considered the capital. When I asked the king another political reason, he puffed up his cheeks and said exactly. As someone who'd soon become the head of a branch noble house, I apparently had to build mansions both in the capital and in my territory. The one in the capital was for the reason I already heard, to keep Noisan here. So, the capital mansion would come first, then later I'd build one in the territory at my own expense. According to this country's rules, royals basically turn border areas touching other countries into their territories. It's supposed to show the citizens that they're ready to protect the nation by putting themselves in the spot that would get attacked first if anything happened. But the land we were getting apparently brought in zero tax revenue, a total dud, so the mansion there would be provided by the country and end up being basically a fortress. So, it's not even a proper mansion. And the reason the capital one was going up on the very outskirts, yep, Noisan again. The usual royals and nobles threw a fit about not wanting her in their district. They still tried to build it anyway since she was royal now, but the nobles pressured the builders into boycotting. After negotiations, the nobles agreed to cover the costs, and it got moved to the edge of the capital. Even then, it was close enough that you could just about see it from the castle with a telescope. The king slapped my shoulder and laughed, saying it'll be small but sturdy and luxurious, and it honestly irritated me. Noisan just has the most dangerous job, that's all, yet everyone fears her. From what I've heard, it's understandable, but for some reason it hurts my chest. It feels like watching really cruel bullying. Even so, Noisan is apparently one of the highest earners in the kingdom. They told me her income is insane, so don't worry about money. But that would make me a useless husband living off his wife, right? I need to find some way to earn money and stand on my own. I'm trying hard to think about other things and ignore it, but sooner or later I have to face the issue. Starting tomorrow, I'm supposed to get lessons on politics and all that stuff from the original Argusta's older brother. The guy who apparently suggested adding the condition fine with any female when they summoned me. If I get the chance, I'm definitely punching him once. But since I've always been an only child, having someone I can call Anarchy might actually be nice. Still, what if we don't get along and he bullies me? Or teaches me wrong stuff on purpose so I embarrass myself? That would suck. Speaking of knowledge, even though I'm heading a branch family, I'm still royalty, so I might have to show up at fancy social events. They told me to learn enough not to disgrace myself there, but they also said not to bring Noisan along. The nobles are too scared of her. Then I'll just use that against them and keep refusing to go. I won't attend unless Noisan can come too. From the reactions of everyone except the nobles, it's clear Noisan is really feared. But from what I've seen, she's just a completely normal girl, and today I learned she's actually 1 year younger than me. The original Argusta was 17, same as me. Noisan is 16. She started slaying dragons at 12, so that's already 4 years. Before that, she spent about 6 years in that facility, so her common sense is seriously lacking. If possible, I'd like to teach her those things little by little. Crap, I'm running out of other things to think about. But yeah, we really got married. Meeting for 3 days and then marrying, if this were Japan, people would call it a whirlwind romance. What's this guilty feeling? I know. It's probably my real motives for agreeing to the marriage weighing heavily on my heart. But marrying a beauty like her is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Is that so wrong? Too impure. I just honestly bit at the huge bait in front of me. Sure, if she ever got mad and snapped, my life would be in danger. But the violent image she shows against dragons isn't there in her everyday self from everything I've heard. Since coming here, the only times she's hurt people were a few accidents when she didn't know common sense yet, plus some stray hits during dragon hunts. I feel like everyone's just overfearing her. With all these mixed feelings swirling around, I rolled back and forth across the bed at high speed. It's okay, she won't be back tonight. The place she headed to is so far that even riding a horse there and back would take until tomorrow morning. God, could you please get rid of this whole wedding night system? No, actually, you don't have to abolish it. Just teach me what to do with a woman. I thrashed around on the bed in agony. A virgin guy with zero prep knowledge facing his first time? Impossible, I'll definitely mess up. Then it'll turn into trauma and we'll end up sexless. Being sexless at my age would make the rest of my life pure torture. I hugged a fluffy pillow tight and kept rolling around for a while until someone knocked on the door. I sat up on the bed to check. It wasn't my imagination. Yes. Argusta-sama, are you awake? Noi-sama has returned. Huh? Noi-sama is back. Why? She wasn't supposed to return tonight. Yes, according to the people who greeted her, she used summoning magic to get here. I didn't know there was such a convenient spell. She will take a bath first, then we will guide her here. I can't say no. She's my wife after all. Sharing a bedroom as a married couple is normal in this world. Got it. But no need to rush. Yes. But Noi-sama is in a hurry. Why is she in such a rush? Is she mad about the kiss? Ah, she's here. Nu, stop her if you can. Though apparently she can take a direct charge from a dragon head-on. The door opened slowly, and she walked in wearing thin underclothes, her face as expressionless as always. Her long hair looked a little heavy, probably still wet. But unlike usual, her post-bath skin had a faint pink flush that made her look incredibly beautiful. I'm back, Argusta-sama. I am welcome home. I returned without injuries. Yeah, that's amazing. I jumped off the bed and greeted her, a bit late. Section. Later I heard, she summoned creatures to fly there, blasted both allies and enemies with attack spells, then systematically crushed every single dragon before coming home. Miraculously, there were no deaths, but lots of injuries from the dragons that got blown away. Chapter 11. Soaked the floor that much. My bride, fresh from the bath, stood right in front of me. What do I do? Invite her to bed naturally. If I could do that, I wouldn't have been desperately escaping reality all this time. Chat casually and stall. A guy like me who's never had a girlfriend in his life. The bar is way too high. Naturally, I'm out of ideas already. That was fast. She stared at me with that unreadable expression, and I stared back at her. My thoughts are messed up. Totally frozen. If this keeps up, nothing will happen. Conversation. I need conversation. Good work out there. Tired. Yes. Something about using summoning magic to get back. Yes. What kind of things can you summon? Giant eagle. My conversation skills have completely dried up. There's no way to expand this at all. Is she mad after all? Mad about the kiss? Her eyes look a little sharper, don't they? Or is it my imagination? Unable to keep talking, I just observed her. That's when I noticed her hair was still wet. Her usual antenna-like ahoj wasn't sticking up. It's probably plastered to her head. More importantly, if she sleeps like this, the bedsheets will get soaked, right? Anyone there? Yes. The door opened smoothly, and a maid came in. I heard at least one is always waiting outside. 24-hour full service. Noi-san's hair is wet. Could you bring something to dry it? Yes. Not needed. When I looked at her, her long hair was faintly glowing. It spread out gently as if caught in a breeze, and water droplets started separating from the strands. Amazing. Only the water was leaving the hair. The glow faded, and every floating droplet fell to the floor. They all fell. Her ahoj sprang back up and swayed happily. It somehow looked like she was in a good mood. It's dry now. Yeah, but the floor got soaked instead. As if only noticing after I pointed it out, she turned and looked at the floor. The plush carpet was perfectly drenched. Can you do that with the carpet too? No. I see, sorry about this. Yes. The waiting maid quickly and efficiently cleaned up the wet carpet. If you need anything else. Yeah. I chased after the maid as she bowed and headed for the door, practically clinging to it. Where will you be? Yes, I'll be standing right here. If you're there, you can hear everything in the room, right? Yes, please don't worry. We maids are like stones by the roadside. No matter what conversation or special sounds we hear from inside, we treat it as never heard. Conversation aside, what do you mean by special sounds? The maids assigned to His Majesty apparently hear those kinds of sounds a lot. It's just a rumor, though. I didn't want to know about some weird kinks. After confirming the maids, please don't mind us. Go ahead, and seeing her standing outside the door, I went back into the room. Noi had been standing completely still the whole time. Noi-san. No, I'm younger, so just Noi. So, she wants me to drop the honorific and use her name plainly. Whoa, just thinking about it makes my heart pound like crazy. Noi. Yes. Are you mad about the wedding? She tilted her head slightly and looked at me. Maybe she really is angry about the kiss? That was, it was necessary for the vow ritual. But it wasn't just because I was ordered to. Saying I wanted to do it would make me sound perverted. But saying I didn't want to would be a lie. I don't even know what kind of excuse I'm making anymore. Anyway, sorry for kissing you out of nowhere. When in doubt, just bow. It might be dodging responsibility, but whatever. I kept my head down for a while, but there was zero reaction. I timidly looked up and she was just staring at me. Noi. Argustasama. Yes. What is a kiss? That's the part. We have to start explaining from there. More importantly, did this girl even understand what today's wedding was about? I'm getting worried. Might as well ask. Yes. Today's ceremony was to stop me from being taken to another country. If I become Argustasama's property, other countries can't complain anymore. Who is it? The one who told you that explanation. The vice captain. Tell me his name later. I want to file a complaint. It's okay, I'll remember. She forgot already. Oh well, I can ask a maid. So Noi, I'd better get used to calling her just Noi. Meaning she didn't even understand the point of the wedding. All my overthinking and panicking feels embarrassing now. Noi. Okay. Yes. Marriage is when an unmarried man and woman make vows and become husband and wife. In other words, they become family. Family? Yeah, you know what family is, right? Yes. Good, if she didn't even know that, I'd track down whoever educated her and punch them. Family? I was taught it's a pair of man and woman who do reproductive activities and make children to increase the numbers. I'm definitely finding that guy and punching him. Whatever, let's call it a night. We can think about the rest after we wake up. Mainly give me time to figure out how to explain things properly. At my words, she quickly moved to the bed, lay down on her back, and got into position. What comes next? Chapter 12. She lay on the bed, her entire figure standing out against the white sheets. Long, slender white arms and legs, a slim waist, and breasts that weren't huge but definitely not small. In my mind, Nikedu-san's hidden big chest had always been number one, but this one easily ranked second. Wait, hold on a second. I squinted and looked closer, no mistake. No bra. Little protrusions right there on the thin white underclothes. It's not like that, God. I wasn't looking at her with impure thoughts. More importantly, this world's underwear situation is terrible. Why are panties just side-tie strings, and tops either nothing or sleeveless shirts? And only women wear the shirts. I still can't forget the look the maid gave me when I asked for a shirt because it's cold today. It started as contempt, like what a weird fetish, then shifted to I see, probably because I'm the king's son. Okay. Changing my thoughts calmed the weird excitement. I'm good now. While I suffered alone, Noi lay motionless on the bed. Like a carp on a cutting board, exactly that. Noi. What do you want to do? I was told this is correct. By the vice captain. Seeing her nod firmly, vice captain got officially added to my mental punch list. Sit up. Tell me exactly what he said. Yes, if the prince invites you to bed, lie down, close your eyes, then say Her antenna-like ahoj twitched slightly. Your eyes aren't closed. She forgot that part too. My beautiful bride lay back down, closed her eyes in perfect sleeping posture, and started saying Is surreal scene the right word for this? That questioning tone at the end makes it sound rude, you know. Did you ask what means? Yes, since it's my first time anyway, if I make noises, you won't notice. That direct hit almost brought tears to my eyes. Yeah, that's right. If an inexperienced guy like me was doing it, those sounds might have fooled me. She sat up and looked at me. Does Argustasama prefer NNGH? Who taught you that? The other vice captain. She said sounds too fake. What great subordinates you have. If we weren't here, I might have pounded the floor and cried. With reactions that real, I definitely wouldn't notice anything. You don't have to do anything weird. Could you just sleep quietly if possible? I'm exhausted from all the retorts already. Even though I'm a virgin, even though it's the wedding night, getting mentally drained just from retorting to all the airheaded stuff. How did it come to this? She tilted her head slightly, then gently rested it on the pillow with a soft thud. Good night, Argustasama. Yeah, good night. She obeys whatever I tell her. That might be a good point. I let out a sigh full of mixed feelings and lay down beside her. Wait, having someone right next to me, is this nerve-wracking? This is bad, I can't sleep. And the room lights are blazing bright. Already asleep. That was fast. She dove straight into deep sleep while I was lying down. Listening closely, I could hear quiet breathing. Her chest rose and fell regularly. I looked away from there. I seriously think we need to spread proper underwear culture in this world, starting with bras. She falls asleep fast, or maybe she's just exhausted. Exhausted? Oh right. I forgot. She rushed out midway through the wedding to go slay dragons. Even for a guy like me, getting ready for the ceremony took time. For a woman, it must have taken way more. Then halfway through, she hurried off to fight dragons, and for some reason hurried back. I don't know why she rushed home, but that rush must have left her incredibly tired. I scooted closer to her and gently gazed at her face. For someone doing such dangerous work as dragon slaying, she doesn't have a single scar. Her skin is smooth and flawless. The more I look, the smaller and prettier her face seems. Like this, she even looks like a delicate doll. Since she's asleep, it should be okay, right? I leaned in quietly to peek at her face. This incredibly beautiful person is my wife. She's strong enough to tear dragons apart and toss them away, but lying here like this, she's just a normal girl her age. Her memory, knowledge, common sense, a lot is missing, but basically she's probably a straightforward girl. And above all, she's really beautiful. Staring at her face reminded me of the wedding. Those lips, now quietly closed, were so soft, really soft. Her slightly pale lips were a faint cherry pink. Before I knew it, those lips were very close. I was drawn in like a magnet. Gulp. I swallowed all the saliva in my mouth and slowly leaned closer. It'll be fine, right? Just a little. It's okay, right? No, Yes. The moment our lips touched, her eyes snapped open. Up this close, face to face, her face moved slightly, and I felt that soft sensation on my lips again. Like this. Yeah. More. That's enough for today. Understood. All these emotions are swirling. It's painful inside my chest. I clutched my head and cried in my heart as I finally went asleep. Chapter 13, Memorized. I turned my back to her, curled up into a ball, and apparently people can still fall asleep even while wrestling with weird emotions. I lightly shook my hazy head and waited for my consciousness to wake up. Somehow I had ended up on my back. I opened my eyes and my whole body froze. She was staring right at my face, super close, intently, really intently. Good morning, Augusta-sama. Good morning, Noi. What are you doing? Yes. I memorized it. I must never ask what. Even from our short time together, I've mostly figured out her personality. Memorized. It's okay if I look every day. Is it just me, or does she sound a little proud? By the way, how many people's faces and names do you actually match? I'll know by tomorrow. So maybe 0 right now, or she just can't connect faces to names. Is that okay for a person? More importantly, I need to do something about this position soon. She was straddling me in a crouch. There's nowhere to look except her face. If I move my eyes even a little lower, I can see halfway down those white twin peaks from the neckline of her underclothes. If I look any lower, I'm not desperate enough to peek at a woman's private area first thing in the morning. Noi. Yes. What's your work today? Work is only dragon extermination. Her instant answer without hesitation made my heart ache a little. I slowly reached out, grabbed her shoulders gently and pushed. She didn't resist and stood up on the bed. Come on, it's morning already. You have to go to work. Yes. I called the maids, and we had breakfast separately. Apparently she eats with her subordinates at the barracks. That's how it is, I guess. I accepted it and quietly finished my meal. Then today's schedule arrived. Section. I'm Hafren, your older brother. So the second prince, right? The middle son. Yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you. I was at the wedding yesterday too, but you were too busy looking around to notice. He laughed kahaha. I clenched my fist hard. We had moved through the castle to the captain's office of the Royal Guard. The office of my brother, currently holding the rank of general. Sitting arrogantly behind a fancy desk was Hafren, my brother. Short blonde hair, solid build, totally giving off military vibes. If I tried to punch him, I'd definitely get wrecked. Starting today, I'm going to teach you all sorts of things about this world. Be grateful. Sure. Politics and economics, ask the specialists. With that in mind, what do you want to know? What can you teach me? Military stuff and womanizing, a little. You're useless. Don't say that. Especially since I can't beat you when it comes to soaking the bed on the wedding night. As expected of the guy who's fine with any female. I clench my fist even harder. I guess I don't mind losing. I'll punch this guy the moment I see an opening. What kind of harassment is that condition? It can't be helped, right? Marrying the #1 symbol of terror in this country. One wrong move and you might die depending on her mood. No normal human could handle that. What does that have to do with the condition? I figured if you were a wolf starving for women, you'd bite no matter the danger. Well, you actually did marry her. You female-starved virgin bastard. I'm about to kill you, you shitty Anarchy. That's treason. Your head would fly off. The royals in this country all have short tempers, huh? Sighing in exasperation, I plopped down on the sofa. My brother sat across from me, still laughing. Well, to me you're a cute little brother. I'd be in trouble if you died too soon. Your real feelings. The nobles and generals are still whining nonstop. For a while, just try not to get killed and get along with Noi. I don't really have complaints about that part. He looked at me like, then something else, so I reluctantly answered, that question can wait. What I want to know now is, why do I understand this world's language? That one's simple, your body remembers it, so your brain automatically translates what you hear. Is that really true? Before it became taboo, calling people from other worlds and stealing their technology was rampant here. The smart guys properly researched it back then. Try speaking a sentence in the language from your original country. I opened my mouth as suggested, but my tongue wouldn't move properly. I couldn't say it. Single words are possible, but full sentences don't work because the body can't keep up. Duh. Convinced. Yes. Anything else? Magic and stuff. I'll explain that eventually. Explaining it now is too much hassle. Deal with it. Don't just say deal with it, as long as he properly explains later, it's fine. I nodded casually while worrying about his attitude. One more thing to ask? Yeah, that. Can't we do something about Noi's vice captain? It seems like she's feeding her all sorts of unnecessary stuff. Which one? The one saying weird things. Then it's Miss G. Got it. If the one saying weird things is enough to identify her, does that mean she usually says weird stuff? Her job is to make Noi at least a little more human. Her methods seem off. Don't say that. She's a rare talent who doesn't get intimidated by Noi. Even if she's crazy, we had no choice but to leave it to her. She's officially certified crazy. Is my wife okay? She won't get poisoned or something. What kind of person is she? Second daughter of a lesser noble house. Her family has been raising military horses for our country for generations, so that's why she was picked. I see. So my wife was basically treated the same as a horse. Chapter 14, Leftovers. Anyway, the best way is probably to talk to the person herself. Oni-chan called out to the guard outside the room. Noi's vice captain was apparently in the castle today. Probably drowning in a mountain of paperwork, he laughed, but there was a similar mountain of documents on the desk behind him. Isn't there someone specialized in paperwork? Yeah, there is. He scratched his head with a bitter expression. People who do politics and people who wage war at the root both want to make the country better. But the methods are completely different. In the end, we don't get along. So they won't lend you personnel. If our work piles up too much and starts affecting them, they'll help out. Normally, they ignore us. That's inefficient. Can't be helped. There are lines neither side will cross. Watching him shrug with a weary sigh, I stood up and picked up a sheet of paper. Rough quality but solid paper. Official document. The contents were basically expense-related. You can tell. Numbers and words I'd never seen before, but I somehow understood them. Maybe the original Argusta was suited for politics. And me now. My job is turning my wife into a normal human level. From a quick look, there are quite a few mistakes. That pile over there is Miss G's work. So non-related. Yeah, Noi is technically the captain of the anti-dragon strike team in the Royal Guard. It's practically a one-person unit, but she has 2 knights, 1 apprentice, and about 20 soldiers. Small group. I see. I should ask her about her work later, though I might end up clutching my head regretting it. Knock knock. Excuse me, Knight Miss G here is summoned. You're here, Miss G. Straight to it, quite a few mistakes found in the documents you submitted. Fix them and resubmit. No way, paperwork is Freya's job in the first place. She won't be back soon after cleaning up after Badger Fortress. Besides, isn't she living it up over there, free from work? That pampered lady. Kicking the floor repeatedly, the person who entered was a very petite girl. Yeah, girl fits perfectly. She looked like a middle schooler at most. Could probably still wear a rando's roux if forced. Her distinctive curly blue hair gave off a mischievous vibe. Chest looked flat though. Let me introduce. This is Miss G. And this is your boss's husband. Pleased to meet you, Prince Augusta. If you ever need horses, please come to my family. Nice to meet you. The floor-kicking attitude vanished completely. With a dazzling sales smile, she started pitching right away. Miss G looks like that, but she's 23 this year. A leftover. All right, you shitty prince, step outside. Childhood friend or not, I won't hold back. You really don't look the same age. And she's super bold toward her boss's boss, huh? My apologies. When someone mentions my age, I tend to lose myself. Teehee. How about the leftover part? Prince Augusta, I'm not a leftover. It's just too early. You comfort yourself like that, but you're just a pitiful person who's been left over forever. Step outside, you shitty boss. Yeah. One thing's clear. She really might not fear Noi, but she's definitely an idiot. On the very first day we meet, why are you looking at me with such pity? It's okay. You can live proudly even alone. Don't talk like I'm doomed to be leftover. Soon a man on a white horse will. Marrying the white horse might be faster, no. Impossible, something that thick going in wood. She turned her back to us. 1, 2, 3, about 5 maybe. 5 is impossible, right? Yeah, impossible. A fist is impossible. She turned back around, it would tear. What calculation were you doing with your own fingers? It's nothing, don't mind it. Girls have lots of secrets they can't tell anyone. Confirmed idiot. She panicked under my gently warm gaze. That's right. In the first place, our captain getting married is absolutely wrong. She's supposed to race down the single-life highway with me at full speed. And yet she gets a royal such a young prince. I'm sad. That's the kind of honest feeling that keeps you from being popular, you know. GRRR. Even if you're my boss's husband, I can't forgive those words. She charged at me swinging both arms wildly. I held her head at arm's length and endured until she stopped, out of breath. I'll let you off with this for today. Well, you two seem to be getting along. I'm glad. Where exactly does that look like getting along? So, Miss G. Yes. There's a complaint that you're teaching Noi weird things. First time I've seen someone's eyes swim that hard. She was even pursing her lips trying to whistle. No sound came out though. Be more careful from now on. And recalculate those documents and resubmit. Yes. Good, dismissed. Back to your duties. Excuse me. Hugging the documents to her chest, she left. My brother covered his face with his hand, shoulders shaking with laughter, then looked at me. Fun girl, right? She seems straightforward, at least. Idiot, though. That's exactly why she can stay near Noi. The scariest thing would be if someone gave her weird ideas and made her go out of control. Given her personality, yeah, that worry is probably always there. Chapter 15, Cannibalism. Well, time flew while messing around with that idiot. Let's talk a bit about Noi. Sure. Don't look so tense. You already know she's not normal, right? Pretty much. It's secondhand from Miss G, but whether it's a horse, a bird, or a mouse, once you know them, you figure out how to get along apparently. Why isn't human in that list? Have some pity on her current leftover status. How am I supposed to take advice from someone like that? Don't make that face. It's from one of the few people Noi actually talks to. It can't be completely off the mark. True. But if possible, I'd like to meet the other vice captain, Friesan, was it? When I mentioned it to my brother, he just said when she gets back. Anyway, it's not a fun story, but Noi is an orphan. Strictly speaking, her parents abandoned her to reduce mouths to feed. Reduce mouths. 10 years ago, dragons started appearing in this country too. We were prepared, but we got caught off guard and crops took massive damage. People struggling to eat started killing the elderly and young children to physically reduce the number of mouths. It really wasn't a fun story. That's when Noi was abandoned. Her real father probably grabbed her head and pushed her face into the river. It was a quick method popular at the time. He left her thinking she drowned, but luckily, she received a blessing right then and came back to life. Blessing. Exactly what it sounds like. No one knows who gives them, but there are innate ones and acquired ones. Innate blessings come at birth, acquired ones when you're on the verge of death. All of them are tremendous powers for a human to possess. And Noisan has one. Yeah. My brother gave a bitter smile and looked at the ceiling. The one she got when nearly dying was healing, and the one she was probably born with is thought to be amplification. Lots of assumptions, isn't there any documentation? Wait, you can get two. She has them, so yes. But no book anywhere describes that. Well, every country would want to hide something like that. Why hide it? Even one blessing can make someone a hero in some countries. 2. From a military standpoint, having a piece that's strong would let you completely overturn tactics in any war. Sounds fun, right? I silently glared at my brother's face. Don't make that scary face. I have no intention of using Noi in war. She's only good for dragon extermination anyway. Why? Simple. As a rule, I don't want to order women or children to kill people, unless absolutely necessary. Plus, the moment she sees a dragon, she reflexively charges at it. Counting her as regular military strength is difficult. He said it with a smug face. That proud look was exactly like the king's. After all, women are meant to be cherished in bed, right? You really are that king's son. You bastard, you've got half the same blood in you two. Wait, half, what does that mean? Yeah, you and I are half-brothers. The eldest and I are from the legal wife. You're from a concubine. By the way, I'm second in line for the throne. You're fourth. My question must have shown on my face. So that's how it was. I didn't know. Who's third? Father's younger brother. His son is fifth. If we brothers kill each other off, the throne goes to them. That's how it'd go. Wanna try? If you and I team up, we could aim for first. Don't flash that battle-hungry grin. I'll pass on any succession fights. If possible, I'd rather retire to the countryside and live peacefully. No ambition. Well, you're hated, but if Noi disappeared, the capital's defense would get shaky. Give up and live in the capital. I'll give up on that, but give me some kind of job. Taking care of Noi should be enough, right? That would make me a freeloader, living off my wife's income. No thanks. Apparently just being royalty comes with some allowance. I want to keep finances separate from Noisan. I'll manage them, though. Already thinking about divorce. That's not it. She's the one doing dangerous work and earning money, so she should spend it. From the look of her room, with basically just a bed, she doesn't seem like someone who spends much anyway. In this country, married couples usually share one wallet. The husband's things are the husband's. The wife's things are the husband's too. Even if that's how this country does it, I don't like it. So serious, fine. I'll find you some random job. He shrugged with a weary laugh. Anyway, we got pretty off track. After that, Noi was picked up during the orphan roundup and put in that facility, trained for 6 years. That's about all you heard from father. Yes. Got it, want the detailed version. Yes. The air somehow changed. I naturally sat up straighter and waited for him to continue. It was a facility kept completely secret, but a whistleblower appeared and everything came out. The people running it panicked and did something reckless to prove their worth. A rushed completion of the product, the method was cannibalism. It wasn't as shocking as I expected. It didn't shock me, but my chest hurt a lot. Noi was the only one who survived, but that fact is hidden. On father's orders, it was made official that the facility's children couldn't endure the harsh trials and died. As some small consolation, a big memorial monument was built on the site. He smiled bitterly, aware himself that it was just ego. Then he leaned forward. How about it, kid? Scared now? Strangely, it just makes sense to me. I'm not scared. I see. I couldn't read the meaning behind his bitter smile. Chapter 16, Bananas Count as Snacks. Let's continue the story. Yes. Father had her thoroughly examined after bringing her from the facility. The first thing that became clear was her two blessings, healing and amplification. Any wound heals at a terrifying speed, and her magic power is probably among the highest on the continent. The more they examined her, the more abnormalities they discovered. Abnormalities? Yes, basically, they did everything possible to make her strong. First, countless spell arrays were carved into her. Normally, using power would cause pain like her body is tearing apart, but healing cancels it out. There are also spells that double the consumption but increase power, but amplification more than covers that. The result is a calculated, perfect strongest being. Sorry, Mom. You told me it's okay to hate people, but don't become someone who wants to kill others, and I've kept that promise. But today is the first time I've ever felt my emotions go beyond hatred. It's wrong, it's too wrong, how could they do something like that? Hafren-san. Call me Aniki. Where can I meet the people from that facility? The king said he punished them. That means they should still be in this country. That's difficult. Why? Because you're the person closest to Noi. You understand what I mean, right? Besides, they're all 6 feet under. I got irritated at his prank successful face. He acts like that normally, but father hates that kind of thing. The overly serious eldest brother doesn't like it either. And for me, it's no questions asked. In the end, within a year, accidents, illnesses, whatever, all of them ended up in graves. Sorry. No, it's fine. But you wanted to punch them at least, right? Yes. He laughed Kyukuku and slapped my shoulder hard. It hurts. My shoulder's going to dislocate. That's what makes you family. The previous Argusta wouldn't have even gotten angry. Really? Yeah. He's making that bad face again. The eldest pushed for the marriage with Noi, but I'm the one who placed the poison in front of you. You understand what that means. You wanted to get rid of me from the start. It would have been fine if you lived and married safely, but the old you had too much ambition. The cause was your mother and her family. That quick glance he sent me is annoying. So succession issues. Correct, this country is in a very troublesome spot, sandwiched between 2 great powers. Plus, the Noi problem. If word spread that the third son was showing unnecessary ambition on top of that, it could seriously turn into war. In that case, we had no choice but to use a method that solved multiple problems at once, right? Is that how it works? But I remember history, nerd Kishiwada-kun, saying that in the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga killed his younger brother over succession issues. Things like that can happen. I can't understand or accept it, though. Can't I just give up my right to the throne? Leaving the country and going somewhere else, impossible with Noi around. The only other option is to hurry up and join the graves, right? That's exactly why I'm asking for another way. Then the best thing is to just stay quiet, without any extra ambition. You're the one who just tried to tempt me into a plot, and now you say that. I flopped back onto the sofa lazily. He snorted like he was looking down on me. I never wanted to be king anyway. Even with power, you can't do whatever you want. The only fun thing is snacking on the castle maids. Small joys, really small. There's a certain king who bragged about flirting with girls everywhere and causing rebellions in his youth. Back then, the neighboring countries weren't full great powers yet. In a way, those were the good old days. Don't say stuff like so jealous, so jealous. By the way, Ani Nick-san, are you married? Nope. I see. I have 5 concubines, though. Something moral inside me just crumbled. Concubines don't count as wives, like how bananas aren't snacks. Does that logic still work with kids these days? Don't sulk just because you can only have one. I'm not sulking. Then what? Looks like it's time to steal myself. Annie, you're being way too polite. It's scary. Read the room, idiot. There's something I want to ask. What? I don't know what to do with a woman. More specifically, the wedding night kind of stuff. Hey, why are you standing up? He walked straight to the door and opened it. You, stand at that corner over there. You over there. Don't let anyone near. If the king comes, great, cut him down. I'll give you a reward. He gave dangerous orders and came back. I see. You really were a virgin, huh? Yes. Rejoice, little brother. Your big brother is about to teach you everything he knows. Burn these words into your heart. Yes. Women are. Self-censorship activated to avoid divine wrath from whoever gets affected. Section, that's the basics. For a virgin like you, even that should be more than enough. When you get better and want to aim higher, come ask again. That's it for today. What's wrong? You're gross, Annie. Watching his little brother run away with a bright red face, Hafren burst out laughing. After making sure he was gone, Hafren stood from the sofa and walked to the bookshelf in the room. He activated a hidden mechanism to slide the shelf aside, revealing a small office behind it where another man sat. How was he, Aniki? Turned out to be a pretty fun little brother, right? Yeah, from what I heard, he seems way less troublesome than the previous one. Told you. The sharp-eyed man looking over documents raised his face. He wanted a job. Put him under you and teach him paperwork. This is ridiculous. I can't handle it all. At the next king's order, Hafren shrugged with a weary sigh. Chapter 17, Adult World. I dashed straight back to the detached wing of the royal palace. I've run before, but my heart was pounding so hard it wouldn't calm down. Telling me to do something that's shameless with Noi? No way, no way, no way. Absolutely impossible. I'm curious, sure, but I can't do it. Argusta-sama. Are you still not feeling well? Yeah, I'm fine. The maid who greeted me had such a gentle voice. But even maids like her, once they get into bed, knew. I didn't want to know about this adult world. Ignoring their warm, knowing gazes, I bolted away. Section, is something wrong? Just my imagination. I see. Noi, who had been staring into the distance, casually tossed aside a small dragon whose neck she had just snapped. The sun was almost setting. No dragons within sight showed any sign of heading our way. Some are nocturnal, but most dragons can't see well in the dark. As a result, they usually return to their nests at dusk. That should be it for today. Yes. As always, the short vice captain stood on her tiptoes, straining to see farther. I once picked her up and held her overhead a few times to help, but she got mad, so Noi stopped doing that afterward. Then I'll leave the cleanup to the subordinates. You can head home early today. Yes. Is something wrong? Normally, it would be yes followed by immediate preparations to leave, but today she didn't move. Leaving the dragon cleanup entirely to the subordinates, Vice Captain Miss G walked side by side with her superior toward the log cabin. Thanks to the healing blessing, the dragon blood splattered all over Noi, dripped onto the ground drop by drop. It pretty much eliminated the need for a bath, but it didn't clean her clothes or armor. She still needed to change. I did what I was told, but nothing happened. Did I do something wrong? From what I saw today, the captain's husband seems like the quiet type. He does spit venom, though. Venom? Nothing, forget I said that. Noi nodded firmly and forgot about it. That's it. Let's try a different approach tonight. Yes. Miss G smiled inwardly as she shared her wisdom. She wasn't teaching anything extra. It was purely out of a sincere wish for her superior's happy marriage. Her real feelings, she secretly hoped it would crash and burn, leading to divorce so Noi could return to the single life. Being without a partner in singledom is lonely, after all. That Freya who keeps making lovey-dovey faces because she has a fiancé deserves some divine punishment someday. Listen carefully, Captain. Being single is the best. Yes. They had no idea this conversation was being overheard by Hafren's spy. Section, Argusta-sama, Noi-sama has returned. Yeah. She will have dinner first, then take a bath, and we will guide her to the bedroom. Dinner. I lifted my face from the pillow, where I had been pressing it, while chanting banish impure thoughts in my mind. She's supposed to eat at the barracks. I hurried out of the room and checked with the waiting maid. Sure enough, Noi was in the dining hall. Is something wrong? A little worried, my feet naturally carried me there. In the dining hall, she was eating very neatly. Yeah, neatly. How does someone dismantle meat on the bones so elegantly? The large table was piled high with food, and she was silently working her way through it from one end. She's quite the big eater. The amount that would shock even a competitive eater disappeared before my eyes. Then she noticed me. Argusta-sama, I'm back. Welcome home, Noi. Yes. And she went right back to eating. The supply couldn't keep up with the consumption. Incredible speed. I asked the serving maid for a drink and sat across from her. Her mouth never stopped moving. Is she always like this? Yes. She never leaves a single bite of any dish, so the cooks get weirdly fired up yelling, "I'll show you my true skills," and start cooking with extra passion. It sparks a rivalry they can't afford to lose all on its own. I got a cup of hot wine poured for me and sipped it slowly, almost licking the rim. It seems like a popular drink in this world. I would have been fine with water, but water from shallow wells has issues if drunk straight. Boiling makes it safe, so they just heat up wine instead. Watching Noi eat so heartily somehow warms my heart, and it's endlessly entertaining. Something wrong? Nah, just watching. Does it bother you? It's fine. We exchanged that short conversation once, and I kept watching her meal until the cooks finally threw in the towel. Section, then came the second night. I was rolling around on my usual spot on the bed again. Noi would be back soon, and then yesterday's awkward scene would repeat. Tonight, I'm safe. We'll just sleep quietly, begone, impure thoughts planted by that evil godbrother. But knowing about the adult world now is stirring up my little guy. Noi is different. She wouldn't say stuff like Anaki's concubines. Knock knock. We've brought Noi-sama. Yes, come in. She slipped in silently through the smoothly opened door. Tonight too, just underwear and a thin top. But different from yesterday, the lighting. For the wedding night they had lit the room brightly, but now every light was out except the lamp by the bed. This somehow feels even more seductive. Begone, impure thoughts, come on, Noi, don't just stand there. Get in bed. Yes. She won't come unless I call her. There's gotta be some meaning to that, but my thoughts completely froze. I expected her to climb in and lie down like usual, but for some reason, she hugged me instead. Chapter 18, Turn Off the Lamp. En no no noi. Something incredibly soft is pressing against my chest. Don't push it like that. How can something so soft be this assertive? What kind of dangerous weapon is this? Is she muttering something? Hug, press chest against, then. I knew it. More bad advice from someone. That leftover is gonna get it tomorrow. I'll give her the worst punishment ever. Noi, if possible, let go. Close eyes. My brain stopped working. Her lips, slightly pouted, radiated an overwhelming charm. It felt like a black hole had formed, sucking in my heart, my feelings, everything. No, no, hold it back, hold it back. Sure, she's my wife, and it seems like she'd do anything if I asked. That's right. She'd do anything I wanted, but there's no will of her own in it. No emotions, no feelings, nothing. She just accepts and processes things. You can do it, me. I hugged her back with all my strength, suppressing the excitement, desire, and lust. I took deep breaths over and over. Why does Noi smell so sweetly? Calm down, and begone impure thoughts. As I struggled like this, I could almost hear Brother's voice from afar. Just do it already. Way too direct. Noi, open your eyes. Her eyes snapped open. So close. Somehow our faces had gotten way closer without me noticing. Did the vice captain tell you to do this again? Yes. Noi, you don't have to do things like this. It's okay. Her ahoj twitched a little, or so it seemed. Just my imagination? It perked up. That's not okay. Yes. Family, husband, and wife make children. So I will make children too, do reproductive activities. Don't show that stubborn side in such a weird way. I'm probably human. If human, can make children. If no children, not human. If not human, cannot stay where humans live. I see. I've been completely misunderstanding from the very start. I hugged her tighter once more. The girl whose body looks like a normal woman's, but has been crammed full of so many unreasonable things, somewhere in my heart, I'd been seeing her as something different from a human too. She's definitely not like ordinary people. Her actions, thoughts, words, all different. Sorry, Noi. Why? Yeah, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. I don't understand. That's okay. I just want to apologize to you. In the end, I was looking at Noi through colored glasses too. I kept making excuses to keep my distance. Who cares if it's my first time? If I mess up, we can just keep trying until it works. Who cares about her having her own will? She has it inside her. Even if it's different from normal, it's definitely there. So, what am I afraid of? Doing it with someone I don't like? No, that's not it. Because I fell in love with her at first sight. The sight of her ripping a dragon apart and holding the pieces in both hands, somewhere deep down, I thought that's so cool. There's no meaning in being different from normal. I just shouldn't worry about it, Noi. Yes. Could you close your eyes and relax your body a little more? Yes. Following instructions is her choice. Pitying her because she was raised that way is wrong. If she doesn't know something, I can teach her one thing at a time. For the rest of our lives, one by one. I gently adjusted my hold on her and kissed her lips. Did I imagine that tiny tremble from Noi? Noah? Yes. Could you teach me how to turn off the lamp? Yes. In the darkened room, I held her close. Section, when I opened my eyes, Noi's face was right there. Second time, I'd built up some resistance. Good morning, Argustasama. Arg. Close people call me that, so you can too, Noi. Understood, Arg-sama. Yeah, good morning, Noi. Same situation as yesterday, but definitely different in some ways. This morning, she was sitting right on my stomach. Technically using me as a chair, I guess. How about it? Think you can memorize my face. If I do it every day, I will. Maybe if you touch it more, you'll remember better. She tilted her ahoj a little and started patting my face gently. Her fingers were slim, cool, and felt really nice. After letting her touch for a while, her ahoj was standing straight up. Satisfied. Tomorrow too. Yeah, keep at it. She smoothly slid off the bed and naturally came to my side. Is it just wishful thinking, or did our personal space get a little closer? Come on, let's get dressed. Time for your work, Noi. Yes. And me, probably getting another weird lecture. Complaining won't change anything. With the maid's help, we changed and headed to the dining hall. Oh right, Noi, didn't you say you eat at the barracks? Yes, yesterday everyone told me you're married now, so eat with your husband. I see. Then starting today, meals together, just us two. Yes. Her ahoj swayed back and forth. I kinda get it now. Her mood shows up in that part. Even something this small is an important piece of understanding her. I'll keep piling them up little by little from now on. That way, surely, yeah. Chapter 19, Coward. So Arg, in the end, you just hugged Noi all night and slept, right? No excuses. After going that far, why didn't you do it? Coward, no balls, shame on you. I had no choice but to take the one-sided scolding quietly. Today again, I was in brother's office, being questioned about last night. He pressured me with after all the knowledge I gave you, no way you failed, right? So I explained everything honestly and got showered with insults in return. I tried my best, okay. We turned off the lamp. I kissed her while touching her chest. I was all emotional like, ah, boobs really are this soft, when I suddenly heard a maid sneeze outside the room. That flipped the switch and snapped me back to reality. The thought that everything might be overheard made me super embarrassed, so in the end I just hugged her and fell asleep. Growth, right? Huge growth. Shut up, you virgin bastard. Hagwa. Heh, nothing to say back now. My brother stood up, roughly scratching his head like yesterday, and sat across from me. Think of maids as roadside stones, trash in the corner, stains on the bed. No way, impossible. Ca so pathetic. Father would gather the maids on purpose and start right there. What kind of legend is that? And that's how he almost got slashed by mother in anger. Slashed where exactly? Still scratching his head furiously, he let out a breath and chuckled. Well, for me it worked out since I forgot to say something yesterday. Why are you bracing yourself? What I'm about to say is genuinely wise Anu advice. With a father like that, I can't trust his sons at all. He leaned forward a bit and stared right into my face. Listen up, Arg. Embracing a woman isn't just about holding her body. You need the resolve to embrace everything about her and show her how big your heart is. Noi is complicated in many ways, but she's still a normal girl. So, if you're going to hug her, show the resolve to fully accept and take in everything about her. Got it. Yes. Whoa, that was actually really good advice. By the way, my heart still has plenty of room. I could handle another 10 easy. You and your father are both hopelessly disappointing. Give it back, return my emotion right now. Section. So about changing the mansion. Yes. I lunged at him in a fit of emotion, only to get completely wrecked by his counter. Damn it. Too strong. Lying face down on the floor with his foot on my back, I begged for mercy while bringing up the room change request. We both returned to the sofas. He folded his arms, grumbled, then called the maid outside to fetch the blueprints for my mansion. From what I could tell looking at the delivered plans, is this really supposed to be the small version? Master bedroom, several empty rooms for future kids, guest rooms, quarters for maids and other servants. Kitchen, baths, and all sorts of other facilities. It looked about the size of a small school. Where do you want changes? Don't do something stupid like uncle and put a bath in the bedroom. It's steamy in summer and freezing in winter. What kind of pointless luxury is that? Or do you want the bed super wide? There are lots of sad stories about broke nobles who bragged hee. I'll surround myself with women here and died lonely. That's not it. I just hate having maids right outside the room. That again, you're really small-minded. Shut up. If it bothers me, I can't relax, okay? He shrugged with a sigh and pointed at the bedroom area on the blueprint. So what do you want? Can we add a small room for the maids here? With nap beds so too, can always be on duty. Possible, but if you scream, they won't hear. That's where this comes in. Can this country make pipes out of metal? Pipes, iron ones. He's supposed to be knowledgeable about military stuff, but his face looked pretty reluctant. We have copper pipes for fountains, no good. If you have those, copper's better. They have plumbing pipes. I want more everyday knowledge like that. Can you make them about this thin? Yeah, easy. Then run one vertically by the bed like this. Horizontally near the ceiling, route it through here, and into the maid room. Add lids on both ends. Doable. So what is this thing? It's a simple communication device. Called a speaking tube. Make another identical pipe beside it, thread string through one, and attach bells at both ends. When you need them, ring the bell, then speak into the tube without the bell. Your voice carries to the other side. For real. More reliable than a string phone, you know? It was used as a non-electric intercom on ships and widely featured in science museums as a try-it-yourself experiment. My knowledge comes from places like that too. Test it once. If it doesn't work, just use the bell to signal when needed. Fair enough. That level of change won't cause a big fuss even if we do it now. I'll give the orders later. He glanced at the bookshelf while saying that. What's that about? Chapter 20. Cooking is no good. By the way, Ark. Yes. In the world you lived in, is there anything you'd want to spread to this one? Things I'd want to spread, huh? If anything, Noi's underwear situation was tough on the eyes, but last night I kinda got over a lot of that. Plus, I don't even know how to make a bra. Something like this would be convenient or knowledge you want to share. He flashed a nasty grin. Or with this weapon we'd win wars. Nope, instant red flag. Even if I knew something like that, I wouldn't teach it. Oh, why not? Isn't it obvious? If we make and use it here, the other side will want the tech and make something similar. Then we just wipe each other out. Besides, if I'm making anything, it'll be something to help Noi slay dragons more safely. You're surprisingly devoted to the girl you fell for, huh? Saying that with a straight face. Super embarrassing, so I threw a right straight, only to eat a left straight counter. Ouch, can't land a single hit. Stop, I'm strong, you know. He laughed while flexing his arm lightly. Those muscles are insane. 5 concubines wait, question. What? With those 5 concubines, do you handle them all at once? His sleazy laugh was pretty much the answer. Obviously, my heart is big enough to knock out 5 waists at once like it's nothing. I knock them out after dinner too, by the way. It wasn't a metaphor, it was literal. No more. This perverted father-son duo, his smirking face returned to normal. Fine, so you're not planning to spread knowledge from your old world. Tools or stuff I've used, I think I could recreate if I tried, but knowledge is mostly half-remembered. Making weird stuff with fuzzy memories would probably just fail. So, with your current knowledge, what could you definitely make? Getting salt from seawater or something. Even street kids know that. Simple cooking maybe. Royals don't cook. On the battlefield, fine, but if word got out you were doing it in the mansion, the nobles would spread all sorts of nasty rumors. That sounds honestly annoying. Then I don't have any knowledge I can confidently recommend. I see. So just the tube thing from earlier. Yeah. Speaking tubes are basically elementary school science experiment level. Someone might figure it out eventually anyway. My brother nodded thoughtfully, then, for some reason, started laughing again. Lucky you, Arg, being useless. I'd like to question the meaning of those words. Exactly what I said. If you were too smart, it would have been a problem. What does that mean? He chuckled cuckoo and pointed at the huge thing hanging on the wall. Paper with drawings, probably a map. That's the map of this continent. But exactly which areas are which countries isn't accurately known. The technology to make it was destroyed too. Know why? No idea. Countries fought and killed each other to get the technology. Exactly. You said it yourself, right? Any technology the other side has, you want it. In the end, it turns into killing and war. That's why summoning people from other worlds became taboo. Though the great powers probably still do it secretly. If it ever came to light, the remaining countries would form a coalition and crush them with full force. That's actually pretty shocking. In anime and manga, isn't the Isekai cheat guy usually thanked by everyone? If the knowledge I shared was medical techniques. That would be easier to excuse. Just insist it was a lucky accident. But if you created a never-before-seen weapon, how would you explain it? Accident? Who would believe that? This world once advanced greatly thanks to knowledge from other worlds. Then they fought and nearly destroyed each other over it. That's why knowledge from another world is seen as something terrifying, just like Noi. It struck me deep in the heart. If Noi is visible terror, then knowledge from another world, that's invisible terror. And this world has a strong tendency to fear anything terrifying. But that makes sense because they almost wiped themselves out once in the past. I won't go around showing off the knowledge I have. I see. But if this knowledge could save someone, I might use it then. I see. Would someone get angry if I said that? Father might grumble a bit, but Aniki and I won't complain. Then it's probably okay. As for the king, yeah. Is there anything I can help him with using my knowledge? Anyway, your Aniki has a job for you. Phew. You're the one who wanted work. He rummaged through the pile of documents and pulled out a single sheet. Your usual duty will be wrestling with this mountain of paperwork under me. Position-wise, you'll be an apprentice secretary attached to the Royal Guard captain. That sounds super low-level. Don't sweat it, it's just a made-up title. Next is this. What's this? He placed it on the center table between our sofas. It was another sheet. The contents were house name application. Exactly. Decide the name for your branch family house. Question. What? I still don't really get the point of becoming a branch family. He nodded lightly and grinned. If you want to be forced to take wives besides Noi, staying a prince is fine too. Okay, let me think about it. Why is that even an option? Chapter 21, Lalakin. You really come up with all sorts of troublesome ideas, don't you? Can't be helped, I'm your tutor. In a way, I'm an excellent teacher, right? The best possible example of what not to be. It was on the desk somewhere. Found it. Quill pens actually exist. Why would staying a prince force me to take wives besides Noi? Simple, it's about status difference. Status? You're a prince, Noi is a knight. There's actually a huge wall between those two. Yes, what is it? Like I'd know, idiot, just explain already. And where's the ink? Answer me. Nothing comes to mind. You're hopeless, the answer is nobles. Nobles? Yes, nobles have 3 ranks, lesser, middle, greater. The royal family can only take someone from at least lesser nobility as the legal wife. Found it. Why is the ink bottle buried under documents? Total proof he's not working, right? Noi is a knight. As a prince, you can't make her your legal wife. Then what is Noi right now? Just a wife. To the nobles, generals, and foreign ambassadors, at best a concubine. Most probably see her as a mistress. No way. I'm making Noi my legal wife. Then become the head of a branch family. If you give up prince status, even a knight can be your legal wife. Let's do that. I'm a little jealous you can decide that without hesitation. Why? Isn't the legal wife the first one you choose normally? Oh right, the idiot in front of me has 5 concubines. Neither Aniki nor I get to choose our marriage partners. Really? Yeah, Aniki is 24 this year. Want to guess how many legal wives he has? No idea, and I haven't even met him. He was at your wedding, sitting next to me. Then I definitely don't remember. That day I was completely overwhelmed. First write the applicant's name, right? Anyway, Aniki's legal wife is 12 this year. My hand holding the quill froze. Did he just say how old? Is he into that kind of thing? No weird noble pervert tastes. It's political marriage. But still, is that even possible? Not impossible. Plenty of guys prefer girls that age, but for a prince, it's a bit much. Right. If the Nixan I haven't met is a Lalakin, yeah. I'd rather avoid meeting him as much as possible. By the way, his concubines are 11, 10, and 8. People must think he has that hobby, right? It only feels like harassment. But this is politics. Politically arranged Lalakin, basically. Kids can be made once they reach that age, but Aniki would already be pretty old by then. And when the child grows up, by the time they turn 15 and become adults, he'd be close to retirement. Worst case, he might even be dead. Then they'd send powerful people from the wife's family as regents. It's basically a smooth takeover. Ugh, that kind of thing really happens. It's all over the place. That's this world for you. No thanks, I just want a peaceful life. All right, done. I'll check with Noi later and settle on the house name. That was fast. Was it? As your brother, I'm thrilled to have a little bro I can dump this mountain of paperwork on. Hello. Even if you stop being a prince, you're still royalty. Your signature approves everything. Now I can finally go on that provincial inspection I've been putting off. Time to work. He stood up, swinging his arms happily. Way too suspicious. Your real motive. Patrolling the provinces, you know. Patrolling the provinces to look for a wife. Another concubine. Nah, legal wife this time. Planning to pick from powerful noble daughters. Why? He flopped heavily onto the opposite sofa and stared right at me. I'm not into being stared at by guys, okay? Continuing from earlier. Aniki has no intention of ever making children. Huh? No matter who the partner is, making kids causes problems. So just don't make any. But wouldn't that? Yeah, if he sleeps with his legal wife or concubines and still no kids, it becomes an issue. But if he does sleep with them and still nothing happens, then it can't be helped, right? It's just bad luck if it doesn't work even when you try. But the odds are luck-based, right? Normally, yeah. Huh? This world has drugs that kill the seed, or surgical ways to cut it off. We look like we're just goofing around every day, but we're that serious about protecting the country. Keep that in mind. Yes, I could never imagine that kind of resolve from his usual behavior. Wait, but isn't that about the heir, the eldest son? Yeah, I'll take a powerful noble's daughter as legal wife and start making kids right away. Concubines will probably come from other countries, royalty. So the successor comes from your son. That's how it goes. All these deceptions get tiring. He shrugged with a weary sigh and stood up again. Arg. You just do your original job properly. That alone helps us a lot. I don't care about your convenience. Well, guess I'll tackle this mountain of paperwork for now. I just want to live a perfectly ordinary life with Noi. Chapter 22, Together in the Bath. Noi. What exactly did they teach you today? I ended my first battle against the mountain of paperwork early due to time running out and headed home, only to find Noi had returned before me. I thought I'd take a bath before dinner, but first I wanted to greet my wife properly, so I went to the bedroom. Sure enough, that leftover Miss G had planted some new ideas in her head again. When I opened the door to our bedroom, she was waiting in a loose bathrobe-like garment. Ah, come on. After all those long talks and work, I completely forgot. Tomorrow I'm definitely complaining to that leftover. Arg-sama. Yeah. Bath. Yeah. Together. Yeah. What did she just say? Together in the bath with me. Is that right? W8. That's way too soon, right? No good. I even turned down the maid's "shall I wash your back" offers. Bathing together with Noi, just imagining it is making me want to go in. Husbands and wives bathe together. It's normal. That tiny idiot. No, the other one. It was Freya-san, right? She's back already. Pretty quick return. If husband and wife bathe together, normal. Noi, you're too close. She stepped forward boldly, pressing in until I felt overwhelmed. Bathing together is normal. Fine, we'll go in. Together. Her expressionless face backed me all the way to the wall. She's strangely fixated on normal today. Did something happen? Whatever. If I stay careful and hold back, it should be fine. Then Noi grabbed my hand. Her fingers are still so slim and cool. Go together. Holding hands, I think. You're remembering vaguely. But for today's Noi, that's actually pretty good recall. I wish she wouldn't fill her limited memory with weird stuff, though. Wait just a sec, I'll get ready. Together, holding hands. That's why I said wait, it's coming off. My arm's gonna pop out of the socket. We walked hand in hand to the bathhouse. I silently thanked the gods that my shoulder survived being dragged the whole way. Section. I quickly stripped and headed into the bathing area. Noi, with her long hair, was still struggling to wrap it in a cloth and hadn't come in yet. This is my chance. First, rinse off lightly with hot water, then wait for her in the tub. In the water, even if my little guy misbehaves, no one will notice. Big baths really are nice. The lamps placed in wall niches give off such a romantic, elegant glow. Perfect atmosphere. How do they even heat this much water? That kind of everyday knowledge is probably what I need first. Politics and economics can wait. I stretched out lazily in the tub, spreading my whole body wide when I heard faint voices. Curious, I looked over, and through the white steam, a pale silhouette appeared clearly. Bah. And naked. She's completely naked. And she's walking straight toward me without trying to cover anything at all. Danger. Total naked ambush. My little guy is already acting up. Emergency dive. I sank to the bottom of the tub just as she slipped in gracefully under the pouring hot water. Without hesitation, she came right to my side and leaned in close. Her chest, those soft breasts pressed gently against my arm. So warm, so incredibly soft, molding perfectly against me with every tiny movement. Stay like this forever without a word. Some new kind of torture. I'm gonna die of happiness. Noi-san. Noa. Noi. They told me to decide on a house name. House name? Yeah. You know, since we got married, and I'm stepping down as prince to become head of a branch family, we need a new family name. So I thought I'd ask if there's anything you'd like. Her ahoj was hidden under the cloth, so I couldn't tell her mood at all. But her face, faintly flushed from the hot water, looked unbelievably seductive. Dragon. A name good for defeating dragons. Yeah, got it. If that's what she wants, I'll make it happen. Others might see it as her being bound by it. But even so, that's her own wish. Arg-sama. What? Am I human, monster, goddess? People in armor or pretty clothes say monster. People in town say goddess. But I'm probably human. I think I'm human. Then Noi is human. Really? Yeah, Noi is human. And my wife. Wife? That's right, we're husband and wife, a family, aren't we? Her face moved up and down in a tiny nod. So Noi is my wife. So embarrassing. My face feels like it's on fire. But hang in there, me. This is probably an important moment. What is Arg-sama? I'm Noi's husband. Husband? Exactly. Who's Ban-sama? If you like that better, go for it. She mumbled it in her mouth a few times, then closed her lips and hugged my arm tightly. And there go those soft breasts again. Definitely squished right against me. Ahaha, Noi, we should wash your body and hair. Yes. Released from her hold, she turned her back to me and stepped out of the tub. That perfectly shaped butt might be the first time I've ever seen one like it. She sat down on the floor with a soft plop and called a maid without hesitation to wash her. Wait, doesn't this mean I can't get out of the tub now? Ahaha. I totally messed up. As expected, I got dizzy from the heat and sank to the bottom of the tub. Chapter 23, Lap Pillow. That unique, indescribable feeling when you wake up. Even after your mind clears, you're too lazy to open your eyes, so you deliberately nuzzle deeper into the pillow, rubbing your head against it. You know it's pointless resistance, but still. Savoring that half-asleep daze feels like a little luxury. Wait, something's off today. The pillow is higher than usual. I reached out to stroke it and confirmed it's definitely not a pillow. If I open my eyes now, Noi will probably be peering down at me like always, which means this smooth, warm pillow might be. I snapped my eyes open, and sure enough, Noi's face was there, but upside down compared to normal. She gazed down at me with her usual blank expression, while her right hand moved steadily, sending a gentle breeze through my hair. Did you think I'd freak out over a simple lap pillow from my wife? I've grown day by day, Yuo. I boldly pulled my hand out from where it had somehow ended up buried deep in her precious private zone. Don't let out a soft NN and tremble like that. That unexpected reaction totally caught me off guard. I bolted upright, only for her hand to gently but firmly push me right back down. No way I can win. She's the continent's top dragon slayer, after all. Arg-sama. Are you okay? Totally fine, totally fine. In fact, I'm feeling all sorts of energetic. Good. What happened to me? The faint memory lingering was of sinking into the tub. You sank. I see. Super straightforward explanation. So the maids probably fished me out and carried me back to the bedroom. They definitely saw me completely naked. So embarrassing. Should I not have said together? Arg-sama sank. Is together bad? No, Noi. Really? Yeah. Her face should be the usual blank expression, but somehow I felt a faint sadness coming from her. Not just my imagination, I just got too excited bathing with Noi. I should have gotten out a bit sooner. It's not your fault. If you're okay with it, let's take a bath together again sometime. Yes. Her ahoj, which had been limp and lifeless, perked up just a little. What kind of mechanism is that? I reached out and touched it. Yeah, just normal hair. Did that hurt? No, it's fine. In the end, I was stroking her head. Her silky, smooth hair felt so nice. Mind if I keep going a bit longer? As I kept petting, Noi let out soft little breaths. Is the ahoj actually a sensitive spot? No way, right? It felt rude to keep stroking forever, so I lowered my hand and rested my head on her thigh again. My body still felt a bit heavy, but I think I can move. Noi. Yes. Dinner? Not yet. Of course, she could have eaten without me while I was passed out on the bed. Where did she even learn about lap pillows? The maids taught me. They said Arg-sama would definitely love it. Nice one, maids. I'll sneak you some sweets later as thanks. You don't hate this. I love it. I can see Noi's face really well. Especially the soft, full view peeking through her thin top. Absolutely perfect. Burning it into my soul. Anyway, I'm starving. Noi, let's go eat. Arg-sama, are you sure you're okay? Totally fine, totally fine. Honestly, my stomach is churning, and I feel queasy. But if I don't go, she definitely won't eat either. The way she silently devours that huge amount means her calorie burn must be insane, or maybe terrible fuel efficiency. Either way, I can't let her stay hungry. Borrowing her hand for support, we headed to the dining hall together. Walking side by side, her steps somehow felt a tiny bit lighter. Section. Funny Got something to say, leftover. I pinched and pulled her mochi-soft cheeks with all my might, and tears started pouring from Miss G's eyes. That's not it, I only want the captain's happiness. If you tell the truth right now, I'll stop the punishment here. Married people should all just be miserable. I looked at the idiot tied to the pillar, puffing out her flat chest proudly. Yeah, totally guilty. Nua, what is that? A potato I got from the cooks. Apparently if you rub the white part on skin, it gets super itchy. Don't rub it under my eyes, how it itches. It really itches. I left her thrashing around just like that. It's supposed to be good for beautiful skin, even if it itches like crazy. I sat facing my brother, who was watching her with an exasperated look. Nice hobby you've got. I'd love to give her an even harsher punishment, if I could. She's always feeding Noi weird ideas. It's cute, so I let it slide, but what if she tried it on someone else? Harsher punishment, how about splitting her legs with a horse? Knew if it was horse-sized I could maybe handle it, but full horsepower tearing me apart? You monster. You've got energy, give me that potato. I'll smear it on your back. Are you brothers both demons? You're corrupting a prince's wife. Normally your head would roll and you couldn't complain. Bring it on, I'm actually starting to feel kinda good. My exasperated brother tossed the potato right into her underwear. Straight into a girl's precious private zone, this guy is pure evil. Chapter 24, Let's skip work. Playing with that idiot is fun, but it just wastes time. As expected, tossing it in her underwear was a bit much, Miss G, who had been rubbing her thighs together desperately, suddenly shuddered all over, then went completely limp and stopped moving. I left the cleanup to the maids. They carried her away reluctantly, like hauling trash. Whatever. That type always bounces back on their own after a while, so this is fine. Yes. Augusta von Dragonknight and Noi von Dragonknight. House name Dragonknight, right? Yeah. He flapped the submitted house name application paper at me. Meaning of the name. Something that sounds like it could slay dragons. Noi's wish. Yes. You're totally head over heels. Stop it. It's true, so I won't deny it. Honestly, I was worried you'd overthink it forever and never submit. This works for me. Really? The procedures are a pain. We have to remove your name from the family tree and make a new one. Sorry for the trouble. I know he's not the one doing it, though. No resistance to bowing my head when someone's trying to make me feel indebted. No real rush on anything else, what now? Staring contest with the paperwork mountain. So serious, is work that fun? Whose work is it? Hey, if you're a man, don't sweat the small stuff. Wait, why am I suddenly the petty one? He stared blankly at the ceiling, then slapped his knee with a smack. All right, let's go. Where? I'll kinda explain magic to you. The kinda bothered me, but I'm actually interested. Section, here we are. What's wrong, Arg? We dismounted from the two-person horse and I sneaked off toward the bushes. I'm never riding with this guy again. Too much bouncing. What's wrong, so slappy? If you're a man, you gotta handle wild women and wild horses. That's the point. Exactly, especially wild horses, they get going and don't stop nicely. You keep getting bounced up and down and it feels so good. Wait, hey. Why are you all lifting me up? That's the trash dump over there. While I wiped my mouth, the heavily armored guys dealt with the idiot. She'd revived and gotten ahead somehow, high performance in the most useless ways. From the group of bulky armored people, a woman stepped forward. She wore armor too, but light leather type. Hafren-sama, can't we do something about Miss G? Give up, just keep training Luthard. She's supposed to be my successor, right? Work properly until your boyfriend graduates. Mo, the person chatting casually with my brother, was a woman with golden hair reaching down her back. She turned fully toward me with a swirl, more cute than beautiful. Long time no see, Argusta-sama. I think it's been 5 years since we last met directly. Hello, long time no see. Don't give me that suspicious look. And why are you laughing over there? You shitty Anarchy. Sorry, Freya. When he had that serious illness, the ceremonial magic used left him with memory problems. I see, my apologies. No, don't worry about it. A setting I don't know about. Memory problems? Kinda cool, actually. I slipped over to my idiot Anarchy's side while Freya was distracted. I wanted to punch that smirking profile with everything I had. Before your wedding with Noi, you supposedly had a grave illness and hovered between life and death. The court mages used massive ceremonial magic to save you. All your weird behavior gets blamed on memory issues, so go ahead and embarrass yourself to the fullest. All right. Time to punch him. He blocked it perfectly and countered with a solid hit. Freya, where's Noi? Yes, she was eating a moment ago, but the second she spotted a dragon in the eastern sky, she dashed off. Both my brother and Freya-san turned to me with utterly exasperated looks. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Look, with your efforts, can't you do something about Noi's reflex to chase every dragon she sees? It would really help if she could hold back just a little longer. How about we pin our hopes on future growth? Why such deep sighs? Noi's obsession with dragons probably isn't going away anytime soon. Section. After that, we met Noi's subordinates. Every single one was a burly man in thick iron armor. They're useful enough against humans, but against dragons, they're only good for carrying corpses. Give it back, my excitement. Exactly. These guys are all on Freya's side and always ignore me. Let me finish. With practiced ease, the subordinates hauled the idiot away. People like her really recover way too fast. By the way, you're hi, Hafren-sama. Why are you visiting us today? Freya-san corrected herself because there are 2 highnesses here. I forget it a lot, but technically I'm still a prince. This idiot even forgot about magic. And the only place near the capital where you can safely show magic is here, right? Yes, but inside the capital, Noi can't use magic on anything except dragons. If she did, those noble idiots would start complaining about who knows what. I'm technically the daughter of a greater noble, so that stings a little. I'm a lesser noble too, stop it. Just a bit more. Can't we just use that idiot as dragon bait or something? Chapter 25. Let's watch some magic. Normally, if we wanted to show something really magical, the captain would be much clearer and better. But she's not around right now. Freya-san called one of her subordinates over, and for some reason they brought back 2 logs. Why are things like that even here? We usually use them for archery practice. If it's Lut, she prefers moving target. That kid's bow is in a class of its own. She doesn't need practice at all. Right now, we're having her split firewood and do chores to build strength. Someone's name I don't know popped up. Who's Lut? An apprentice knight who mostly cleans up after Miss G right now. That sounds like a really tough job. Yes. I already felt sorry for someone I've never met. Anyway, these logs, well, both are completely ordinary. Want to check? No, I'm good. Then Hafren-sama, please slice that one cleanly. What a pain. My brother lazily drew the sword at his waist, and with a casual here swung it sideways, neatly cutting the log in half. Good enough. As impressive as always. I think I'll give up on punching him. I picked the wrong guy to fight. As you can see, a normal log gets cut like this. Even if you say it like a shopping channel host, I'm pretty sure normal people couldn't do that. Now I'll use magic on the remaining log. She whispered something under her breath, and her right hand glowed faintly. When she touched the log, the wood itself started glowing softly too. Hafren-sama, if you please. Yeah. His sword flashed. The log got knocked away and rolled across the ground. The soldiers quickly retrieved it. It wasn't cut at all. This log had my magic reinforce cast on it. The defense was strengthened, so it couldn't be sliced. Wow. Did you understand? Yeah. I thought magic would be flashier, but this is still pretty amazing. So what happens if you use that reinforce on a weapon? Yes, it increases hardness, so the weapon becomes very hard to break. I see. That's awesome. If we had this, I noticed my idiot Anarchy grinning at me and quickly shook my head. Saying something weird could cause big trouble. No flaunting earth knowledge. So, what kind of magic does my wife use? The captain's magic is. Why hesitate? Why look at my brother like you need help? Why can't you say your superior's magic? That's probably magic. My brother's attempt to bail Freya-san out was already sinking fast. Probably magic. What does that even mean? There are two ways to use magic. Chant a spell to activate it. What Freya did earlier is that type. The other is writing circle spells to trigger. Engrave magic patterns on platinum plates. The one used for your treatment was this kind. Called large-scale ceremonial magic, done jointly by multiple mages. As for Noi, hers doesn't fit either. Then it's not magic. No, it's classified as magic. The premise is that magic uses something called magic power. Truth is, magic power is a mysterious force without fixed shape. It can become anything, which is why magic activates. In Noi's case, she attacks directly with the magic power itself. For some reason, a bad feeling crept in. In other words, Noi gathers magic power in her hands and punches dragons down. Sometimes she pulls it from inside her body, forms pure lumps of magic power, and hurls them for massive destruction spells. My brother scratched his head roughly. She beats dragons without using spells, just raw magic power. That's why the nobles and generals fear and hate her barbaric, incomprehensible fighting style. I see, that's why Noi always tears dragons apart with her hands. Her own two hands, her whole body is the ultimate weapon. Don't casually ask Noi to show me some magic, okay? I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry about my wife. No, it's fine. I'd just be happy if you could do something about it, even a little. My brother patted my shoulder lightly. I bowed to Freya-san too, who was giving a polite smile. The idiot crawling toward us on the ground got picked up without hesitation by the subordinates and carried away. By the way, the air feels kinda weird since earlier. Yes, coming from the west. Whose voice but Freya-san reacted instantly. Everyone assemble. Enemy dragons approaching from the west. Her voice, sharp and clear unlike our earlier chat, rang through the area. Come on, useless, stay by me. Nei-san, you be useless against dragons too, right? Even without Noi, this country's heavy infantry is strong. The subordinates who had been carrying the idiot all readied long spears and shields, facing west. A winged, snake-like creature slipped through the trees and burst out. Watch closely. This is real combat. I swallowed hard without thinking and stared intently. Several shields met the charging dragon head-on, while the rest thrust their long spears. The skin must be tough, the spear tips didn't pierce. Even so, they blocked attacks with shields and kept thrusting spears. I could clearly see the dragon's motivation fading bit by bit. After a while, it flapped its wings hard and rose into the sky. It glanced at us a few times, shook its head, then wobbled off unsteadily toward somewhere else. Chapter 26, like an angry cat. How was that, little brother? Give me your honest thoughts. Something amazing, huh? Show a little more vocabulary. I don't know, amazing things are just amazing, what else can I say? The subordinates who drove off the dragon were checking each other for injuries. Wait, they don't use magic for healing wounds. Healing magic. That needs massive magic power, so it's impossible without preparing a large-scale array. Why? That's, what was it again, Freya? Don't just dump it on her. Freya-san, suddenly called on, hurried over looking flustered. On this continent, the only person who might be able to use healing magic individually is probably the captain. It requires an enormous amount of magic power anyway. The reason it needs so much is, magic power isn't suited for healing in the first place. As the saying goes, it's a force without fixed shape, basically meant for hurting others. So, when used for healing, multiple layers of formulas must be woven to carefully prevent harm before applying it. Thank you for the explanation. Not at all, I'll get back to work. She bowed politely and returned to her duties. The tiny leftover idiot was walking around normally, checking on the subordinates too. Looks like she's working. Convinced. More like I get the logic. That's enough, don't think deeper than that. That's why everyone accepts the story that my memory got messed up from the large-scale array, used for my serious illness. They understand how dangerous it is, only someone with that much power could do it individually. Suddenly, I got blasted away with incredible force and rolled across the ground. Ouch, ouch, feels like I scraped everywhere. Only my idiot Aniki would do something like this. I jumped up in anger and saw him flying through the air after taking a hit. He dragged his back across the ground with a rough scrape, but his eyes stayed locked on one spot as he readied his sword. At the end of his gaze was a creature like a two-legged dinosaur without wings. That's a dragon too. Even seeing it for the first time, I somehow knew. Dragons come in all kinds of shapes. The dragon let out a shrill quee roar and charged straight at my brother. He twisted his body, rolled across the ground to dodge by a hair, then sprang up using the momentum. There should be a fence. That type sometimes jumps over them. My brother fell silent after the idiot's retort. Hey, don't throw rocks like a kid just because someone pointed out your mistake. Everyone, surround it and deal with it. When it gets tired, open a gap in one direction and let it escape. Got it. The subordinates moved without hesitation at Miss G's orders. That girl, she's not just claiming to be a knight. She really is one. I somehow managed to stand up too, then suddenly sensed it and looked behind me. An indescribable, warm, heavy air. Wrapped in that air, slipping between the trees, was the snake-like dragon we drove off earlier. I couldn't see it from the shadows. The excuse arrived before the warning. It's definitely on a direct collision course. They say everything slows down the moment a human is about to die. I could clearly see each wriggling scale on the dragon. It doesn't need to open its mouth that wide. I can see every tiny fang. Getting chomped by those would hurt like crazy. Last time I died, it was carbon monoxide poisoning while asleep, so I don't remember much. But pain is bad. Suffering is bad, more than anything. Not being able to see her again would be the worst. The dragon's jaws snapped shut with a loud clack. Section, wait, it doesn't hurt. Whoa, right in front of me was the dragon, definitely there, mouth closed, hovering in midair. But the scariest part was Noi gripping its tail tightly. Wait, am I imagining it, or is her ahoj puffed up like an angry cat's tail? Cold sweat wouldn't stop. I had no idea why, but this felt seriously bad. Words stuck in my throat, but squeeze them out. Everyone get down. I yelled while throwing myself to the ground. Then something totally indescribable happened. Yeah, how do I even describe it? Like swinging a towel with one arm at full power. Normally, that wouldn't peel skin off a living creature, right? She switched to the next target. Whoa, full power head slam into the ground, followed by a soccer kick. Squish, minced meat ready. With flowing, graceful movements, Noi turned both dragons into something that definitely needed mosaics. She spun around toward me. Arg-sama, are you okay? Yeah, thank you. She stepped closer with soft patters, then tilted her head slightly toward me. What? If this is a headbutt, my face would shatter in one hit. Height-wise, this may be. I reached out and gently stroked her head. After a while, she let out a soft breath, looking quietly satisfied. Her ahoj swayed happily back and forth, clearly in a great mood. But everyone around us, why are they staring at this married couple's affection like they just saw a horror movie? At the very least, thanks to Noi, I'm alive right now. Thank you, Noi. If head pats make her this happy, it's the cheapest reward ever. I've petted dozens, hundreds of stray cats. I'll show her my serious skills. Chapter 27, Petted, I'm completely satisfied. I gave Noi's head my full-powered petting treatment. I'd love to keep going longer, but she's on duty. Her ahoj swayed happily back and forth, so that should be enough. Come on, Noi. Time to get back to work. Yes. If you finish early today, I'll give you lots more pets later. If that makes her happy, it's worth it. But sometimes people say things casually, and it turns into a huge mistake, right? The words I just said were exactly that. Will you pet me? Yeah. If I finish early. Yeah. Her eyes sparkled with serious determination. The fading afterimage of Noi, that was a residual image. She vanished at a speed no one could follow. Senpai the captain's moving too fast to track. A complaint echoed from far away. The subordinates, who had been recovering from the dragon attack, were completely left behind by the sudden development. Even the person involved couldn't keep up. You trying to destroy the country. Why me? My brother, getting treatment for his back scrapes, scratched his head in disbelief. I've never seen Noi that motivated. Probably. Boom. The ground shook and dust rose in the distance. See. Is Noi doing that? Boom. Twice the dust cloud this time. What now? The land's gonna deform before the dragons even run away. Erahata. When in doubt, just laugh. I never imagined this would happen. Time to get advice from the people who have known Noi longest. I turned to the vice captains, only to see Freya pinning the thrashing idiot down. Knew that happy captain isn't the captain I know. I'll remind her of the joys of being single. Enough already, isn't happy better? How I want to see him soon too, eek, so embarrassing. What kind of imagination lets someone blush while stepping on a colleague? More importantly, is Freya-san really that kind of character? Honestly, it doesn't suit her at all. So what now? All right, got it. Can we head home early today? Don't run from reality. No, together. That's the only option, right? Then wait a little longer. Once the dragons are out of noise sight, they'll be far away. Until sunset, they probably won't come back this way. My brother folded his arms and stared at the distant dust clouds too. Sorry about all this. By the way, why do we only protect the capital? Don't we defend the other towns in the country? That's it. For some reason, dragons have a habit of eating their own kind's corpses. It's said consuming that flesh and blood makes them stronger. When Noi is in the capital piling up bodies, they swarm here like moths to flame. In the end, fighting them in the capital keeps damage to other towns lower. It's efficient, sure, though the nobles living in the capital hate it. There are 4 dragon hunting grounds total in the capital. Or rather, places where Noi dumps the bodies after hunting. You went to one with father once, right? Yeah. That's the day I first met Noi-san, after all. She basically rotates through those 4 depending on the day, but mostly it's whatever Noi feels like. Or rather, somehow teach her to go in proper order. Isn't that Miss G's job? Gave up. Useless idiot. Even now, she's looking blissful getting her back, stepped on by Freya-san. That's why Noi's squad operates mainly around here. If something happens, come here and you'll know where she is. You can tell. My brother grinned smugly and pointed behind him. There were 2 cabins, typical log cabins made of logs. What's in there? One is for women to change clothes and such. And what exactly do you expect from me knowing that? By the way, peeking here is absolutely impossible. That's the secret to always knowing where Noi is. Really? Attention. The idiot prince's voice drew every gaze. Anyone in here who tried peeking at superiors changing and saw hell, raise your hand honestly. Everyone except me raised their hand. Even you, Aniki. Men really are, I'll only show my naked body to him. If you're gonna peek anyway, just confess and breed me full force. Nuo, Freya, don't twist your toes in. The vice captains were blushing. Let's go with that. So why can't anyone peek? It's an important state secret of this country. Only those punished for peeking get told the secret. Among the royal family, only father and I. Good thing the eldest is serious. But that guy has lollican suspicions. Miss G is fake lowly, though. Argusta-sama is looking at me like I'm a bug. My eyes gave away my thoughts, so wanna peek. I won't peek. No one's even changing right now. Peeking an empty room would just make me a total creep. A pervert panting over an empty room. Maybe brain-filling and all sorts of things. By the way, Lut's inside. Lut's usually half naked. A 14-year-old with bigger boobs, then the captain is unforgivable. The double idiot comment caught my interest, but I have Noi, so I'm good. If it's her, I could ask to see her naked. No, that's not it. Chapter 28. Really, my wife. So magic or something. No idea what half-naked means, though. Nope. Ah, wrong, then a blessing. That would explain the secrecy. You're surprisingly sharp. My brother slapped my back hard. I winced. The scrapes from sliding on the ground actually hurt. What? Injured. Maybe scraped. Let me see a little blood seeping out. Someone, ointment. Coming. Where did that leftover pull it from? What's that look for? This is horse oil. It works on anything. No, the chest part of women's armor bulges out. Makes sense. Yuga, extra consideration for such a tiny armor is infuriating. Keeping medicine in the lining is smart. Yeah. I took off my top and turned my back to the idiot. Ever heard of height difference? Ever heard of standing on tiptoes? Ever heard of consideration? I counter with status. Miss G fell silent in total defeat. Complete victory. Surprisingly slim, cool fingers spread ointment on my back. Wait. Something about the arm position, the finger angle feels off. How can someone on tiptoes reach from above? I whipped around, and the leftover was passionately kissing the ground. Turned on by dirt. What kind of fetish is that? I just got suddenly stepped on and used as a stool. She spat out sand with a pay while fuming. Wait a second, that definitely means. Why'd you let her get away? Unreasonable to the person being stepped on. But that's the amazing part about perverts, right? Noi suddenly appeared, spread ointment on your back, then vanished. Catch her next time. Don't ask the impossible. My brother laughed in exasperation, which really annoyed me. By the way, why did she come to apply the ointment? Could it be? To thank her for the ointment, she wants head pats later. You're sharp but dense. Fine, think whatever you want. What's that supposed to mean? So rude. If it's wrong, just say so. Don't smirk like that. I put my clothes back on and watched the rising dust clouds. They had moved quite far away. About time. A little longer. Waiting is boring though. Then ask Freya about magic. Dumping it on her. Ask the expert about expertise. Despite the sudden pass-off, Freya-san answered with a smile. The corners of her mouth twitched just a tiny bit though. Can anyone use magic? Anyone with magic power can. Can you check if someone has it? Yes, but it's mostly hereditary. If one parent has the aptitude, the chance is high. She answered while casually giving orders to her subordinates. The leftover was efficiently preparing to head back. Hereditary aptitude, I wouldn't know about my parents. Neither Father Anarchy, nor I can use magic. Conversation over, but I think your mother had the aptitude, don't know details though. Mother, now that you mention it, there was someone like that, but I've never even met her. She was a concubine, right? Yeah, currently recovering from illness at her family home. Why didn't you say so? Then I could visit at least once, but I'm not the real me inside. My brother suddenly put me in a headlock, serious face and all. Don't go visit. Why? The illness is a lie. I told you before, right? The whole family was executed on suspicion of rebellion. The original you was incited by your mother and her family to have too much ambition. Anarchy set it up, I carried it out. I see. Released, I caught my breath. What's with all these shady things happening behind the scenes? Well, we'll check your magic power later. It'd be nice if I could get a blessing on the side too. Save the sleep talk for bed, you idiot little brother. Just sarcasm, idiot brother. There's a way to check for blessings too. Same method as checking magic power. Freya-san answered everything while handling work one-handed. She was probably just replying automatically to whatever she heard. By the way, is the usual Freya-san the aggressive type, or passive? Aggressive, I push him down on the bed and what are you making me say? Arg-sama. For some reason, everyone clapped and cheered. The loudest were the double idiots. Moo. Everyone, get back to work. Her face bright red with anger was pretty cute. If only Noi could show expressions like this, no? I'll be the one to bring expressions back to her. So, aggressive Freya-san. Arg-sama. Just kidding. Magic is array, and what was the other? Moo, magic is broadly divided into array and standard. Array needs weapons or magic tools, so I'll skip explaining that here. Standard splits into 3. First is reinforce. The magic I usually use. Second is release. Shooting magic to attack. Third is create. Making creatures or dolls with magic and controlling them. Wait, then. What about summoning magic? That's the captain's trump card. She uses it relatively easily, but that's Isekai magic. Isekai magic. Yes, there's also Isekai summoning in the same category. It exists. Back then they summoned tons of people from other worlds after all. Both are secret arts. In this country, only the captain's summoning exists. Then other countries might have different ones. I think so, but the only country openly using or showing them is ours. I quietly bowed my head at her exasperated words. My wife really causes nothing but trouble. I didn't know, but I'm truly sorry. Chapter 29, Heading Home Together. I think that's enough magic knowledge for now. Whether I can use it or not, we can check later. Right. Just clear up one doubt from earlier. What are array spells? Yes, they're magic activated by flowing magic power into patterns engraved on platinum plates. They can be used repeatedly, but only the engraved spell works. In our country, they're only produced at the Magic Academy. Only those with a certain level of magic power and knowledge can enroll. So you study array spells there? Yes. I thought if it's a school, maybe I could learn, but seems pretty impossible. Freya-san's cheeks are oddly red as she answers. Behind her, the faint idiot is spitting on the ground. What's that about? By the way, Freya's boyfriend is a student there right now, apparently doing really well. Moo. Hafrin-sama. She cupped her hands under her chin and swayed shyly, total love-struck maiden mode. I don't know Freya-san's age, but it really doesn't suit her. I'll ask the leftover who just started punching a tree later. Enough already, Arg. You can go home. Really? Yeah, I'm getting bored too. The way he cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders made bored feel very real. The problem is, what should I do? Call her and she'll come, right? Don't treat my wife like a dog. No better ideas, though. Fine, worth a shot. Noi, we're going home. I called casually to hide the embarrassment. Going home. If it were Noi, she could probably use buncheons or something. More importantly, how did she appear without even stirring the air? Thinking about it might give me a headache, so I gave up. Yeah, home. Understood. Wait. Noi, you can come home too. She blurred like a statue, trying to dash off somewhere, only to reappear right in front of me again. Just how much does she want head pats? Together. Yeah. Understood. She glanced down at her own hands first, then at her clothes. Trying not to notice, but yeah, covered in dragon blood splatter. She spun around and marched straight toward the log cabin. Those drops of blood falling along the way, is that some blessing or something? Without knocking, she flung the door open. Changing. Wait, Captain. At least the top, Kaya. A half-naked girl got tossed out of the cabin. Yeah, huge. A powerhouse on Nikkei-Dusan's level in a place like this? Every single person there turned their eyes to the cabin entrance. Captain. At least let me put on a top. The girl pounding desperately on the closed door was on the verge of real tears. Blue hair in a bob cut, but massive chest. Definitely big-breasted. She hammered the door with one hand while trying to cover herself with the other arm, but everything was spilling over anyway. For some reason, Miss G and Freya-san were touching their own chests over their armor and shaking their heads. Freya-san has a decent amount, I think. Miss G, well, hope she meets someone with that taste. Section. After basking in the warm gazes of all the men present for a while, the door finally cracked open. She darted inside and vanished. In her place, Noi stepped out. She had changed back into the simple dress-like outfit from this morning. Plain fabric, but on a beauty like her, it looked like high-end designer wear. Weird how that works. My clothes are top-tier royal exclusives, though. Going home together. Yeah, together. Her ahoj tilted with a cute little jerk. She went over to Freya-san, asked something, and when the idiot tried to join the conversation, Freya-san kicked her away. Going home together. Arm in arm. There it is. Without hesitation, she slipped her arm through mine. No bra again. Ever since coming to this world, I feel like I've developed a real appreciation for boobs. Arm in arm itself is fine, but those curious stares from everyone are painful. Especially my brother's smirking face after openly ogling that big-chested girl earlier. It's infuriating. That same smirking brother sauntered over. By the way, you two, planning to walk home? Noi nodded firmly without pause, but thinking calmly, we rode horses quite a distance from the castle to get here. How do people here usually get around? Dedicated carriage. It's within the capital area, but fairly far, so they normally use carriages to commute. Knights use their own horses. Noi usually walking home. She says so we're walking. I see, fine by me. He shrugged with a weary sigh and started talking with Freya-san and the others. My arm got tugged insistently. Noi's let's go home aura was intense. Shall we head back? Yes. Then we'll be off. Noi and I bowed slightly. The subordinates and others returned greetings. Noi is feared everywhere, but here there's none of that unpleasant vibe. Maybe they're used to it and desensitized. If so, I hope it stays that way forever. Section. We started walking, and after a while, I deeply regretted my choice. Will we even make it home today? Hey, Noi. Yes. You go back and forth this path every day. Yes. On foot. Yes. Amazing. She walks silently, but the scenery feels like it's not changing at all. This might be tougher than I thought. Arg-sama, tired. Not really tired, just wondering when we'll get home. Her ahoj shot straight up with a snap. Hurry home. How exactly ye? One moment I was scooped up in her arms, the next everything blurred past us. Noi started running. This is bad, the G-force might crush me, Chapter 30, Meaning of Thank You. G-sama, Arg-sama. The voice right by my ear made my whole body tense up. Wait, what happened how? Arg-sama. Are you okay? Good morning, Noi. It's still evening. I looked at the sky as she said. Yeah, still faintly blue. From here on, running is prohibited. Got it. I didn't really get it but answered anyway. She slowly crouched down. Wait, she's carrying me? In a flash, yeah, it came back. Right. Noi scooped me up, I took insane G-force, and next thing I knew we were here. She stayed crouched, saying nothing. I tried to slowly put my feet down and stand, but I wobbled. Noi instantly supported me, so no worries, but this place is the gate we blasted through with the idiot prince on the way out. The gate guards were all lined up waiting. Regular people were whispering, confused about what was going on, but a few noticed Noi. They naturally pressed their hands together in prayer toward her. Arg-sama, together. Yes, yes. I thought hand-holding, but it was arm in arm again. This ups the closeness level, which isn't bad, but doing it in public. Is she really okay with that? Look, the general public and guards are totally shocked. Argusta-sama. What? It's just procedure, but could you please confirm passage? The soldier who stepped forward looking resolved was stiff with nerves. On the way out, the idiot prince challenged the mounted escorts with anyone who passes me becomes a knight tomorrow, and raced, they nearly trampled a few people. I almost wet myself watching. Just a tiny bit, okay. How do I confirm? The ornament on your waist. Huh, this decoration on my waist, right? It is a golden plate about the size of a child's fist. The maids attached it to me every day, but it actually had a meaning. When I take it off and hand it over, why are you accepting it so reverently? I pretty much just tossed it casually just now. I have confirmed it. Please pass through. What about Noi? If you are accompanying His Highness the Prince, there is no need for confirmation. The soldier looked like he was sweating buckets, practically begging for mercy. Oh, right, I tend to forget, but I am a prince, so I guess that makes me kind of important. Then, Noi, let us go. Yes. She matches her steps to mine, walking close beside me. We pass through the gate and come to a stop. I turn back toward the gate guards who were seeing us off and give them a warm smile. Has Prince Hafen returned yet? Not yet, Your Highness. Then he might come racing back again. Please make sure no one gets knocked over. Understood, Your Highness. The guards bow deeply in perfect unison. I wave goodbye to them and start walking through the castle town. I have not had many chances to see it properly, but looking at it like this, it really feels like a medieval townscape. It is honestly quite nice. The people passing by on the street notice Noi and immediately press their hands together in prayer. From the snippets of words I catch, they are saying things like Goddess Sama or please let us pass tomorrow safely as well. Noi truly is out there slaying dragons. That means she is literally saving this country from destruction. In the past 10 years, 2 entire nations have fallen because of dragons. To the people here, Noi must feel like a real savior. Hey, Noi. Yes. Do you like slaying dragons? Her answer is silence. I glance sideways at her. That silly strand of hair on her head is swaying gently back and forth. Do you hate slaying dragons? Another silence. I know. She is not slaying dragons because she is thinking about things like that. Just like breathing comes naturally, she faces dragons without hesitation. I do not understand. I see, then let us figure it out together someday. Yes, but everyone in town is thanking Noi so much. Thanking. She tilts her head just a little and looks up at me with those clear eyes. Do people ever say thank you to you? They do. Those words mean thank you. They are words of gratitude. Wait, have you been using them without knowing what they meant? She gives a small, shy nod. That is so like her. There are probably a lot of words Noi uses without fully understanding their meaning. Is being thanked a good thing? Yes, it is a good thing. The air around her says she still does not quite get it. When Noi gets thanked a lot, it makes me happy too. Arg-sama too. Yes. I do not understand. Maybe it is still a little too hard for Noi right now. Then, let us understand it little by little together. Yes. That is a good answer. I reach out with one hand and gently stroke her head. She tilts her head ever so slightly into my touch, accepting it sweetly. As I thought, she really loves being petted. When we get back to the room, I will pet you more. Suddenly she tugs firmly on my arm. Did I mess up again? But first we have to take baths and eat dinner. After that is done, Noi. Are you listening? Wait, slow down. Your steps are going way too fast. Full of excitement for the promised petting, she practically drags me along. Before I know it, we are back at the detached palace building. We take our baths separately, then eat dinner together. And once night falls, I end up stroking Noi's soft hair until the stars are high in the sky. It is fine. For now, just her head is enough. Someday I will pet every single part of her without missing a spot. Chapter 31, Two People in a Locked Room. Huh, you are back already, Aniki. Yes. Hafren sensed someone in the hidden room and peeked in. He let out a wry sigh and shrugged his shoulders. His brother, who never seemed to rest, was buried in a mountain of documents, reviewing them intently. How was the eastern town? No major issues. There were just a few foolish officials acting up, so I sent them to the coal mines as punishment. I almost feel sorry for those officials. A prince shows up out of nowhere, turns the whole office upside down, and digs through everything. If they kept their daily records accurate and never touched anything shady, they would have nothing to fear from an inspection like that. Fair point. The word stung a little. Hafren casually dropped onto the sofa. The recent documents have been good. No mistakes at all. That is because Arg handles most of it. He just nags me to sign them myself. Arg is right. You should sign them. Arg is royalty too, you know. In name only. His hands and eyes never stopped moving. As a statesman with outstanding talent, he was the finest civil official in the kingdom. Through sheer ability, he had risen above the major nobles and secured the position of prime minister. Have you seen the report? Which one? The one saying Arg and Noi were seen walking side by side through the castle town. Ah, yes. Hiding it would only delay the inevitable. Hafren decided to confess right away. I took Arg out to visit Noi. On the way back, those two were walking together all happily. I see. I thought there was no way they could make it back on foot from that place, but they arrived before us even though we were on horseback. It seems so. The awkward silence stretched on. Hafren could not hold back any longer. I just thought, as an older brother, I should help bridge the gap between my little brother and his wife. I am not angry. Aniki, your face always looks angry. Because of my job, I cannot exactly go around smiling. He makes decisions without favoritism or bias, handling any task with an unchanging expression. Because of his rulings, some people have lost their lives. Entire families have been stripped of everything and left with nothing. Doing good politics is simply part of the job. No one thanks him for it. What gathers around him is only resentment and hatred. That is why, even inside the castle, he avoids having a proper office and uses this hidden room instead. Aniki, you are way too serious. Being frivolous is your job. Anyway, back to the topic. From now on, if anything comes up, make those two walk through the castle town side by side. That was not like him at all. From a security standpoint, he would never want to let his little brother, who is completely hopeless in a fight, wander around freely. But if Noi is with him, everything changes. Why? Their reputation among the people is excellent right now. The taverns in town are buzzing with rumors like the third prince and Noi were walking together so lovingly. To the citizens, just knowing Noi is here already makes them happy. If that turns into she will always be here, well. Yes, so find some suitable excuse and have those two walk around. As long as they look close, I do not care what you make them do. You are dumping this entirely on me. Are you not the older brother who is so interested in bridging the gap between his little brother and his wife? His excuse for playing around had been perfectly turned against him. Fine, then I will just do whatever I want. That is fine. The mountain of documents shifts from right to left at an incredible speed. He is actually reading almost all of them. It is frightening. Any that need corrections are instantly set aside. Also, Aniki. What? The Imperial Embassy has been pretty lively lately, right? They want Noi by hook or by crook. But we have always stayed one step ahead and blocked every move they tried. Right. It is not quite that simple. Look at that letter as proof, the fifth one from the top. Hafren pulls it out as instructed and shrugs with a tired sigh. Are they serious? It seems they are. The establishment of House Dragonknight was officially announced through proper diplomatic channels to both domestic and foreign parties, was it not? It was. That is terrifying. Hafren crumpled the letter in his hand, the one that revealed their desperate willingness to use any means necessary to get what they wanted. This should do it, right? Even if we use the same tactics they tried on us, they would have no room to complain. But the ambassadors will still kick up a fuss. Yes. His brother suddenly stopped moving his hands. Hafren scratched his head awkwardly. I will handle the preparations on my end. Do you have father's permission? I already obtained it. Then what we need is funding for the arrangements. we will temporarily appropriate Noi's salary that is held in the national treasury. This is basically going to be a full national effort. You know, if something does not exist, we have no choice but to borrow from where it does. Even so, to prioritize the country above all else, his brother sometimes neglected things that were truly important as a human being. The shorter the preparation period, the better. We announce it before the official envoy from the Empire arrives. Got it? I will leave the arrangements on your side to you. Yes, oh right. Father added one specific request. Do not pile on impossible demands. Having finished reviewing the documents, he stood up and lightly rolled his shoulders to loosen them. Make it as grand and flashy as possible, and above all, beautiful, he said. Father really does make unreasonable requests. Though exasperated, Hafren could glimpse both parental affection and the propaganda value in it. Motivation started bubbling up inside him. All right, let us do this. I am counting on that energy. By the way, what is Arg doing? Oh shoot, I almost forgot. I am supposed to go with him starting now. Where to? His brother ducked slightly as he opened the hidden door. The younger brother flashed the biggest grin he could muster. Explaining everything got too annoying, so I decided to dump it all on Freya. At least give him some context. There is a difference between the rumors circulating publicly and the actual situation. I know. Chapter 32, Teach Me, Freya-sensei. She walks through the castle corridors in a light peach-colored dress, so different from her usual leather armor. The way her chest is emphasized more than usual is clearly the result of some careful pushing up and a touch of vanity. Freya von Crosspurge, the fifth daughter of the high-ranking noble Crosspurge family and an active knight. Thanks to her excellent knowledge of magic and general education, her direct superior Hafren had given her a special task, gathering the children of various nobles and teaching them basic knowledge. At first, she did it reluctantly, but now, 2 years later, she cannot get enough of how fun it is. Every child is so honest and listens eagerly to everything she says. There is no inscrutable superior who goes off to exterminate dragons without a word of explanation. No colleague who whines I want to get married to what should I do with impossible complaints. And no junior who sighs my chest feels like it is getting bigger again lately, while Freya secretly wishes she would share some of that extra softness. This job is truly peaceful and delightful. Everyone please take your seats. We are going to start class. She opens the door and steps into the room that is used only for military meetings. Today again, the adorable children are staring toward the back of the room with puzzled looks. A vein quietly pops on Freya's forehead. Yo, aggressive Freya. Prince Hafren, if you say that one more time, you will see blood. That dead serious face combined with the sudden polite tone is way too jarring. Why are you even here, Your Highness? I am a guardian. Guardians are free to observe, right? That is technically true, but Freya is completely thrown off. He has 5 concubines, yet no children of his own yet. Then why is he here? The answer comes from where all the children's eyes are fixed. Prince Argusta, why are you sitting there so naturally, blending in perfectly with the children? Yes, Sensei, please do not mind me at all. Go ahead with the lesson. He radiates an intense eagerness to learn that is almost intimidating. That attitude itself is heartwarming, but the student is a prince and the husband of her superior. Above all, seeing someone attend class so seriously, with his spouse sitting right beside him, leaning in close with their shoulders brushing just a bit too cozily. Captain, why are you here? Work. It is work day today, right? Yes. With her usual blank expression, the stunning beauty leans in slightly against Argusta, her body tilting just enough to make their arms touch softly. There is no mistaking it. It is her superior, Noi. Then please go to work. Staying inside the building means even Lut would not be able to find you. She is probably wandering lost and about to burst into tears by now. Come on. Freya tears at her hair, in frustration at the woman, who shows no sign of moving. Noi, that is enough playing around with Freya-san for now. Please go to work. Yes. She obeys her husband's words without hesitation. Noi stands up smoothly and strides straight to the window, opening it with a casual flick. Do your best, Noi. Yes. She steps onto the windowsill and hops right over, vanishing outside. The children, who have only ever heard rumors about the Dragon Slayer, are buzzing with excitement. Seriously. Suppressing the urge to vent her frustration on everything around her, Freya composes herself. All right, everyone, let us start studying. Yes. Prince Argusta, are you really joining in? If I am doing this, I aim to be the best. Understood. I will teach without regard to status here, so please understand that. Since he seems completely serious, Freya gives up and decides to just teach the lesson. Today is about our country. You there. What is the name of this country? Yes, it is Univance. Correct, formally, it is the Kingdom of Univance. Then, what about its location? You next to him. Yes, it is said to be in the southern part of the continent. That is right. So today, to help everyone understand what kind of place it is, I brought a map. She hangs the map she brought on the wall hook and spreads it out wide. It is a precious item called the world map. But there is real doubt about whether this map is truly accurate. No one has ever seen the entire world or even the full shape of the continent itself. This is probably the first time most of the children have seen it. Their eyes sparkle with curiosity, and it is just too adorable. This is the map of our world. We live on this big part in the middle, and this area here is said to be the Kingdom of Univance. She points to the lower right diagonal side of the long trapezoid-shaped continent at the top. The basis for that is the positions of rivers and mountains. From how the rivers flow into the sea, it is thought probably around here. The children start copying it onto the papers they each brought. The one copying with incredible seriousness is the new oldest student in the room today. He is surprisingly diligent. The Prince Argusta that Freya had heard about in rumors was supposed to be completely hopeless at martial arts, but suited to civil duties. Yet he was not meant to be this serious. He was said to be the type who dragged other noble children his age into constant play. Is that rumor even true? She wonders. No, the way he is behaving is so earnest, it makes the rumor feel like nothing but a lie. Could this serious side be why the captain is so attached to him? Noi is a complete mystery when it comes to what she is thinking or how she lives. That alone makes it dangerous to take things at face value, but watching him like this, Freya cannot sense any unpleasant aura from him at all. Come on, everyone. If you do not follow Prince Argusta's example and study seriously, you will end up like that bad prince over there. I am technically your superior, you know. If you are my superior, then stop yawning and watch properly. No, yesterday I overdid it a bit. Shall I have you step outside the room? I will watch quietly. Yes. Noticing the vein twitching on Freya's forehead, Hafren falls silent. Chapter 33, Teach Me, Freya-sensei continuation. Everyone finished copying. Since it is such a precious item, I will put the map away now. Freya rolls it up neatly, removes it from the hook, and hands it to the maid waiting outside the door. As all of you know, the Kingdom of Univance is a small country. It exists sandwiched between two great powers, the Broidwin Empire and the Selswin Republic. She spreads out a larger hand-drawn map on paper, and her explanation continues. The great power to the west, the Broidwin Empire, excels in military might. It overwhelmed and dominated other nations through force of arms. The great power to the east, the Selswin Republic, excels in commerce. It drew other nations into its influence through economic ties. To make it easier for the children to understand, she adds words to the paper in different colored inks. And this tiny one here is our country, the Kingdom of Univance. I drew it a little bigger for the explanation, but in reality it is even smaller. Do not go imprinting unpleasant truths on the kids. Yes, but these are facts, so let us accept them properly. Hafren worries a little about the children's future with this kind of lesson, but seeing Argusta quietly and diligently taking notes puts him at ease. What he does not know is this. Argusta, otherwise known as Takanashi Takumi, used to be praised as the best in his class at making easy-to-read notes, and his classmates took full advantage of that. But even though it is small, Univance is a country that tries its hardest. We formed a military alliance with the Republic and a commercial alliance with the Empire. Yes, Sensei, I have a question. If you think about it normally, would it not be the other way around? At Argusta's question, similar murmurs rise from the other children. The younger ones who do not yet understand military or economy just look curiously at the reactions of the students around them. Feeling that this topic will need to be revisited another day, Freya points to her handmade map. If any of you do not understand, it might be good to ask your parents later. Now, about the question. What do you think would happen if we switched the alliances? The Empire is strong in military matters, and the Republic is strong in commerce, which means Univance would have to prove itself in the areas where the great powers excel. That would be extremely difficult. It would be like being told to beat someone who is good at fighting in a fight. That is why our country chose the opposite. We pick fights in the areas where they are not strong. A chorus of heh and hem rises from the children all at once. It is hard to tell if they truly understand or not. One boy seems to have caught on to something. He turns his gaze toward the figure standing at the back of the room, only for his older brother to brush the look away with a curt wave of his hand, directing him to face forward again. This part is still a bit too advanced for the kids. Freya holds back the urge to explain further and moves on to the next topic. Now then, even though Univance is a small country, we are blessed with so much that we can live self-sufficiently. To the east lies a vast granary region. To the south, following the river leads to the sea. To the west spreads a great forest. To the north stretch mountain ranges rich with mineral veins. There is no other country with such perfect geography. That is exactly why the two great powers have their eyes on us. The landlocked empire craves the granary and, above all, access to the sea. The Republic, which borders the sea, hungers for the mineral veins and forest resources. Both nations weave all sorts of strategies against the Kingdom of Univance, each for their own convenience. Everyone here, where are your family territories? If you do not know, please ask your parents later. A certain prince glances back over his shoulder, only to be rather coldly dismissed by another certain prince. If she remembers right, the territory Prince Argusta is supposed to receive is in the hilly region at the edge of the western forest. It has no industry at all. The rumor, brought in by gossip-loving Miss G, was that he should just build a fortress there for emergencies and make that his home. Yees. Now for the next question. What is the main industry of this country right now? Yes, you there. Wheat. Envious gazes gather on the boy who answers shyly, his cheeks faintly pink. The prince, staring along with the children, seems to have completely forgotten what his own wife does for a living. That is right, but unfortunately, that was true only until 3 years ago. Was that a mean question? She needs to be considerate so as not to hurt the child who kindly answered. Think and give opinions, that is how Freya has decided to teach, and she puts it into practice. The worst thing would be for them to stop answering out of fear of being wrong. She wants every child here to have the spirit to try again, even if they make a mistake. As for the leftover woman who keeps yelling, "I want to get married," "I want a boyfriend," while drowning in desperate drinks, Freya is starting to feel like it might be time for her to learn when to give up. The correct answer is dragons. That beautiful, all-white Oni-chan who was here earlier hunts and gathers dragons all over the place. Right now, dragons are the #1 industry in our country. Wheat is second. It is mostly consumed here at home, turning into the bread we eat or being sold to the empire. Teacher, can dragons really be sold? Freya nods enthusiastically at the adorable girl's question. Long ago, there were creatures called whales caught in the sea. People said there was no part to throw away, and they were highly valued. The current equivalent of whales is dragons. Truly, nothing goes to waste. The oil in the lamps we are using in this room right now is called dragon oil, made by pressing fat from dragons. It has no smell and burns for a long time with just a small amount. Things made from dragons like this are sold both inside and outside the country. The same girl from earlier raises her hand again. But dragons are really scary and dangerous, right? That is right. So everyone must never go outside the capital carelessly. Dragons come out during the day, after all. But it is okay. I have seen one before. That white Oni-chan went like this and tore the dragon apart and tossed it away. Drawn in by the boy's proud story, several other children start sharing their own treasured tales. It is not a bad thing. The captain is removing dangers from the country, but every single story involves hitting. The word tear keeps coming up. Noticing Freya's gaze, Argusta simply bows his head deeply in apology. Chapter 34, Another Wedding. And you know, today I got to hear all sorts of things. It was really fun. Yes, I am already looking forward to Freya-san's next lesson. That idiot Aniki of mine only ever teaches useless stuff anyway. It has become our usual spot lately. We sit on the bed with Noi in my arms, talking over her shoulder. I do wish I could see her face, but since it is her normal blank expression anyway, I can manage. Besides, this way it is much easier to stroke her hair. I wish the next lesson day would come sooner. I am seriously excited for it already. Section, did you say something to Noi? My brother's sudden words hit me like a shock. Put yourself in my shoes. I am careful every single day with every word I say to her. If Noi is saying something strange, it is because of that leftover woman, not me. It is not about what she says. Lately, she has been making a lot of small mistakes, apparently. Being suspected of causing her mistakes when they happen is unfair. As if the pure, upright, and serious me would ever lead Noi astray. If you could do something like that, you would have graduated from virginity long ago, huh? Thank you for hitting where it hurts. It feels like a thick arrow straight to the chest. Well, it is still fine, no need to rush. We decided to wait until our new home is ready after all, so what is Noi doing? Lately she has been making tons of tiny mistakes, and it is nearly killing Freya. What about Miss G? Her main job right now is managing the centaurs. Accounting and all that stuff falls to Freya. There was that girl called Lut, right? She is just an apprentice, but apparently there are no mistakes when it is Lut. Is it not just a coincidence? Noi's strong point is actually how few mistakes she makes. Setting aside the uncontrollable rampages, of course. That part is the bigger problem. Got it. I will gently bring it up tonight. Appreciate it. Well then, today's work is, why do I have so many piles of documents every day? As the one handling them, it is my privilege to check the Noi Squad reports first, before my concentration runs out. By the way, Arg. Yes, we were a bit short on funds, so I borrowed the money Noi has deposited in the National Treasury. Interest is 10% on the borrowed amount. The term is 1 year. You say that so casually, but it is brutal. Since I am managing Noi's wallet, I will do it properly. First of all, do not take it out without asking. If there were anywhere to sue, I would be in court right now. Hear the reason. A little problem came up, and we absolutely have to hold your formal wedding ceremony with her. And soon, on a national scale. It feels like a door to memory I had faintly buried in the depths of oblivion just creaked open. You mean I have to kiss in front of people again? That is fine, is it not? That kind of thing is, You know that, Stop blushing like an idiot. It is creepy. It is fine. Kisses are for those stolen moments, a quick peck when I catch her off guard. That is perfect. Noi does not even understand what a kiss really means anyway. Yes. It is all for my own satisfaction. So, why now all of a sudden? I told you, right? A little problem arose. What is it? The Empire is raising objections. The Empire, that is the big military nation to the west, right? I remember it perfectly from Freya-san's lesson. What exactly did they say? They want to send a princess from their country to you as your official wife. Wait a second, my official wife is Noi. I know. My brother covers his ears like he does not want to hear it. That is exactly why I established House Dragonknight and became its head. Strictly speaking, I am no longer part of the royal house. I am just one of the royal family now. In this world, that puts my status below the direct royal line. According to them, the official documents announcing the establishment of House Dragonknight to both domestic and foreign parties have not reached them yet. So, inside the Empire, you are still being treated as the third prince of the Univent's royal family. His snort of laughter says everything. It is just an excuse. There is no way for us to confirm whether the documents actually arrived or not. We sent a formal envoy, but for various reasons, they will probably be delayed. By the time they reach the imperial capital, the other side will likely have already dispatched their own formal envoy here. Just refuse them. My official wife is already Noi. That is true. But if we do, their pride will be completely crushed. Next, they will probably demand we hand you over as the one who caused it. That is utterly ridiculous. It feels like they will use any means necessary. What the Empire really wants is it me. Or, Noi, they are desperate to have her as a weapon against dragons. If they get Noi, they will probably throw her at dragon extermination and use the leftover power to start wars. Would they really use Noi only for dragons? Who knows? It is their convenience, after all. The world in front of me suddenly goes dark. The color drains from my face, and for a moment I feel dizzy, but I somehow hold steady. If things go wrong, the Empire might treat Noi as nothing more than a tool for war. I will never let that happen. What is the best move? Hold your wedding with Noi as the grandest national event possible. We already have the king's and the prime minister's approval. Swaying the nobles is my job. Most of the generals are in favor now that Noi will have you as her leash. Think, what can I do? My brother flashes a sly grin, stands up and claps me on the shoulder. Arg, do not trouble yourself with the hard stuff. But we will handle the complicated parts. Your job is to take care of Noi. If you are a man, protect the woman you love properly. Yes, sometimes this family gets in trouble because they're so cool. Chapter 35. Precious person, I am back. She leaps off her galloping horse, spinning gracefully like a dragonfly before landing perfectly. The soldiers on break send sparse applause for her unnecessarily beautiful acrobatics. Thank you, thank you. If possible, I would be happier if you introduced me to a marriage partner. Grumbling as the clapping stops dead, Miss G suddenly remembers something and dashes off. Her destination is Noi, who is mechanically carrying food to her mouth without pause. Captain, I just heard this at the castle, but they are going to hold a formal wedding ceremony for Argustasama, and you on the grandest scale imaginable. Wow, that sounds amazing, Captain. Noi finishes chewing and swallowing, then looks at the small, flat-chested vice-captain, who is buzzing with excitement. We already did it before. That is why this is another one, a proper formal wedding this time. Another one. Yes, they said it will be on a scale where practically the whole nation can join in. It is almost as big as the first prince's would be. Ah, I am so envious. The jealousy might make me commit some terrible mistake. Please calm down, Miss G Senpai. Foo foo foo, you with that huge chest, who can seduce any man you want would not understand. Lut. Specifically, give me those breasts, seriously, hey. Hey, do not grope, and do not put your hands inside. The one usually tasked with watching Noi's behavior wears light clothing. She sweats heavily during work, so keeping clothes on would cause her skin to prune or break out in rashes. That is why she often strips down for the job. What is with this? These massive lumps of fat? My fingers sink in and disappear. Ki, it is so frustrating. While watching the two of them flailing about wildly, Noi simply continues her meal for the time being. If they say to do it, she will just do it again. That is her basic approach. But remembering one thing, she quietly places one hand against her own lips. If a person of the opposite sex presses their lips there, that is your precious person, Noi. So, protect them no matter what. Those words that never faded are one of the few memories tied to someone whose face and name she can match together. Protect. She lowers her hand from her lips and turns her gaze toward the castle. I will protect Argsama. That is right, isn't it, Camu? Section, when I got home, for some reason my wife is sitting formally on her knees on the bed. Overwhelmed by that silent gaze, I hurry behind her and wrap my arms around her from the back, holding her close. Marriage? Yes. One more time. Ah, so Noi heard about it too. She nods over and over. Information leaks surprisingly easily, or maybe they are spreading it on purpose. Yes. This time it is a proper formal wedding ceremony. But we already did it. Yes, we did. One more time. That is the plan. Leaving out the complicated reasons, it seems we will be in trouble if we do not. I catch a glimpse of her expressionless profile over her shoulder. Argsama will. It will be me too, I guess. Probably something like that. Understood, we will marry. No, we are already married. Noi is my wife. Yes. How deep have I fallen for Noi that this whole exchange feels so incredibly cute. She is beautiful, surprisingly serious at her core, and above all, she has no hidden sides. She is so straightforward. Noi. I squeeze her tighter from behind, and her hand gently touches my arm. If I listen closely like this, I can faintly hear her heartbeat, though mine is pounding much louder. Argsama. What is it? Am I human? Noi is a human. I see, that is good. Very cute indeed. I cannot help it. I have to pet her head now. I release the arms hugging her from behind and gently stroke her hair. She leans her weight lightly against me and glances up with those clear eyes. Smoothly shifting positions, her beautiful face comes right in front of mine. Skin so flawless and white, without a single scar or blemish. Argsama. Yes. I remembered. Yes. This is the place where lips touch with someone precious. Someone told me that long ago. Her slender finger traces softly over my lips, sending a little shiver through me. But I do not understand. Is Arg-sama my precious person? If not, then I. Her face dips ever so slightly, shadows of doubt flickering. Come on, me. You said you would become a man who can protect the woman he loves, right? Noi. I love you so much. That is why I want to protect you. You probably see me as nothing more than a tiny, insignificant existence, but even so, I want to protect you. If your feelings are not settled yet, that is fine. Until they are, please let me protect you. Proposing after we are already married is completely backwards in every way, but it is okay. I finally put it into proper words. Leaving things vague would not be right. Then her slender finger touches my lips again. I do not understand. I do not know what a precious person really is. But I wanted to remember Arg-sama's name and face. This is only the second time I have ever felt like this. So surely, her finger moves away. Her soft, pale lips gently brush mine. Arg-sama is my precious person. I will always protect my precious person. Thank you, Noi. I pull her close in a warm hug and kiss her once more. If possible, could you close your eyes? Being stared at so intently is making my heart race even more. Then let us protect each other. Yes. Noi, I love you. At those words, her silly ahoj twitches in confusion. It is okay. When you understand what the words mean, tell me. Yes. Just for a tiny moment, it feels like she smiles. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 36. Monogamy. I want to make sure everyone knows that Noi and I are together, no matter what it takes. You are scarily motivated all of a sudden. Did something happen? The reason does not matter. So what do you think? I do not like just taking hits either. Anarchy is already laying the groundwork. And lend me money without complaining. Interest is 5%. Repayment in 1 year. You are thorough. I cut it in half from 10%. That should be the maximum concession on my side. My brother shrugs with a tired sigh and pulls a letter from his desk drawer. What is that? The contents of a letter addressed to you from the Empire. A quick glance confirms it looks official. Something about marriage to the 8th princess, the worst kind, a child bride. I think she is 8 years old. In the world I came from, that would make me a complete criminal. In this world, it would be no problem at all. Yay, all you Lalakan fans, come to another world and enjoy it openly. And no way. What is wrong? Why are you tearing it up? Obviously, a letter like this never reached us in the first place. So we are just returning the exact same trick they tried to pull. But the Imperial ambassadors are here, right? Yes. They will not stay quiet. That is true. Where is this confidence coming from? Let them make noise if they want. They are only resident ambassadors. Without orders from their home country, they cannot do anything reckless. By now, they have probably sensed our move and are asking for instructions back home. He places the torn pieces on a plate and pours a clear liquid from a bottle over them. And then like this, turn it to ash and we are done. Whoa. Using a small cord called a fuse that smolders slowly, he lights the plate. In no time, the letter is nothing but gray ash. Now then, little brother. Yes. This is your big moment. At the very least, I will hear your last wishes. I want to question the meaning behind you accidentally saying last wishes. Even if it is for the whole nation, most of them live in this capital. Holding a wedding in front of such a huge crowd, if it were me, sheer terror might make me shrink up. Listening to the wishes of my dear little brother, who is happily heading into what feels like torture, that is the kindness of an older brother, right? Please make this annoying brother disappear from the world. Denied. Stop putting weird pressure on me. Then, let me see. I do not really have any special requests. I would prefer something small scale, but that would overturn everything, so it is impossible. Then what a hope. Not something I want to do, but something I want to see. That might be good. Noi in a dress. Oh, a few different ones. Is it possible for her to change midway through the ceremony? You want the bride to change dresses in the middle of the ceremony? Yes. Why? I didn't say anything that would be that shocking. A wedding is supposed to be once in a lifetime, though for some reason this is already the second time. But since it is such a special day, I want to see her looking beautiful as many times as possible, right? Fair enough. Besides, it is being paid for with noise savings anyway. Do not hit where it hurts. Come on. Try saying something back. Got it. I will discuss it with Aniki and see what we can do. Thanks. But the extra cost for the dresses will be on you. That is fine, I will cover it. Sorry, I will pay you back later, so please lend it for now. I really am sorry for being a penniless husband. Any other wishes? If I had to say, I would like to make sure no more ridiculous talks like this come up in the future. I feel exactly the same way. He stands from his chair and stretches his back. We will push things forward to the point of no return before their official envoy arrives. They will probably complain, but since the letter never reached us, we will use that as the reason to brush them off. Will they accept that? Of course not. That is why they will probably try something else. Something else? Next time, they will try sending a daughter as your concubine. That does not solve anything, does it? It just swaps the order. It still means a wife other than Noi would be coming, but that offer can be refused. Why? Noi publicly declares that she has strong possessive instincts and will not allow concubines or mistresses. You will love only Noi for your entire life. That is it, there is no other solution. He says it with an almost apologetic look. I do not understand why he seems sorry. For me, just one is. In this world, you can have as many wives as you want. I had completely forgotten that. This world allows polygamy. What is wrong all of a sudden? I forgot to mention it. In the world I came from, or rather, the country I lived in, it is monogamy. Manuwat, what is that? It means that officially, one man can only have one wife. A second or third would be called bigamy and is a crime. That sounds like a tough world to live in, only one. Yes, though in reality, some people are not satisfied and fool around with women. But officially, only one is allowed. So, you never had any intention of taking a wife other than Noi from the start. No, I did not. Besides, Noi is beautiful and cute. I ended up bragging about her a little. Do not pull away like that, brother. I am already regretting saying it out loud. Then it is settled. You will love only Noi and no one else. That is fine with me. I have no intention of taking any wife besides Noi. Chapter 37. What is love, Captain? Is something wrong? She had returned carrying the dragon she captured, but now she stood frozen, gazing toward the castle. Her head tilts just a little, as if puzzled. It is still too early for dinner, you know. Captain, what does it mean to love? At those sudden words, Miss G feels all the blood drain from her body. She tells herself it must be an illusion, just a hallucination. Captain, tell me, what does it mean to love? It was not an illusion, Waya. The tiny vice-captain suddenly dashes off, shaking free from everyone trying to stop her as she runs far away. In her place comes the golden-haired vice-captain. Did something happen, Captain? Miss G was yelling something like traitor as she ran by. She does not quite understand the meaning of those words. Even so, Noi repeats the same question. Tell me, what does it mean to love? Oh my. Captain, you're being so bold. Noi watches the way she wiggles her body playfully, then casually tosses the dragon in her hands toward something in her field of vision. With a wet squelch, it collides and crashes to the ground. Tell me. What? Well, it is not limited to men and women, but it is mostly used between them. When a man and woman grow close, in a normal relationship like yours with Augusta-sama, it would not be strange for you two to say it to each other. In a normal relationship. Yes, marriage is something people do when they like each other or love each other. So normally, Augusta-sama and the captain would be considered a couple who love each other. But in your case, there is a strong political side to it. As the daughter of a high-ranking noble, Freya herself should never have been able to marry someone she truly loved. But the man she fell for was skilled enough to master ceremonial magic and possessed strong magic power by common standards, so her parents did not oppose it. In fact, they welcomed it. Her older sisters, however, were all in purely political marriages, so they deeply resented her. That resentment is probably why she ended up with her current job. Do I love Arg-sama? That answer is something only your heart can give, Captain. I do not know. Even when asked like that, Noi does not understand what love feels like. In the first place, she does not even understand what a heart is. Does Arg-sama love me? Probably, I think he does love you. I see. She does not understand, so Noi stops thinking about it if she does not understand. Just ask, keep asking until you understand. That is what she taught her. That person did. Section. Today, when I came home again, my wife was sitting upright on the bed. I slip behind her with smooth, practiced movements and wrap my arms around her gently. Somehow, I think Noi has really taken a liking to this. Arg-sama. What is it? Do you love me? Who is it this time? Who taught Noi such embarrassing things? That leftover woman? No, this pattern feels more like Freya-san. She is surprisingly serious about romance, that aggressive lady. Ah, I love you. Yes, I love you. I see. She responds so coolly after making me say something incredibly embarrassing. Is Noi secretly a sadist? Does she enjoy tormenting me mentally? But her silly ahoj is drooping softly in a weird way. What is wrong, Noi? I do not understand. I do not know that feeling. I see. Do I like Arg-sama? Do I love you? I do not understand. Yes, it is okay like that for now. It must be that. She is probably feeling what they call wedding blues. Noi will protect me, right? Yes. That is enough. Because I know that feeling, I am okay. Why? Would you protect just anyone? Her head shakes gently from side to side, because it is Arg-sama. Yes, I know. That is probably the like or I love you feeling inside Noi. Even if you do not understand it now, teaching you that is my role. Yes. So if anything happens, please tell me honestly, Noi. Yes. Noi really is such an obedient, good girl. Today I will give her my full-powered head pats again. Stroke, stroke, she really is too cute. Arg-sama. HM. When my head is done like this, something warm sparks deep in my chest. Yes. I see. Yes. That warm spark is probably what like feels like. Normally, people experience those things from childhood and learn naturally, but the days she spent were anything but normal. She was in an environment where she could not even remember such feelings. I really like you. I love you. Yes. Shall we take a bath together today? Yes. After that we will eat dinner, and then here again I will stroke your head more. Yes. Her ahoj sways happily back and forth. Do not call it cheap. This is the reward I can give her right now. Arg-sama. HM. Reproductive activities after the new house is ready. Who is it who taught Noi such weird things? Everyone asks. How was reproductive activity with Arg-sama? Those squad members. After we move, I will really try hard then. I will show you my serious side. Yes. Being nodded at so calmly makes me feel like nothing but a total pervert. Chapter 38, The Best Reward. Oh, changing the bride's dress midway through the ceremony. That sounds quite flashy and excellent. He runs his eyes over the perfectly prepared documents and slowly strokes his mustache. The room is labeled as the king's office, but he delegates most of the actual governing to the prime minister. He is merely playing the role of king in form only. In reality, he is a hopeless man who spends his days chasing women's skirts. The costs will naturally be higher. Yes, we are cutting corners wherever we can on my end too, but shortening the preparation period hurts too much. It cannot be helped. If we take it slow, the empire will devour us. Finishing with the documents, he hands them back to his son and slowly rolls his shoulders. Lately, perhaps due to age, pains shoot through various parts of his body. I do not want to get any older. Father, you play around too much at night. How about holding back a little? Haha, I am already just a worthless king waiting to hand over the throne. That is fine. Oh, scary, scary. While the Empire and the Republic expanded their territories to become great powers, he is the rare wise ruler who blocked their advances and thwarted countless schemes. That is the true nature of the king sitting there so leisurely. Hafren. Yes. For Noi's dresses, send orders to shops all across the country and make them compete. Tell them several of the best ones will be used on the day. Stir them up, and they will surely make them without regard for cost. In exchange for the advertising effect, get the dress expenses for free. Bill Arg for the price of ready-made ones without telling him the details, and divert that money elsewhere. Are you really our father? Swindling money, even from your own son. He will not mind, will he? Noi's earnings have no limit. Even after covering all the expenses, there will be plenty left. He laughs heartily and sips his wine. That cheerful profile looks less like a king and more like simply a father. Well, fine, I will arrange that side. What about swaying the generals? Already done. This time it was relatively easy work. Then the problem is the nobles. Yes, the nobles with ties to the empire are all opposing it en masse. They seem to be buying time until the empire's envoy arrives. Foolish nobles wagging their tails at the empire. It would be so much easier if we could just sweep away idiots like that. A dictator is not bad, but then I could not chase women anymore. That would be trouble. It would make pushing work onto you all meaningless. The king bursts into laughter again, rising slowly from his chair. He is still far too young to be called old. Especially his lower body remains frighteningly youthful. Even so, King Wilmot of Univance pushes all his duties onto his two sons and spends his days in lazy indulgence. Even when people whisper behind his back that he has changed in his old age, he sticks firmly to that attitude. That is why his son Hafren always ends up thinking the same thing. If father stepped in and gave the order himself, a problem like this would be over in an instant, would it not? No matter how hard they try, they can never match the king who laid the very foundations of this country. Something this small would end quickly. But what about next time? And after that, I am no longer young either. Before I die, I must raise someone worthy to inherit the country, or this nation will fall. I do not care if the royal family or nobles die, but the citizens must be protected no matter what. That is the duty of those who rule a country. He understands his son's feelings all too well. It is true, both of them are doing excellent work, but it is still not enough. That is why he keeps pushing them off cliffs to temper them, throwing stones if necessary. By forging them this way, he believes a king and his brother capable of protecting the nation will emerge. Overcome something like this with just the two of you. Yes, but father, you are wrong about one thing. What is that? This time it is 3. Arg is motivated too. I see. He smiles happily and reaches for his wine. That one really was a huge win. Yes, his head is not bad, yet he has absolutely no ambition. He will try hard for Noi's sake, but the moment he thinks she might be in even the slightest danger, he would throw his own life away to protect her completely. He is the ideal marriage partner, you could say. That is true, but we did something bad. Summoning him to a place like this and forcing marriage on him. Normally, it would be a terrible thing to do. Yes. If the Takanashi Takumi inside Arg were an ordinary person. But that idiot says he is so happy to be with Noi that he feels like he might die. Is that true? Yes. For this wedding ceremony, when it came to the declaration of making Noi his only wife, he even said things like please make the wording so perfect that no one could possibly complain. He cannot add more later, you know. Only one, is he really fine with that? He says that is what he wants. He is eagerly cooperating just to have Noi as his sole wife. I see. It is hard to believe right away, but coming from the person who spends the most time with him every day, it must be true. We did something wrong to that boy in his original life. I was thinking of making up for it even a little, but it seems marrying Noi was the greatest reward of all. As if a heavy burden has lifted from his heart, the king gulps down his wine. Hafren, I command you as king. Yes. Make this wedding ceremony proceed without a single hitch. Remove anyone who would harm the bond between those two, no matter what methods you use. Understood. Royal Knight Captain Hafren. I shall obey the king's command. Good, I entrust it to you. After the salute, his son pauses just as he is about to leave the office. By the way, father. What? It is fine to bring in maids, but do it in the bed. Idiot. If I did that, how could I properly flaunt my womanizing ways? This takes effort in its own way, you know. It only looks like you are having fun. Thinking at least put on some clothes, he averts his eyes from his completely naked father. Chapter 39, Apply it gently. That is right, do not kick the horse's belly lightly, just touch it gently. Yes, like that. Do you not use a whip? Horses feel pain when they are hit too. Thinking they will run faster just because it hurts is nothing more than human delusion. The only one who enjoys using a whip is the person who made it. That is a pretty twisted way of putting it. I simply match the rhythm of the horse's leisurely clop-clop steps. Horses are naturally intelligent creatures, so as long as the rider does not misbehave, they will move forward on their own. But being up here is surprisingly high, and it is scary. Come on, Prince, your back is hunched like a cat. Straighten up and puff out your chest properly. It is unexpectedly high and frightening, you know. You will get used to it. Soon the up and down motion will start to feel good. And why is it swatting dung at me with its tail? They certainly are intelligent creatures. Good boy, I stroke its mane gently. Your sense in delivering that perfect comeback to that pervert is excellent. I will have them prepare extra carrots in your feed later. Right now, I am a horseman. Starting today, I have suddenly been ordered to practice riding. The reason seems to be that it was bad for me to be carried by Noi all the way to the castle town entrance the other day. Word reached my eldest brother, who I have yet to meet, and he apparently commanded in a voice imitating Prince Hafren, or so I am told. A member of the royal family should not be so pathetic. Learn to ride a horse properly. Naturally, I have never ridden a horse before, but this body has experience. I got on with the dubious advice of if you ride for a while, you will probably remember, right? The teacher is Miss G, who is first class when it comes to handling horses. Everyone I asked recommended her. Even Noi. Noi, I want to learn horseback riding. Who should I learn from? The small one with no chest. It was an instant recommendation. Since even Noi recommends her, I gave up and decided to become her student. You are doing well. As long as you do not get scared, you are riding steadily. That leftover one, it's tough. Is something wrong? And I am simply not yet on the market. I think you will probably stay unsold forever. My thighs hurt more than I expected. They get chafed when you are not used to it. I should be hitting the shelves any day now. A highly recommended product. I do not want my skin peeling off all slippery like that. I will give you some ointment later. Please apply it after your bath. Hey, are you ignoring my protest? Because there is no way she will ever sell, right? In this world, the marriageable age seems to be up to 20. There are cases like Friasan, who has a fiancé, and the delay is due to the partner's circumstances, but she is already reserved. I want to get married too. I want to spend nights with my husband. I want to have children. Maybe if you meet some shady tribesmen in unexplored lands, it could happen. What is that supposed to mean? That is already the kind of statement that makes normal people impossible. That is what I am saying. I hate you, I hate the captain. Wrapped in a dark aura, the idiot starts sulking. I gently guide the reins to turn the horse, and it obediently faces toward Miss G. Good boy, hey you, would you mind mating with that leftover over there? PRRRT. The horse snorts and turns its head away. No good, Miss G. It seems not even a fellow mammal will accept you. Section, I will do it myself. Noi, come on, give it back. As expected, the inner thighs were rubbed raw and bright red. After the bath, the hot water stung so much that I nearly cried out loud, but I somehow cooled it down, pretended nothing happened, and came to the bedroom. When I tried to apply the ointment, Noi, who was supposed to be in the dining hall eating dinner, appeared and snatched it away. It is okay, I will apply it myself. Overwhelmed by the intensity in her eyes, I realize I have been backed all the way into the corner of the room. There is no way I can win. She is one of the continent's greatest dragon slayers, after all. But still, having her apply ointment there would be mortifying beyond words. You would not understand. If it comes to this, I have to use my last resort. I almost blurted out the trade-off: if you are going to apply it, then let me apply it to your thighs too, but I swallowed the words. That was close. Knowing her, she would instantly say yes. Noi. There is nowhere left to run. Fine. I just have to endure it. Endure what exactly, I am not sure. Noi, please apply it gently. Yes. Resigned, I sit on the edge of the bed and spread my legs. Her slender, pale fingers carefully work the cool, slippery ointment into the reddened skin. It is fine, this is just medical treatment. Do not think strange thoughts, I must not think them. I calm my excited little guy and somehow manage to hold out. Ahaha. It was my first day, so it got really chafed and turned bright red. She wipes the remaining ointment from her fingers with a cloth and stares at me intently. But riding is fun, is it not? And surprisingly, Miss G is really good at teaching. I was honestly shocked. When I have free time again, I will ask her to teach me more. Then I will be able to ride over to visit you on my own. But will that interfere with your work? It is okay. That is a relief. Then I need to ask Miss G to teach me even more. Chapter 40, Denounce. Did you say something to Noi again? You asked me something similar before. I would really like to know what this is all about. Put yourself in my position. I am fighting every day against a mountain of documents that has grown violently large because of the wedding preparations. In this state, if I whispered anything strange to Noi, my neck would literally be on the line. I am already busy enough. And why on earth am I being dragged into the behind-the-scenes work for my own wedding? You complain too much, idiot little brother. Give up and do the work. Yes, yes, so what did Noi do? Lately, she has been relentlessly teasing Miss G, apparently. Is she calling her leftover now too? If that is the case, I definitely feel guilty. I would honestly apologize. She did not say that. It is mostly I am young and flat. What are those perfectly aimed Miss G-killing words? Is that not something the entire squad taught her together instead of me? I cannot deny that possibility. But apparently it happens every single day, so Miss G snapped and yelled Luts are way too big. Even the captains look small compared to those. The fire spread in a weird direction, and Freya, who is supposed to mediate, started complaining my stomach hurts. It sounds like a huge mess. Why is it? Hearing the story somehow makes it sound like they all get along well and everything is peaceful. But Miss G's words are correct. Luts really are too big. You are an idiot, little brother. What is wrong with being big? For me, noise size is perfect. Especially the shape, it is wonderful. Huh? Saying the shape is good is just an excuse from guys stuck with mediocre, neither small nor big, half-hearted chests. I see. So that is how you are coming at me. A chest that is only big is nothing more than a lump of fat, right? They are unnecessarily heavy, so they sag faster. And if you just want something big to squeeze, you can squeeze a butt instead. You do not understand at all. It is precisely because they are big that there is the joy of lifting them from below and kneading them. And butts are not for squeezing. They are for touching and caressing all over. I have no complaints about your view on butts. But when it comes to chests, I will not yield an inch. Oh, then what will you do? That is obvious. I will never forgive anyone who insults beautiful breasts. I lunged with all my strength at the big breast faction member. Section. The dress is being made now that noise measurements are done. Soon, Father will announce to the generals and nobles in the capital that your formal wedding ceremony will be held. We will invite important people from other countries too, and make it really grand. Yes. With my brother's foot grinding into my back, I keep sniffling and whimpering. I lost. The charm of beautiful breasts could not beat the overwhelming power of massive ones. So, what about the Empire? They will probably complain a lot, right? Ah, that place. We are not inviting them. Huh? I said we are not inviting them. There is nothing we can do about it, right? The documents never reach them, and our envoy is still stuck somewhere. So, we will use that as the reason not to send them an invitation. Instead, for the Republic, we are preparing the best seats right next to the king and inviting them warmly. Please do not grind your foot into my back with such perfect pressure. That is ruthless. What is? If you do that, the Empire's pride will be completely crushed. It cannot be helped. We cannot contact them after all. That is technically true, but I feel like it will cause a huge uproar. Will that really be okay? It should be. The Empire will probably blame a few civil officials for the blunder, execute them, and call it a day. Something like those men acted on their own. We knew nothing about it. Wow. What kind of selfish logic is that? That is how the Empire operates. So later they will look down on us and demand we invite them anyway. What will you do? We have no choice but to send an invitation. But their seats will be below the Republic's. That will definitely cause trouble. It cannot be helped. We have preparations to consider too. The ones who cut off diplomatic channels are at fault. I understand what you're trying to say, but if you do something like that, it's likely to cause resentment from the Empire. The Empire will get angry, right? They probably will. What will you do about that? That is why we have the Republic. They understand our situation, so they will definitely step in to help. As long as that help is not a sinking ship. Like selling us a favor. That is what Anarchy thinks. It would be nice if they came for actual benefits, but they will definitely try to rack up some goodwill. That sounds troublesome. It is totally troublesome. Ugh, ouch, ouch. He gave one final press with his foot and finally stepped back. I should stop picking fights like this. See, arguing is just pointless. Well, with that, the diplomatic issue should be settled for now. Really? For now, but both the Empire and the Republic want Noi. What tricks they will pull next, Just thinking about it gives me a headache. My brother sinks into his chair and shrugs with a weary sigh. You just focus on getting through the wedding smoothly. Yes, yes. And you are really sure Noi will be your only wife for life. You are really persistent about this. You do not need to confirm it over and over. Honestly, being told to have multiple wives would be impossible for me. I have been used to monogamy for so long that the idea of more than one feels incredibly wrong. My mind rejects it completely. You hate it that much? Fine. Then when father makes the announcement, I will add the line, I will take no wife but Noi for you. A king's declaration is absolute, you know. Just go ahead and do it already. Why not ask His Majesty to declare it today? Something like Augusta will take only Noi as his wife. Chapter 41, Truly Love. Wow, wow, wow. The big-breasted knight apprentice keeps making a fuss, hands cupped under her flushed cheeks. The small and flat vice-captain, for some reason, stands next to a tree, muttering, I hate it. I hate it while punching it repeatedly. Captain, that is amazing. It really is. I never expected Augusta-sama to be so passionate, or rather, so devoted. Ah, I am so jealous. The smiling blonde vice-captain shifts her gaze from the overly busty girl to Noi. What about Arg-sama? Everyone is making a commotion, but Noi does not understand the conversation at all. Since the too much and too little chess duo have charged into their own little world, the blonde vice-captain, Freya, straightens her posture and looks earnestly at her superior. Captain, may I explain? Yes. His Majesty, the King, has officially announced the marriage between Augusta-sama and you. Yes. And at that time, he said this. Augusta von Dragiknight swears to love his wife Noi for life, and as proof of that, he will vow at the wedding ceremony to take no wife but her. Do you understand what that means? Her beautiful pale face tilts little by little with a soft giggle. Freya realizes at once, no good, she does not understand at all. Augusta-sama is declaring that he will not make anyone else his wife except you, Captain. Why? I wonder why indeed. Being asked so seriously, with that blank face, is troubling. If you think about it calmly, it feels like something that will cause huge problems later. Normally, House Dragiknight has only just been founded by Prince Augusta. There are no hereditary retainers, and above all, the territory is a remote frontier with nothing in it. Thinking about the future, weapons would normally be needed to expand the house. Those weapons are children. By marrying off daughters or taking brides, nobles solidify their foundation and increase their influence. That is how noble houses have grown over time. If you think about it calmly, it feels like something that will cause huge problems later, right? Lut's words, pulling everyone back to reality, make Freya furrow her brow in thought. Maybe we just have the captain work hard and have lots of children. So that means every night they will be working hard, working really hard, all night long. Freya averts her eyes from the pitiful soul, whose emotions are running completely wild. But if the captain does not have many children, it will be really tough later, right? Freya-san. Or, since the captain earns so much, maybe save that money and use it to expand the family through the children's generation. The only thing I can say for sure is this. Freya looks straight into Noi's eyes with gentle sincerity. In the end, the captain is truly loved by Augusta-sama, from the bottom of his heart. I know. That shocking statement freezes everyone in the area, even those who had been secretly eavesdropping. Arg-sama says it before we sleep. I love you, I really love you. Time for bloody punishment on that traitor over there. The charging idiot is quickly silenced by Freya's magic and Lut's bow. Section. At the court of the Selswyn Republic, they made quite a bold move. As expected of that troublesome little country univance. Yes, Your Excellency. And the invitation, they sent us grants, the very first honored guest seats. Normally, the Empire would share the second honored seats at worst. It seems they are thoroughly fed up with the Empire's arrogance. That frustration is probably part of why we received the first seats. The conversation continues between the middle-aged man, seated on a throne-like chair, and the elegant woman standing beside him. One is the head of state of the Selswyn Republic, the other is the mage known as his right hand. How would you judge this? It is a perfect chance to watch them harass the Empire from the best seats in the house. And for national interest, they are making a request to us, even prepared to suffer some losses. In that case, we should graciously accept and go along with their wishes. Of course, what we sell them in return is our favor. That is how it will go. I do not particularly like dancing in someone else's palm. Is that not fine? Their country is taking on all of the empire's resentment single-handedly. We can simply watch comfortably from above. I suppose you are right. The old man reaches out and gently caresses the woman's backside. She lets him without changing her expression at all, then opens her mouth once more. If possible, from our side we should send your excellency's son. The more well-known one, the better. Oh, and why is that? Yes, I believe the empire will surely send the emperor's younger brother. Oh, you mean General Kishara. The woman nods quietly. The old man continues chuckling in amusement. Section, at the imperial palace of the Broidwin Empire. If we let this go, our country's honor will be utterly destroyed. The subordinates several steps below him cower as he rages wildly. Those damned Univants Twin Peaks. A mere tiny country dares to defy us. If they just knew their place and obeyed quietly, everything would be fine. In his fury, he slams down a kick that shatters the throne pitifully. Someone. Yes, your majesty. Pin the blame on some random civil official and have him executed. Make it so the documents from Univants were secretly disposed of by that man alone. Yes, your majesty. Bring the envoy we have kept waiting here at once. At this rate, our country will become a laughingstock. No matter what, we must attend that country's ceremony. How infuriating. If only that little country would quietly hand over the dragon slayer instead of constantly resisting. Summon Kishara. Tell him to attend the ceremony, and think of a way to bring down Univant's castle. Yes, your majesty. Ah, it is truly infuriating. He roars and kicks what remains of the throne. Chapter 42. I want to do what I can. As soon as His Majesty, the King, announced our formal marriage, everything started moving at an incredible speed. From the Republic, someone who is not exactly a prince, but holds a similar status is coming. From the Empire, a great general is attending. The whole castle has suddenly become tense and buzzing. Apparently, the Empire pinned all the blame on a few civil officials and executed them. That is exactly what we heard would happen, but still, it is chilling. Everything is progressing frighteningly smoothly. The preparations, too. But lately, Noi has been unusually quiet. Has she really caught marriage blues? Normally, when she gets home, she heads straight to our bedroom. If I am already back, she goes to bathe, then we enjoy dinner together before returning to the bedroom. If I come home later, she waits sitting on the bed. Then we bathe and have a cozy dinner. But recently, it is none of those patterns. When she returns, she goes straight to the bed, sits on the very edge, and looks utterly dejected. Mostly it is her silly ahoj that droops, but still. After finishing our bath and dinner, we head to the bedroom as always. This room has nothing but the bed. No table, no chairs. From a Japanese perspective, if something comes up, you would sit on a chair to talk, but in this world, the bed serves as everything. Even drinks are brought by maids. We drink, then send the cup back. If we want more, we call a maid again. Thinking about it, it is an incredibly luxurious life. As someone with Japanese roots, I am basically the patient, enduring type. And Noi hardly ever asserts herself. So, when she gets this downhearted, it really worries me. Noi. I sit behind her on the edge of the bed and wrap my arms gently around her from behind, holding her close. Did something happen? You have not seemed yourself lately. I am fine. That is a lie. Her ahoj is still limp and droopy. Even when I tug it lightly, it just flops over weakly. Please tell me, Noi. If you do not tell me, I cannot protect you. She gives a small, soft nod. I wait quietly for a while until I hear a tiny sigh. I cannot do anything, even though Arg-sama does so many things for me. Yes. Why does Arg-sama want only me as his wife? Everyone says it is strange. Do they? For me, having only Noi is enough. Only me. She glances back over her shoulder at me, her eyes wide and curious. We are talking about wives, right? Yes. It seems she understands now. I have to choose my words carefully, or it could turn into something outrageous. I love spending time like this with Noi. Yes. Her hand gently touches my arms that are wrapped around her. It feels like she is confirming the warmth, the realness of it. I want to do something, for Arg-sama. I want to do what I can. What should I do? What should you, ga? I accidentally swallowed hard, my mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. Begone, worldly desires. We will move forward once our new home is ready and we have real privacy for just the two of us. I cannot do anything. That is. Do you hate that? She shakes her head quickly in tiny nods. People say all kinds of things, but Noi is thinking about me this much. Just realizing that makes my heart feel so warm and happy. Then give me a lap pillow. Yes. I rest my head on her soft thighs as she sits properly on the bed. Her bare skin feels wonderfully smooth and cool against my cheek. What else? I gently take her hand and place it over my chest. Then pat it like this. Yes, just like that is perfect. Is this good? Yes. It makes me really happy. I see. She pats my chest steadily, rhythmically. When I was little and cried from missing my father who was not around, or when I caught a cold and had to stay in bed, my mother would do this for me. She was truly kind. She tried so hard to fit in with the local people through work and everything, even though the strain made her body weaker. Arg-sama. I am okay. I just remembered something from long ago. I see. I quietly wipe away the tear that slipped out. Her hand stops patting my chest. Gently, she helps me sit up. Then she wraps her arms around me from behind, and her soft chest presses warmly against my back. Her slender fingers stroke my hair so tenderly, it feels incredibly kind and comforting. Thank you, Noi. Yes. I am so happy, I feel truly blessed. Yes. That night, I fell asleep still held gently from behind by Noi. It was quite a challenge calming down my selfish little guy who kept making demands. Section, Hafren. HM. Can we consider the preparations complete now? Pretty much. There are still some small details left. What is it, Aniki? I spoke with father, and something came up that bothered me. Please, no more troublesome talks. In the hidden room his brother uses as an office, Hafren lets out a deeply exasperated sigh. So what is it? It is about Argusta. What did that idiot do? There was a report that he died before coming to this world, right? Yes, hard to believe, but he himself says he died and was wandering. It is certainly unbelievable, but there is no doubt he was dead, correct? If his own words are true. Now interested, Hafren stands from the sofa and looks at his brother seated at the desk. As always, his eyes and hands move steadily, slaying the mountain of documents. If he died and came back to life, is it not possible he received a blessing? No way could that actually happen. The possibility alone is enough. His brother stops his hands and eyes, staring intently. Hafren shrugs with a tired sigh. So, check it out, and if he has one, make him a pawn. No, it is a strict order from His Majesty the King. If he has a blessing, let Arg use it however he wishes. Is he serious? He seems unwilling to allow any further use that prioritizes national interest. In reality, the boy is already doing more than enough work. That is true, but Hafren's words trail off uncertainly. In current univents, there are fewer than 10 confirmed blessing holders. They are that rare and precious. Telling them not to use one, it feels like far too great a waste. It is a strict order. Well, if we investigate and he does not have one, it will just be unnecessary worry. Chapter 43. With cooling off. Good morning, Noi. Good morning, Arg-sama. It has completely become our usual morning scene. But how does she manage to straddle and sit on me every morning without me noticing? As always, we get help from the maids to change, then finish breakfast. We walk together happily to the castle gate, and from there I see Noi off as she heads to work on foot. She turns the corner without looking back, and she is gone. Time for work, work. You are surprisingly diligent, huh? Whoa, where did this muscle prince pop out from? Ignoring my startled jump at the voice from behind, the idiot prince suddenly grabs my face firmly. It is a perfect iron claw hold. What are you doing? Urgent business. Come with me for a bit. This is not an invitation, it is kidnapping. Ow, ow, let go of my face first. Still gripping my face, he drags me away. Section. What are you planning? I cannot help looking around nervously because this is not the usual office. It is a private room in a section of the castle I have never entered before. Maybe someday I should explore the whole castle. A dungeon probably does not exist in the normal sense. I told you before, right? We are checking if you have any magic power. Oh, there was talk about that. You forgot. I've been busy getting ready for the wedding. I am fine with it. If things get tough, I can just let the paperwork pile up. Noi has been running around to all sorts of dressmakers for measurements and everything, and then she still has work after that. Maybe I should not have suggested alterations to the dress. So why all of a sudden? The other day we checked some noble's idiot son. And since the preparations are ready, we can do yours at the same time. That reason is way too obvious. So that is why it is so sudden today. Well, whatever. I am made to sit on a chair. In front of me is a small desk. On top of it rests a thin, plate-like silver disc. I have absolutely no idea what this is about. Put both hands into that silver disc and place your palms down. And then, after that, we just add water and we are done. Water is poured from a pitcher. It stops just before overflowing, and we wait for the ripples to settle. You can see your face reflected on the water's surface, right? Keep staring at it. If you see any color, tell me. Okay. My face is clearly reflected on the silver disc, like a mirror. It looks nothing like Takanashi Takumi anymore. As I keep gazing, hazy colors slowly start to appear. Did you see something? Yes, I did. What color? Black and white. Around my reflection, black haze and white haze seem to swirl and sway, but they never mix together. What could it mean? I see, you saw two colors. Yes. Then there is no helping it. Huh. The hand placed on my shoulder slowly slides toward my neck. Whoa, why strangle me in this position? This is bad, this is bad. His grip is completely locked in. I frantically tap his thick, muscular arm, hoping the tap-out works even in another world. Wait, my vision is gradually going dark, huh? Section. Gah. The moment I wake up, an overwhelming surge of anger rushes through me. What happened? What is going on? Where am I? I am in complete darkness. I cannot even tell if I am standing or sitting. My whole body feels floaty. Could I have died again? Ahaha. That reaction is quite rare. Who are you? A riddle. That is sudden. I am me. I am you. I am always by your side and never leave. But sometimes I cannot be seen. Now, what am I? That is such a simple riddle. Are you okay? Is it actually a trick? The first thing that comes to mind is shadow. Correct. That is the answer to the question. So that means a shadow? You can think of it that way. In truth, I have no form or shape. Even this voice is something I created just to speak with you. Somehow, this feels like the first truly otherworldly thing I have encountered since coming to this world. Yufufu, what is it you seek in this different world? Heart-pounding, thrilling grand adventures. Was the world you lived in so brutal that you could walk a life sharing death with others? It was far from brutal, actually. Then it is impossible. At best, you would freeze in fear before an enemy and get killed. That makes sense in a normal way. Peace is best in all things. I think so too. But from now on, you will gain a power that has nothing to do with peace. I politely decline. Could you give up on that? I have already given it to you. I would like to exercise my full cooling-off rights. That is impossible, but you do not have to use it if you do not want to. Is that so? Yes. This power is, especially maybe, why the questioning tone? I think it is a usable power, but I have a feeling you will really hate it. Maybe I chose the wrong person, but it truly is an incredibly useful power. It sounds like nothing but the temptation of a devil. Yufufu. Devils and angels are two sides of the same coin. So your point is not wrong. Whether it becomes a blessing or a trial branches depending on how the one who receives the power uses it. For your precious person, it seems to have become a trial. Blessing, trial? That is right. I gave you a power called a blessing. But it can also become a trial that torments you. I do not know how you will perceive that power. But you will surely suffer because of it. I am starting to get a little irritated. Oh my, I am sorry. Then let me explain the power I gave you. That power is. Chapter 44, Minimal Sacrifice. Do not screw with me, eh? I dive back into the rushing scenery and look around frantically. The first thing I see is my brother leaning back in his chair, asleep. Die, you damn beast. Pouring every ounce of feeling into my right fist, I leap up and drive it forward, only for him to brush it aside effortlessly. You are awake. That is cruel. Who counters their little brother's face like that? Do not glare at me like some villain sneaking an attack while I slept. It was just momentum and anger. Who punches their brother for that reason? Says the brother who strangled me out of nowhere and knocked me out. I check for nosebleed, then properly survey the room again. The silver plate that should have been on the desk is gone. In its place, a white cloth embroidered with strange letters is spread out. If someone suspected of having a blessing sleeps on it, they apparently meet something or other. From the look on your face, you met it. Yes. He continues speaking while folding the spread cloth. This appears suddenly on the king's throne when a nation is founded. No one knows where it comes from or how it is brought, but the moment you see it, you understand how to use it even without being taught. It truly is a mysterious cloth. I know the reason. It is meant to search, to find those with blessings and observe them. My brother tucks the folded cloth inside his jacket and quietly rests a hand on the sword at his waist as he looks at me. So, what kind of power is it? I will not tell. Hathy. His tone drops. For some reason, the hand on his sword fills me with an unnatural terror. I will ask once more. What kind of power is it? I will never tell, even if it kills me. But I absolutely cannot reveal this power. I must not say it. If this power is known, Noi will become unhappy. No matter how it is used, no matter what way. I see. Then never tell, even if it kills you. Huh? My brother yawns as he says that, and I can clearly see the interest has drained from his face. Where did all that tension go? You said you died before coming to this world, right? That made Father and me wonder if you might have received a blessing. So, we checked. But there was one strict order from the king. If you do have a power, let you use it however you want. Huh, what is with that dumb look? Your original role is just to be the husband who keeps Noi tied here. They said not to expect any more from you, so use that power however you like. Just know that if it ever harms this country, I will kill you. That will never happen. Because Noi is here. What does that mean? Exactly, as long as Noi is here, I should not need this power at all. Whatever, your face looks awful. Go home and sleep today. Yes, but I will report to Father and Anarchy that you have a blessing. Yes. For some reason, I feel completely drained. I drag my heavy feet forward, then turn back. Where are we anyway? Section, the idiot prince calls the maid he had been keeping away and has her guide me. Finally, I reach a familiar corridor. On the way, I think I passed the usual overly energetic leftover, but she was too much trouble, so I stepped over her and ground my toe into her back a little. She seemed happy about it. It was probably just a fatigue-induced hallucination. Section. At last, I return to the detached building and head straight to the bedroom. I collapse onto the bed and stare at the ceiling when suddenly a sharp pain grips my chest. Ka. Jejeho. It hurts. Why would I get a power like this? This is a power I should never have. If I am to stay by Noi's side, this is absolutely a power I must not possess. And yet, why? I feel sick. For now, I close my eyes and try to calm my heart. Section. Do not joke with me. Why this power? It is just coincidence. Why a power like this? Blessings tend to grant powers this world deems necessary. So it was purely by chance that you were chosen. Do not joke with me. You are the one who gave it to me. Even if that is true, the one who uses it is you, not anyone else. In fact, it might bring more happiness. The best would be if you used it on yourself, but using it on your precious person is fine too, or on someone else. But if you use it on another, what will happen to your precious person, I wonder? It is not funny at all. Chills run through my whole body, making me tremble. If I did that, Noi would. Blessings are two sides of the same coin. Not everyone who receives one becomes happy. Is your precious person happy with the blessing she got? There was another one by your side, was there not? That girl with the large chest. She might be happy. She came from a poor hunter's family, but because of her blessing, she became a knight apprentice and earns money. More than her parents ever could from working. What are you trying to say? Is she happy? If she escaped poverty, then probably yes. You should look at others a little more carefully. Her parents were so worried about leaving their only daughter in the capital that they came with her. Because of that, the two of them could no longer work. In a capital where they know no one, lost and confused, they hide away in the house provided for them. Their daughter knows this and it pains her heart terribly. Is she happy? Are her parents? That is just misfortune, from your perspective, but surely the people around them envy them from the bottom of their hearts. That is what humans are. Ugly creatures that crave more the more they are given. But even so, do you understand why blessings are granted? How would I know, idiot? Because it is fun to watch. There is no entertainment quite this enjoyable. That is why I grant blessings. I taught summoning magic too, and many other things, each one has led to such interesting futures. Humans really are fascinating. They help each other and kill each other, such contradictory, delightful creatures. I see, but what does that make you, watching it all? The most boring existence of all. Giving tools to others so they kill each other and taking joy in it, the ugliest and most dull being there is. That is right. That is why, when I inherited this position, I changed the policy. I am a heretic born in this world. That is why the world is trying to erase me. What are you talking about? Why do you think dragons have increased so rapidly? The world is surely killing many people to find a new me. That is why that power is needed. To resist, even if it makes Noi unhappy, it cannot be helped. If I disappear, the world will return to normal. It is the minimal sacrifice. I see, do not screw with me, eh? Chapter 45, so one more time. Something brushing against my cheek pulls me awake. I slowly open my eyes to find Noi's usual expressionless face peering closely down at me. Oh, right, I must have collapsed onto the bed and fallen asleep. Arg-sama, are you okay? Why is Noi here? It is still light outside. The little one said Arg-sama was walking around looking really scary. That wording is a bit misleading. Yes, only my idiot brother should be the one walking around with a scary face. What about work? So I hurried back. How? I used a lot of magic. Long-range bombardment again, or maybe sniping. I should send some apology treats to the subordinates who have to clean up after her next time. Arg-sama, are you okay? Maybe not quite yet. Even receiving the greatest reward she can offer, a lap pillow, does not lift my mood. My sunken heart still aches. Arg-sama. What is it? I do not understand anything. So do whatever you like with me. You can do anything. Her face stays blank as she says it, lightly spreading both arms. A sign that she will not resist. Noi is this kind, so kind that I have to protect her. Then I will be a little selfish. Yes. I sit up to face her and press my face gently into her soft chest. The momentum tips her back, but she quietly wraps her arms around me without a word. In this warm, yielding place, I listen closely. The steady tokan-tokan of her heartbeat feels so comforting against my ear. Noi. Yes. Could you pat my head? Yes. Her hand moves softly. Pat, pat, gently caressing the back of my head. Such kind warmth. When I was little, my mother would do this whenever I clung to her. Yes, just for now. I will be okay. Once I borrow some strength from her, I will keep going. Arg-sama. HM. Did you see something scary? Something scary. Yes, I see them too. Things from when I was little. I see. Everyone bleeding and... You do not have to say it. Yes. Her hand stroking my head pauses for a moment. Even Noi has nightmares. Today I learned something worst, but it is not yet the lowest. I can still protect her plenty. I will hide the blessing I unfortunately received and brush away the problems raining down on her. I will never let her become just a tool. No matter what happens, absolutely not. Ahaha. Yes. No, it is nothing. I am okay. I just realized I was being a bit silly. Arg-sama is not silly. The silly one is the little one. For Miss G to be declared silly by Noi is impressive. I will have to tell her next time. Noi. Yes. I love you so much. Yes. That is right. This feeling is not a lie. At first it was completely love at first sight, but spending time with her like this made me realize. She is truly kind, honest, and so lovable, my precious wife. Then I will be fine. If it is to make her smile, I can do anything. My resolve hardened, I will protect her even if the whole world turns against me. For that alone, I am almost grateful. All right, my energy is coming back. Yes. Noi. Is it okay to let go now? Why did her hold tighten instead? No, no. If you press me this hard, I will become way too aware of Noi's soft chest. I will get too energetic. My little guy down there will get way too energetic. Arg-sama. Something hard against my leg. Wake up my defensive instincts. Still holding Noi, I sit up properly. The energetic little guy gets tucked safely between my legs. Noi. Will you not let go yet? Yes. Even on her knees, she keeps my head firmly cradled against her. This in itself is a wonderful reward, but I cannot keep up forever. How have things been lately? Anything happen? Yes. People in town talk to me. About the dress, they ask a lot. I heard that they placed dress orders at multiple shops to compete with each other. The payment is fixed the same for everyone, which is good, but the shop owners must be pushing themselves hard, ready to take a loss. The shop people work hard every day. If there is even a small mistake, they fix it. If it gets even a little dirty, they fix it. Everyone is trying their best to make it. I see. Yes, so I am careful. Getting it dirty while wearing it would probably be bad. That is right. Noi is loved and admired by the people, because she is the hero who protects the country from dragons. And someone called a hero is often viewed with suspicion by those in power, because they hold the hearts of the people all in one hand. Even if Noi has no ambition, if someone who can manipulate her appears, they could overturn this country from its roots, using her to rally the citizens and spark a civil war. That is the worst scenario the powerful fear. At least I am part of the royal family by name. Normally, I would never go against them. But those with ambition will surely start plotting all sorts of schemes from now on, and that goes for outside the country too. Noi. Yes. Will you protect me? Yes. Then I will absolutely protect you. Yes. Her arms slowly loosen around me. Those pale red eyes stare at me as always. It is a rare eye color, and I have never seen anyone else with silver-white hair like Noi. Argsama. What is it? Bath together. Yes, but wait just a little, okay. Yes. My wild little guy still has not calmed down yet, but she keeps staring at me without moving. This is not a pat my head kind of stare, right? Her ahoj is not twitching at all. Noi. My eyes are drawn to her lips that move ever so slightly. No way is Noi asking for it. I gently place my hands on her shoulders and lean in closer. She tilts forward softly and our lips meet. Noi. Yes. If possible, I would be happy if you closed your eyes. Yes. So one more time. Chapter 46, Teach Me. Freya-sensei, again. All right, everyone. Did you submit your homework properly? Yes. If you can't talk to your parent, talk to the adults around you, okay? Yes. The children's energetic replies naturally soften Freya's cheeks into a warm smile. Lately, the children's eagerness to learn has grown so much. Teaching them has become even more enjoyable. The homework assignments she introduced as a trial are producing wonderful results. The tasks she gives are a bit challenging for the children, but that is only a trigger. It is simply a way to increase chances for them to speak with adults, family members, or household staff from an early age. Adults find it hard to brush off a child's earnest "please teach me." Once they start listening, even grown-ups cannot answer immediately, so their explanations grow longer. Longer words lead to longer conversations. Through talking, children learn to judge whether someone is scary or not scary. If they decide the person is not scary, unless the child is extremely shy, they show no restraint at all. They cling so persistently that adults almost want to shoo them away. When that happens, the attempt is a success. In natural conversations with adults, they learn manners. Sometimes the adults even teach them directly. Thanks to this, lately when Freya enters the room, the chatter stops instantly, and the children greet her politely. Then, for the question how can we reduce the number of dragons, I will look over everyone's answers later. The child with the best answer will get a reward, sweets sent to their home. Sounds good. Yes. Such good replies. But she is especially curious about the answer from the outstanding student who used to sit in the very back. Moving naturally to the front row shows he has earned the children's trust. The homework idea was his suggestion too. When she grumbled, "I want the children to feel comfortable talking to adults naturally," he shared it with her. The day after the attempt succeeded and she thanked him with overflowing joy, his wife, her superior, began making so many careless mistakes it almost felt like harassment. She will never forget that. Maybe even her superior feels a little jealous sometimes. Being the one envied is tough, though. By the way, his homework answer was work even harder. When Freya saw it, she naturally clutched her head and trembled. No need to say it. All right, everyone. Then today, we will learn about knowledge related to the ongoing wedding preparations. I will talk about teleportation transfer magic. Teacher. Yes, what is it? How does that relate to Oni-chan's celebration? She feels a twinge of resistance at the boy calling a Prince Oni-chan, but in this room, status means nothing. Besides, the real issue is that the person himself does not mind at all. Right now, he sits there gripping his quills seriously, waiting. That is a good question. It might seem unrelated at first, but actually it connects deeply. The wedding is just 10 days away. Important people from major countries across the continent will visit our capital. But as you can see from the continent map you copied, this land is vast. So how do people from faraway countries come? Yes, you there. By walking. That is true. It might be good for health, but it is a bit difficult, right? More than a bit, practically impossible. The number of dragons on this continent is rising steadily. If they traveled in groups, the dragons would see it as a perfect chance to attack and devour them. That is why we use teleportation transfer magic circles, also known as gates. Has anyone heard of them? Hands rise here and there. From the looks, most are children of parents in diplomacy or commerce. These gates are located at 8 spots on the continent, each managed by a major country. The closest one to us is on the north side of Mount Ulermal in the north. That spot sits right on the border between the Empire and the Republic. Both countries manage it jointly, under a promise to not fight there. A complete non-combat zone. If the gate were accidentally destroyed, it could make enemies of every nation on the continent. To use the gate, you pay money at the management office run by both countries. Yes, sensei. What is it? The oldest and most enthusiastic student raises his hand. If we use that gate, can we go to faraway countries too? Yes, to any place that has a gate. Can we choose where to go? We can. Then, we could do bad things as much as we want. It is a carefully worded question. She glimpses the conflict between his learning curiosity and his position. Casual child ideas like if I fight with Ni-chan, I can escape far away. Nick-chan is awesome are still cute. Freya knows questions like sending soldiers through would come eventually. But please, no marital fights between that couple. A mistake could doom the entire kingdom of Univance. That is true. You might escape after teasing a sibling, but only up to 10 people can pass at once. For luggage, it is about 2 wagon loads. It requires around 10 spellcasters to activate at once, so you cannot send a huge number. Long ago, there is a scary story where trying to send many people at once caused all the spellcasters in the country to die. The children murmur things like scary and amazing, but the example Freya gave is a true story. In an attempt to send 1,000 soldiers, every spellcaster pouring magic power into the gate died. And the soldiers who were supposed to be sent never emerged from any gate. That is why they say if you use the gate for bad things, the spellcasters who died that time will appear and drag you away to vanish. None of you have done anything bad enough to be taken, right? She wonders if she scared them too much, but the one looking most panicked is her superior's husband. What is he doing behind the scenes? Important people from various countries will pass through those gates to visit our land. So, at the wedding ceremony, we must not do anything bad, okay. But since it is a rare festival, please enjoy it. I cannot enjoy it because of work, though. Lightly suppressing her feelings, Freya continues the lesson. Chapter 47, Priest, what makes this different from the last wedding ceremony? The answer, scale and sheer hassle. It is incredibly troublesome. Specifically, all the greetings. Important people from across the continent have arrived bearing congratulatory gifts. Some are actual items, but most are catalogs. If we cashed in everything listed in those catalogs submitted beforehand, it would more than cover the entire wedding cost with plenty left over. We have to accept those gifts and catalogs along with words of blessing, in front of all the gathered foreign dignitaries. Like some kind of exhibit. I am just a humble former third prince, you know? Right? The muscle prince, Hafren, who strolled in casually grinned slyly and said more people showed up than for big brothers, and higher-ranking ones too before vanishing. I will definitely make him cry later. Since I know I cannot beat him with strength, I am currently bribing Miss G to find wasabi-like or mustard-like spicy ingredients. I will slip them into his food or drink and make him weep for sure. I sit on the chair prepared in the castle's audience chamber, while a civil official reads out things like from XX Kingdom, YY-sama. The congratulatory gift is, times Sama, please offer your words of celebration. Then I exchange name card-like greetings and receive their wedding felicitations. It has been going on endlessly since morning. Frankly, it is hell. My butt is numb and I have lost all feeling. We will take a short break here. According to the schedule, I am supposed to stand and leave at those words. But can I even stand up? With the help of a guard knight's arm, I somehow managed to be carried away. Section, you never told me about this. Did I forget to mention it? It was absolutely on purpose. This kind of torture, even if I knew, I could not escape it. Sniffle, tonight I will ask Noi for a lap pillow. I glare at him with all my resentment, but the muscle Daruma just flashes a sleazy grin. In the small room serving as a waiting area, it is just me, the muscle prince, and a maid. The maid is kindly massaging my hips, butt, and thighs as I lie face down on the platform. The numbness is finally starting to fade. Her soft hands press gently, and a warm tingle spreads through me. My heart flutters a little, but right now I am simply grateful. Well, the greetings from all the lesser dignitaries are done for now. The powerful distant nations we placed in third-tier honored guest seats did not send royalty, as expected. Is that so? Pretty much. Though if someone changed their name and sneaked in, we would have no way to check. We do not know every royal face from every country, after all. That is exactly right. In a world without photographs, slipping in under a false name is child's play. On the other hand, the countries that boldly show up claiming to be kings or princes feel almost refreshing. True, a third prince's wedding is one thing, but actual kings coming in person. What is up with that? Apparently, some of them are kings from nations long friendly with my father the king. They used my wedding as an excuse, saying things like we are both getting old, the next time we meet might be at a funeral. Of course, I have no idea what their real intentions are. The main event is still ahead. The Empire and the Republic. Yep, first up is General Kashera from the Empire. He is the Emperor's younger brother and a master of war. He is famous for never losing. No matter how disadvantaged the situation, he always forces a draw where both sides hurt equally. A renowned strategist and fierce warrior. Next is Hartson, the Republic's finance minister. When it comes to him, he is the strongest candidate to become the next head of state. He manages the Republic's treasury, and it is said his skill is the reason that country grew so powerful. Normally, neither of these two would ever attend a wedding for someone like you. Thanks for the sarcasm. Of course, everyone's real target is not me, I know that. Ah, that feels nice. Maybe I want her to knead a little harder. Every country is really here for Noi, right? Exactly. The continent's greatest dragon slayer. When they entered the country and saw those mountains of dragon corpses, every representative probably wet themselves a little. That much. Yes. And we deliberately piled even more in the spot most visible from the northern road, bringing in extras from elsewhere too. Padding the numbers, It is about national prestige, or rather showing off. But even the ones brought from elsewhere were mostly hunted by Noi. That is true, so I understand why they want to flaunt that power. But once humans see real strength, they only want it more. If Noi ever left this country, we would be limited to hunting a few small dragons per day at best. That few, wait, we can still hunt some. Yes, Lutz Bow could manage it somehow. That big-breasted girl is amazing. To think she was hiding that kind of skill inside those soft curves. So, little brother who is blissfully enjoying having his butt kneaded by the maid over there. What? Did any country leave a strong impression on you during the greetings? Impression. I was pretty much greeting on autopilot. At first, hearing king or prince made my heart skip a beat, but once I got used to it, it stopped bothering me. Ah, there was one. Which one? The representative from some northern country, something or other. The person who called himself a priest and was dressed all in black. That one caught my attention. Why? I glance lightly at the maid behind me. Hafren notices and quietly signals her to leave the room. Even if maids are sometimes treated like furniture, it is not good for her to overhear this conversation. In the world I came from, a priest is a position within groups called religions. But I heard from Friasan that this world has no religions. Yes, there was a brief fad long ago, but it was quickly crushed. Even if any remained, they would not have enough power to send a national representative. That is why it really stood out to me. Fair point, I will look into it a little. The impression too, maybe. Black hair, dark skin. Clothes completely black from head to toe. And those eyes that reminded me of a reptile. Wait, what is that noise outside? What is going on? What was that? We both turned toward the door just as it slams open with a bang. Noi, apparently in the middle of changing clothes, bursts in, dragging several maids behind her. What is it, Noi? Without a word, she silently starts kneading my butt while I remain lying face down. What? What is really going on? You know. Yes. No, never mind, you lucky bastard. Stop grinning slyly and explain already, you idiot Anarchy. Chapter 48, Great General. Normally, after the break, the lesser countries would take their leave. They are gently prompted with something like the greetings are finished, so perhaps this is a good time to depart. The main event is tomorrow. Countries with embassies return there. Those without head back to the noble mansions rented specially for today. That was the explanation I was given. It is packed. Yes, in fact, is it not even more crowded? Maybe. Anyway, I will stand behind you next to father from here. This is the real thing now, but unless you do something extraordinarily stupid, we will turn it into a funny story later. Go out there like you are already dead. Noi, punch that muscle prince for me later. Hey, I will seriously die. The idiot flees like his life depends on it. My resentment eases a little, putting me in a slightly better mood. Should I punch him later? You do not have to punch him yet. Yes. She clenches and unclenches her fists eagerly. Her ahoj bounces lightly with excitement. Around her, the maids are frantically making last-minute adjustments to her dress. She suddenly stood up in the middle of preparations, dragging the protesting maids along to come to my room, so everything fell behind schedule. As a result, her formal attire ends up surprisingly casual, but Noi is beautiful anyway. This is more than enough. Argusta-sama, Noi-sama, please proceed. Judging we cannot delay any longer. The officiating civil official calls us. I gently try to take her hand, then slide my arm to offer my elbow instead. Noi tilts her head just a touch, but without a word, she slips her arm through mine, linking us close. Now entering. Argusta von Dragignight-sama and his wife Noi-sama. Following the maid's signals to come out, we walk side by side, and every gaze in the room gathers on her. Het. As for me, I am basically just the green plastic garnish in a convenience store bento. Who or so, young or beautiful, or I want to be insulted, or I want to be stepped on, those voices reach my ears. Since they are men's voices, it is not the disappointing ramblings of the leftover. But some rather unsettling words seem mixed in. By the way, Freya-san and the rest of Noi's squad are on standby from this afternoon onward, without the captain to maintain security at the waiting area. Since Noi usually changes clothes there, the ground and such have absorbed the scent of dragon blood and flesh, making it a prime spot for attacks. The dragon disposal site is guarded by dispatched Royal Army troops, but that place is basically left entirely to them. Freya-san is probably seriously furious right now. First, I bow to my father the king, then give a very light nod to the honored guests. The point is to show that I bow deeply only to His Majesty the King himself. Well, I am the one who apologizes profusely every day anyway. The chairs placed side by side are a little apart. I could scoot them closer, but if I pull off something odd, my reliable big brother will turn it into a funny story later, right? In that case, instead of just holding hands, I will link arms to show even more closeness. Noi. Let us sit on the same chair. It might be a bit tight, but is that okay? Yes. It is spacious enough for one person. If we squeeze together, two can fit. As we sit side by side on the same chair, Noi in her light yellow dress snuggles close, pressing her body against mine sweetly. Naturally, the honored guests are all wide-eyed in surprise. Since I am doing this on my own, I am too scared to look back at my family. From the Broidwin Empire, 3 wagon loads of gold, decorations and such in one carriage, delivered as congratulatory gifts. The Emperor's little brother Kishara-sama. If you would be so kind, perhaps offer words of celebration to the young couple. The audience chamber falls silent at the civil official's words. Every country's representative seems to hold their breath. Did I mishear? He said 3 wagons, right? Wagon here means piled high on a cart, correct? And 3 of those. Decorations in one full carriage load. By the way, the carts in this world are about the size of the average wheelbarrow you see at construction sites or home centers in Japan. They have 2 wooden wheels, though. And 3 of those carts piled high with gold dust. I do not know if it is the Empire's pride or just showing off, but I remember hearing that 2 carts of gold would cover the entire wedding cost. Did they replace the catalog at the last minute? The person approaching with the sharp clack-clack of iron boots is a knight in full plate armor, no helmet. An overwhelming aura, or rather, a menacing presence, makes cold sweat pour down my entire body. Terrifying. I have never felt this scared just looking at someone for the first time. Compared to this, Noi standing covered in blood after battle looks 100 times cuter. She really is cute, and beautiful too. He stops with a loud clank. A middle-aged man. His face is covered in countless scars. His rugged appearance screams, I was born on the battlefield, and I will die on the battlefield. It is an honor to meet you for the first time, Prince Argusta and Knight Noi. I am Kishara of the Broidwin Empire. I am a rough man raised on the battlefield with no knowledge of etiquette. Please forgive any rudeness. No, not at all. It is the greatest honor to have the one called the Great General come in person. I recite the standard phrase I was drilled on beforehand. My whole body is trembling uncontrollably, but right beside me, Noi remains steady as always. Then someone quietly steps forward, SSU, and hands the general a cloth-wrapped object. I have heard rumors that Knight Noi possesses monstrous strength that cannot be guessed from her appearance. Would you kindly draw this old war companion of mine, which has rusted so badly it can no longer be pulled out? What is he thinking? Chapter 49, Minister of Finance. The sword gripped in the hands of the man, called the Great General, looks thoroughly rusted. Would they really allow something like this to be brought into the hall? It feels like a breach of manners. But leaving a friend's memento to rust like that, what kind of person does that? So, it is probably a lie. Facing the man who radiates the dignity of a conqueror with his silent well, what will you do? I reach a decision. Noi. Draw that sword. Yes. She rises lightly and walks over with soft steps. The general grins and holds the sheathed sword out to her, hilt first. I sense nothing strange in the air, but I do not let my guard down. Wait. My whispered voice stops her hand just as she is about to grasp it. I calculated that my voice would reach her at this distance. Think, what is he plotting? The sword is probably not rusted at all, but it should be impossible to draw. Above all, there is no guarantee it even has a blade. So, there is only one thing to do. If you try to draw it and it will not come out, crush it completely. She gives a small nod and carries out the instruction. The sword refuses to budge from its sheath, so she clamps both ends between her hands and begins to squeeze. Bidgy bidgy boga bogie, it makes a hideous, unfamiliar screech, then compresses into a ball. A sword that cannot be drawn is useless. If it is a memento, this shape will do. Her usual expressionless face. Her usual flat tone. Watching her calmly offer the lump of iron scrap on her open palms is, quite frankly, terrifying. Even the Great General silently accepts it without a word. His aim was probably to humiliate Noi here. Something like the one who slays dragons is this frail. I will never allow such a third-rate villain move from a shoujo manga. If anything, Noi's strength could be proven by casually saying go catch that dragon flying over there. If there is no reason to hide it, we will crush them outright. Well, Noi did the crushing though. Great General. My wife has been rude. Not at all. On the battlefield, something like this would not even count as rude. Your actions are already rude enough, are they not? Are you that bitter about your little scheme failing last time? With strength like this, slaying dragons must be easy. If you do not mind, I would love for you to send a fine dragon to my country sometime. In that case, after the ceremony, I can have Noi throw one over for delivery. To the gates of the imperial palace, or perhaps the courtyard. Inside the palace itself would probably make cleaning quite troublesome. He glares at me with furious eyes, but I am just as angry. Thinking back carefully, the reason we ended up needing this revenge wedding in the first place is entirely the Empire's fault. I am seriously tempted to have a dozen dragons hurled right into their palace as payback. Noi would be the one throwing them, though. As I glare back while feeling a tiny bit of fear, a flash of yellow blocks my view. Noi, still standing, steps between us. Her ahoj is fluffed up like an excited cat's tail. This is bad. If she snaps, no one can stop her. Oni-chan, is it okay to call for help about now? Ahahaha, well. To think the Great General of the Empire himself would be teased by a youth who has only just come of age. What a rare sight we are witnessing. While all the honored guests watch with bated breath, that voice rings out at the perfect now or never moment. Could this be my eldest brother I have yet to meet? No, probably not. The voice comes from among the guests, and judging from the rumors about him, doing something this bold would probably get me scolded terribly later. Would groveling work in this world too? The man who appeared at this exquisite timing is one of those overly suave pretty boy types. Who is he? It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Argusta, and the beautiful wife Noisama. I am Hartson, serving as Finance Minister of the Selswin Republic. The man, Hartson, who bows elegantly, scores pretty low in my book. Sorry. How do I put this? Everything from his looks to his vibe just rubs me the wrong way. I would take the great general over him any day. Is the joking not going a bit far in such a celebratory setting? General. And Prince, you are taking the jest too seriously as well. A little over-the-top prank in a festive gathering, it is merely part of the rough manners of a barbaric warmonger. The custom among them is to laugh it off and move on. That was some seriously sneaky poison. The one glaring is not the general anymore, it is the suave pretty boy approaching. I did not say anything that bad, did I? A celebratory occasion is for celebrating, General. Indeed, my joke went too far. Forgive me, Prince. And your Majesty, Univance. The general turns sharply on his heel and walks away. Not that he is heading home or anything. I would not mind if he did, though. The pretty boy chuckles softly while watching the general's retreating back, then turns his gaze toward Noi. Something about it rubs me the wrong way. I whisper Noi, come back, and she immediately returns to sit beside me, snuggling close again. Yes, for going along with my sudden improv, tonight we are definitely doing the mutual happiness combo of lap pillow plus head stroking. You two seem very close. What is with those eyes? I am completely head over heels for Noi. Yes, I will not deny it. I am utterly in love, what of it? My country will send 6 wagon loads of gold as celebration, and perhaps 2 carriages of decorations as well, as thanks for the entertaining show. My hips nearly give out. Did he just say 6 wagons? What kind of amount is that? Pride, spite, what is going on? And also, there is more outrageous stuff coming. My country is a nation of commerce that has solved everything with money. So, this is a business proposal to Argusta-sama. How much would you price that Noi at? We are prepared to offer up to 100 wagon loads of gold. The pretty boy flashes a thin smile as he drops that insane bombshell. Chapter 50, Absolute Rage Mode. What the heck, are you an idiot? Is picking a fight what passes for a congratulatory speech among the powerful in this world? 100 wagons of gold? And you think that buys Noi? You have no idea what she is worth. My thoughts are flying into panic mode. Nyaro. I am about to snap any second now. Should I counter with 200 wagons? But if he actually pays, I lose, right? I want to beat him on his own turf. I want to look at least a little cool in front of Noi. Then this is it. You wish to buy Noi? Yes. Then I will accept in exchange for the rights to your entire country. In other words, if your country becomes mine, I will not have to give up Noi. Let us settle it with that. That is quite the joke. I am fairly serious, though. To be honest, whether it is the Empire or the Republic, I have no intention of handing over Noi. She is one of a kind. Above all, telling me to sell the only woman I love for money. It seems the Republic has no heart. Who? His tone changes. His eyes sharpen, and the suave pretty boy mask vanishes. This must be his true face and nature. As expected of a prince from Univance, the country famous for being cunning and slippery. You say interesting things. Calling that mass murderer one of a kind? Do you seriously claim to love a monster who slaughtered dozens of children from the same facility? The audience chamber falls completely silent. Why? How does he know that? In the name of training for dragon slaying, they gathered young children and subjected them to inhumane treatment. I hear no one even knows how many lives were lost. Those who survived that hellish life were forced into a final trial of killing each other. And the sole survivor, the one who murdered her own kind, is that girl. Can you deny my words, Prince? You have the face of someone asking how I know this. Yes, I know. My country's power is money. With money, any information can be bought. Who in your country has what kind of preferences, shall I tell you if needed? From our viewpoint, the secrets of the Kingdom of Univance are completely exposed. I see. everything is already known. Then there is no point in hiding anymore. As you say, it is said that Noi has such a past. You admit it. It seems so. And, even if Noi is a murderer, could you explain what problem that causes? Is there a rule in your country that forbids marrying someone who has killed? Then no one could become a soldier, right? Or is it that women must not kill, or that one must not love a woman who is killed? Come to think of it, the mage serving your head of state is a woman who handles large-scale destruction spells, is she not? Oh, there are rumors she is also his lover, so if she is a lover, it is fine. The knowledge from Friesan came in handy. If I am going to eat poison, I might as well lick the plate clean. There is no such rule. Of course not. To begin with, I am a prince of Univance. It is troublesome to have your country's conveniences forced on me. I take a deep breath. I do not care about Noi's past. She is the woman I chose as my wife and fell in love with. I am ready to accept every part of her past, so outsiders should keep their noses out. Nailed it and decided. I will be groveling to everyone later. But right now, letting out this boiling anger inside me is enough. I feel certain of victory, but the opponent is still, smiling. Rumors say Prince Argusta's family has an illness. That one, they tried to turn a bow on His Majesty, so the whole family was executed. So what? There was a clatter from behind, but I ignore it for now. Then you have a verbally promised fiancé. I know nothing about that, Argusta. Do not make promises on your own. Who knows? I have no memory of it. If you investigated that far, you know they used ritual magic to treat my illness, right? Yes. The fact that it caused memory loss. They did not dig that far, huh? Well, fine. I am in full rage mode right now. I will spill everything and grovel with all my might later. I have no memory. So this might be rude, but my manners are only about as good as that general from earlier. No, actually, the general is better since he picks fights you can see coming. So, finance minister, anything else? Fa is your fearlessness because you lack memories. Maybe that is part of it. But the biggest reason is the person right next to me gripping my arm and not letting go, no matter what nonsense is happening. I believe she will never betray me no matter what, and I have sworn never to betray her. That is why nothing in front of me scares me, even if it should. Because my wife is the continent's greatest dragon slayer. Admiring murmurs leak from the honored guests. Am I saying something cool right now? I am honestly at my limit and have no idea what is coming out of my mouth anymore. The dangerous glint in his eyes softens as the finance minister returns to his suave pretty boy act, lightly brushing back his forelocks. No way. I really cannot stand him on a gut level. I see. No matter what, you have no intention of letting go of Noi. None at all. Besides, everyone is here because we are holding the wedding tomorrow. Talking about selling her the day before would be idiotic, right? Ehate. You make a fair point. I am seriously irritated. Should I sick Noi on him? It seems the bond between you two is genuine. Seeing such a loving display made me want to crack a crude joke like the general. Argusta-sama. Noi. May you remain happy together forever. His theatrical bow only irritates me more. Chapter 51, Eichmann-san. Well, it seems the time has come for me to show my full power. After the wildly chaotic congratulatory speeches, we finally leave the audience chamber. That is it for today. All that remains is the main event tomorrow. There is supposedly a royal family-hosted dinner party starting in the evening, but that is just our kingdom's nobles coming out to casually drink and chat with the ambassadors and representatives from other countries. Tonight, we are supposed to rest early to prepare for tomorrow, or so it should have been. The moment we step back, a maid comes rushing over. Argusta-sama, I know, where should I go? Yes, I am to guide you to His Majesty's office. Got it. And do not bring Noi-sama. They are taking away my greatest weapon and shield, but I definitely messed up, so the only path left is complete surrender. Noi. Go on ahead. Noi really is kind. She grips my hand tightly and refuses to let go. I cannot believe someone like her could be a murderer. It must be some kind of mistake. I have decided. Even if it is just me, I will believe that and hold on to it. It is okay. I will just go for a bit and come right back. Yes. When I get back, give me a lap pillow. I will stroke your hair in return. Yes. Her ahoj wiggles happily as Noi walks away. There is no point in moping. I will steel myself and go. Hey, they are not going to kill me or anything. Section. I am truly very sorry. The muscle prince drawing his sword the instant I enter the office is seriously not okay. I am not surrendering. I definitely did not give in to that threat. His Majesty the King, leaning on his elbows at the desk with a heavy atmosphere around him, slowly stands up. He walks over leisurely and thumps my shoulders hard, bam, bam. Ow, ow, that hurts. A little restraint, please. Oh, this much punishment should be light, you absolute fool. I am really sorry. What were you thinking, taking that attitude with those two? What was I thinking? It was reflexive. The general was trying to make fun of Noi, so I got irritated. The finance minister exposed Noi's secret, and I completely snapped. What? It was all about Noi. Yes. What about when they insulted you? That kind of thing does not matter at all. The only thing I could not forgive was what they said about Noi. Did they even insult me personally? His Majesty the King bursts into loud laughter, kiwahaha, and thumps my shoulders again before returning to his chair. Protecting your wife as a husband is important. Showing that spirit reached the honored guests as well. So, since both of them called it a joke, I will overlook this incident. Understood. Thank you very much. A full deep bow for me. Your Majesty, I will follow you anywhere for a while. Only the idiot Anarchy who clicked his tongue and sheathed his sword, I will never forgive him. However, Father, we must find out how Noi's past leaked to other countries. Schnitt is right. Anyone have an idea? The one who suppressed that place was the previous captain of the Royal Guard leading the guards. Probably someone retired and short on money was found and bribed with pocket change. That would make it tricky, Hafren. I suspect the previous captain himself. Basis. The man was skilled with a sword but weak to drink and women. The reason for his retirement was definitely woman-related, right? We will investigate along that line. His Majesty nods thoughtfully but does nothing else. That is fine. Now, who is this handsome blonde man sitting on the sofa? He has the kind of stunning looks you rarely see even among Hollywood movie stars or global models. Idiot Oni-chan. What is it, idiot little brother? Who is that person? He is asking Anarchy. Anarchy? Did he say Anarchy? This is the first time meeting directly. I am Schnitt, the Prime Minister. His light bow is incredibly elegant. I step back 3 paces to take in both brothers. No mistake, Your Majesty. What is it? One of them is definitely not your son. My guess is this one. Wait a second, why are you pointing at Anarchy? Because you two look exactly alike, and you both chase women's butts all the time. The butt lover is Father. I am a chest guy. Butts are great. See, it's confirmed, ahaha. Yeah, people often say Hafren and I don't look alike at all. I take after my mother, and Hafren takes after our father. That makes perfect sense. You didn't have to agree so fast. Shut up, you perverted royal family. I don't want anyone thinking I'm part of your group. Let's get back to the topic. There's no way to stop information from leaking out. What we should think about next is Argusta's secret. Oh, right. There was that too. You completely forgot about it. Yeah, my memories from that side aren't bad or anything, but over here, I've got Noi. Compared to her, all those memories from the other world feel like nothing at all. You're really, truly head over heels for her, huh? Don't say it like that. I'm seriously going to get all flustered and blush any second now. It's wonderful to see you two so close. Now then, Father, what should we do about Argusta's secret? HM. Before that, Argusta. Yes. About our family, who told you? It's obvious who, this guy right here. You didn't have to answer so fast. Hafren. Well, Arg started saying he wanted to go visit his sick mother, so I kinda let it slip. I see. The king closed his mouth for a moment. After a short pause, he let out a soft breath. It wouldn't mean much coming from me, but I truly am sorry for everything I've put you through. No, it's fine. In the end, it doesn't really feel like it has anything to do with me. My real parents are both gone, after all. Maybe that's why I don't have any lingering attachments to that other world. Hearing you say, that helps a lot. Not at all. Though about the engagement Argusta promised so casually, please, take care of that somehow. I understand. We'll handle it properly as our responsibility. Don't worry. The king really is a good person, even if he does love women a little too much. As for Argusta's secret, we can think about it when it's actually exposed. Now then, head of the Dragic Knight family. Yes. Huh? The king's atmosphere suddenly changed. I hear you've gathered a rather extravagant amount of celebration gifts. So, I'm going to impose a temporary tax on them. The enemies are the king and the prime minister. As the one in charge of my house now, I can't back down either. In the end, we settled it by splitting all the celebration gifts coming from the empire. Chapter 52, Restless Movement. Thanks to a massive dose of Noi essence today, I'm bursting with energy. She gave me a lap pillow earlier, and the lingerie peeking out from under her dress was shorter than usual. Every time she moved, the soft skin just below her chest flashed into view. That right there is the ultimate glimpse of paradise. My heart's been racing at full throttle since morning. Thank you so much for being so thoughtful, dear maid. I'll sneak you some extra sweets later as a reward. Arg-sama. What is it? She gently swayed her body, showing off how perfectly the dress fit. Today's first gown was, in a way, extravagantly gorgeous. Delicate lace, flowers, and ornaments were lavished all over it. They made something this beautiful off the rack. If they send me an extra bill later, I might actually cry. Thanks to all the celebration gifts, the Dragignite family vault is practically overflowing right now. Even so, Noi in a dress is breathtakingly beautiful. You look beautiful. But you know, I really love you in armor too. Yes. Did the veil on her head just quiver a little? Her silly little ahoj is in top form today, isn't it? The two of us pass the time with light, meaningless chatter. After this, we'll head to the temporary outdoor wedding venue. We'll walk together down that long, long aisle for our grand reveal. On the altar, in front of His Majesty the King, we'll vow our eternal love and share the kiss of oath. I'll declare to everyone that Noi is the only one I'll ever marry. Then we'll walk the aisle once more, board the carriage, and parade through the castle town. We'll return to the venue and see off all the honored guests. That's the plan. What's wrong? Dragon. Calm down, Noi. You'll get your dress dirty. I know that's not the real issue, but those words work best on her. The people at the shop stayed up night after night to finish this dress. She treasures it so much that she'd never let anything ruin it. Besides, the soldiers are working hard to drive the dragon away. Yes. Her reply lacks energy. Tomorrow there'll be tons of them, so we can hunt a whole bunch, okay? Yes. Just like that, her spirits bounced right back. Still, I wonder if the members of Noi's squad are doing all right? Miss Chi, even if you pretend to faint and foam at the mouth, I won't forgive you. You have to stand there and buy time even if you get eat. No way, why did a dragon that's active at night have to show up? Seriously. Tell me, whose daily behavior was so rotten that this happened? Yours. Their curses ring out in perfect unison. We safely finish walking the long virgin road and stand on the altar to vow our eternal love. This is bad. There are way more of them than before. My legs are literally trembling. My whole body shakes as I gently lift Noi's veil, revealing her face. Her eyes keep darting toward the dragons. Noi. Hold it together. I'm going to kiss you now, all right? Yes. When I softly lean in, she started closing her eyes for me lately. Ah, lut. Once this job's done, I'm getting married and quitting, so take care of me. You're such an idiot, senpai. You can't get married if there's no partner, you know. There is one, look right there. He's just invisible to everyone else. Stop talking nonsense, the next one's coming. Let me rest, you idiot. Please let me rest. Augusta von Dragignite swears here and now. I take Noi von Dragignite as my one and only wife, and from this day forward, I will love only her. Therefore, I will never take any other woman as my wife. To do so would be to insult this very vow. I swear again. I will love only her. Cheery squeals erupt from the women, while the men give warm, half-hearted applause. I did it. With this, all those side chick and concubine attacks are completely blocked. Section. Ahaha, butterflies, I see butterflies. Hang in there, Lut. Ahaha, I can also see Captain in a beautiful dress. I'm so jealous, Captain. You must be totally spacing out in bliss right about now. What's wrong, Miss G? You okay? Did you eat something weird? It's not fair. Every time I say something normal, you all treat me like I've lost it. Ah, senpais, the next one is here. Riding around in the carriage really does make us nothing more than a spectacle. But everyone gazes at Noi in her beautiful gown, utterly enchanted. They clasp their hands and offer prayers with grateful hearts. Even if those prayers are thanks to the dragon slayer, that's fine by me. What matters most is that so many people need her that she's this cherished. So it's okay, I won't use my blessing. That's how it should be. The world isn't that kind to you, you know? Shut up, be quiet, vanish already. Scary. But no matter how strong the power, it all depends on the one who wields it. Whispering sweet temptations like that won't work. I'm not going to use it. Section. They say the bride is changing into her final dress, so the last part of the ceremony is running late. While watching the surroundings, the man hidden in a black robe toyed with something concealed in his hand, gripping it lightly. Just how powerful is the strength of one of the continent's greatest dragon slayers? He chuckled darkly and crushed the object in his palm. Huh. It's finally here, Lutz on her period. The dragons are going wild over that thick feminine scent. Come on, dragons, come and get it. Gobble up this worthless, trembling meat right here. And please send someone to pound me senseless while you're at it. That's not it. That's totally wrong. Wait, this is. Freya suddenly punched her idiot colleague hard enough to send her flying, a bad feeling crawling up her spine. Why? How come? Why are dragons suddenly appearing right in the middle of the capital? In her dark, sunken eyes that held no light, the shape was unmistakable, a medium-sized dragon. And it had materialized out of nowhere, as if springing from thin air, right near the wedding venue. Chapter 53, Struggle All You Want. We finished the lap around the castle town and returned to the venue. Noi's final costume change was done too. This is it. The last dress is incredibly simple in shape, but the jewels decorating it here and there, every single one is huge and looks ridiculously expensive. Are you sure? Is this really the off-the-rack price? I'm breaking out in a cold sweat, but first things first, I have to welcome my bride. Noi. Yes. Are you a little tired? I'm fine. Tonight, let's go to bed early, okay? I'll pet you lots first, of course. Lap pillow. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I have to hold back a little so I don't spoil her too much. Noi has work starting tomorrow. After all, give her some rest, muscle prince. While the staff made final adjustments to Noi's dress at the designated spot, an adorable little girl came running up with flowers in both hands. Is that a bouquet she's holding? The girl approaching us was so cute and full of promise for the future. Argusta-sama, Noi-sama, here are flowers. Thank you so much. Yes. The little girl, having completed her important mission, flashed a smile bright enough to light up the whole venue. It's dazzling. Is this the power of youth? Kaya, Noi-sama is so pretty. Noi looks completely flustered facing a child. This might be a rare and precious sight. Sorry about that, Argusta. Huh. Camille absolutely insisted on handing over the bouquet herself, and threw a huge tantrum. The one who showed up with a slightly exasperated face was my Eichmann Oniachan. Camille, that's this girl, right? Little sister. If it's that womanizing king, it wouldn't be strange for us to have unknown brothers or sisters I've never heard of. No, she's my legal wife. Yeah, that's way out. If I remember right, she's 12. But she looks younger than 10. This is already beyond Lalakan territory back in Japan. It'd be straight-up criminal. She's growing up lively, but everyone spoils her too much, so she's a bit too free-spirited. Erahata. Even now, if Noi's dress weren't so fancy, the girl looks ready to pounce and hug her. Wait a second. Thinking calmly, this lowly is technically my sister-in-law, all sorts of concepts in my head are shattering. Camille, you delivered the bouquet, right? Time to go back to your seat. Okay. See you later. She waved her little hand vigorously and walked away holding brother's hand. The sight looked almost exactly like a parent and child. A Hikaru Genji plan would probably be way too easy in this world. Arg-sama. HM. That girl was smiling. Yeah, she was. Is she wondering if she could smile like that someday too? Noi, you'll be able to smile like that one day. She glanced over at me for just a second. I'll make you smile, so just wait for me, okay? Yes. The faintest softness touched her expression, and then, grrr, a roar unlike anything I'd ever heard echoed through the air. The quickest to react was, of course, Noi. Dragon medium-sized. Section, this is bad. Some kingdom's army totally screwed up and let a medium one slip through, right? Hey, does this mean we're all getting called in later for the captain's so-called punishment that's really just torture? Just imagining it makes me feel like I'm gonna wet myself. Go ahead and pass out alone over there. Lut, what's the situation? There's a medium one, near the ceremony site. But it hasn't broken through anywhere, including here. Huh. The two senpais, who'd been about to start throwing punches, froze mid-motion. It really feels like it just appeared out of nowhere. What does it mean when a girl with the blessing heavenly eye says something like that? Section, very few people managed to react to the sudden event. Even those confident in their skills could only stand and watch. The opponent is a dragon, a being that tries to expand its territory without limit, the ruler of this continent. Hovering slowly in the sky above with gentle flaps of its wings, it's one of the medium-sized types. To me, it looks like the most classic dragon shape imaginable. The kind that could only ever be a real dragon. Murmurs of unease spread through the crowd. If this keeps up, the whole venue will fall into chaos. Be calm, everyone. A powerful voice rang out from the altar. Not the womanizing king, but my father-in-law. Have you forgotten that our kingdom is home to one of the continent's strongest dragon slayer? His resonant words brought sighs of relief all around. That's right, Noi is here. There's someone trembling with both hands, barely holding back the urge to dash out and fight right this instant. That expression is one I've never seen on her before. Her brows furrow just a little, as if silently pleading, what should I do? If she leaps out now, she can slay the dragon. But that would mean, you're such an idiot. What's a little dirt on a dress compared to people here dying? That would be far worse, wouldn't it? Shut up already. What are you going to do? Can your precious beloved defeat a dragon without staining her dress? That's impossible. Her weapons are her own fists and feet. One swing, and the dress will be drenched in blood. I told you to be quiet. You could save her. All you have to do is use your power to get rid of that dragon. Do you hate using your power that much? Are you afraid she'll be used for anything other than slaying dragons? Of course I'm afraid. Noi is such a gentle girl. Exactly. Then let me tell the gentle you something. That dragon was summoned by someone here at the venue. You understand what that means, don't you? This is the worst. It really is. But right now, you have to choose. Will you use that power yourself or force her to ruin her dress? Which will it be? I'm choosing neither. I see. I'm just the husband of a dragon slayer. I can do this much, right? It's possible. Though it'll put a heavy strain on your body. I don't care. Just tell me how. All you have to do is focus your will. From now on, you'll be able to use it that way. But this is a perfect chance to free her from her fate of slaying dragons forever. And you still won't? It's obvious. Slaying dragons is her job. Supporting her and protecting her is mine. That's all. They really gave it to the wrong person. But maybe you're the one most suited for her after all. Struggle desperately for her sake. I'll be watching from now on too. Now then, Night Noi, go slay that dragon. The old guy getting all pumped up on the altar is annoying. But right now it doesn't matter. Arg-sama. Noi, that bouquet. Just trust me. I reach out and touch the bouquet she's holding. Blessing activated. Target this bouquet. It's my first time, so I don't know how to control it. I'm scared of failing, so I pour everything I have into it. It feels like something deep inside my body is being torn away. Ka-ha Noi, here. Just make sure you hit it okay. Yes. She smoothly shifts into battle stance, swings the bouquet back with a big wind-up, and throws it. Chapter 54, Close Your Eyes. The events of that day later spread far and wide through various books and the songs of wandering minstrels. To sum it up briefly, it went like this. The bouquet thrown by the bride, Night Noi, flew straight toward the dragon hovering in the sky. And everyone present witnessed the origin of her two famous titles. The moment the bouquet touched it, the dragon let out a cry of agony, twisting its body as it was sucked into a small black hole, vanishing completely. At this bizarre sight, all the guests held their breath in stunned silence. Then the voice of King Univance rang out. The enemy has been splendidly slain by Night Noi. Released from their tense paralysis, the people erupted in joyous cheers, praising her power with all their hearts. That's how the whole story officially went. My vision is spinning from sheer hunger. Both my legs are trembling uncontrollably, and it hurts so much. Honestly, staying on my feet is pushing my limits. But Noi is right beside me, supporting me gently, so somehow I'm managing. In front of her stretches a long, endless line of guests. When is this going to end? We've already done the farewell greetings, so just go home already. Seriously, this is bad. At this rate, I'm the one who's going to collapse first. Nobody told me about side effects like this. You're lucky to even be alive. Pouring every last bit of your power in like that, of course it turns out this way. It's basic knowledge for anyone with a blessing. You should have told me sooner, idiot, and just disappear already. Fine, fine. Then from now on, I'll watch over you from the closest possible place. If you can, maybe give me a tiny bit of recovery. No way, I really hate you after all. Just vanish for real. Section. General Kishara of the Broidwin Empire stood with her arms crossed, glaring at the distant bride. That power, just imagine what kind of military asset it would be on the battlefield. I couldn't say, General. There are simply too many unknown factors. But it seems she's unbeatable against dragons. Yes. I want her. As you say, General. Yeah. Yaju. Yes. You have permission to use rough methods. Do whatever it takes to make that girl ours. As you command. With a soft huff of laughter, the general turned his back on Univint's castle. It's a plain castle with no fancy decorations, but its solid, sturdy construction means it won't fall easily. If that's the case, it's faster to break the people who use it instead of the castle itself. His tactics are extremely simple. He'll use every means possible to avoid defeat. That's all. Section. Finance Minister Hartson of the Selswin Republic sighed and brushed back his forelock as he watched the far-off bride. What do you think, Hartson-sama? I want her. With someone like that, all sorts of business opportunities come to mind. I see, but the Empire will move first. They're always so impatient. That's why they fail in the end. The Empire rushes to victory too quickly, a temperament that doesn't suit merchants. That's why we watch and wait for the right moment. First, we gather information. Thoroughly on that woman and on that prince. Yes, sir. If possible, I'd love to make her mine. That's unusual coming from you, Hartson-sama. Even his long-serving secretary was surprised by the remark. Ahaha, it's just a matter of personal taste. I love taking a woman who never changes her expression and thoroughly, completely breaking her down. No matter who she is, in the end they all twist their faces in the ugliest way and writhe in pleasure. Kufu ahahaha, come on. Let's head home and start thinking up some new business ideas. His thinking is always simple. When he wants something, he carefully assesses it and buys it at the lowest possible price. If there's a rival bidder, he ruins them completely, then steps on them as they fall. Born never knowing defeat, he harbors perhaps the cruelest personality of all. Section. From a distant spot, another man glared at the bride with open hatred. His tightly clenched fists dug nails into his skin, drawing drops of blood. That's bad. That existence is nothing but an enemy to them. That power they've never seen before, it might be some wicked force summoned from another world. Then we kill her. He muttered softly, resolve hardening. If her existence gets in our way, we eliminate her. That's how they have survived until now. Savor your fleeting moment of happiness while it lasts, child of man. The man clad entirely in black left those words behind as he walked away. Section, it's finally over. By the end, we were so far behind schedule that it wrapped up just as the sun was setting. I had to be carried home on the muscle prince's back. Noi washed every inch of me, fed me dinner, and even scooped me up to carry me to bed. Wait, that's way over the line in so many ways. I try to sit up, but my body won't move an inch. Total burnout. Ahaha, I've burned out completely. Nothing but white ash left. Arg-sama. She settles into a neat girl's sit right by my pillow and gently places my head on her lap. Sorry, my hands. She shakes her head softly from side to side. I really wanted to pet her a whole lot, but my arms feel like lead and won't budge. She just stares at me quietly, saying nothing. This is bad. I'm about to fall asleep. Arg-sama. That power, what was it? My blessing. Arg-sama's. Yeah. No good. Even if you stare at me like that, I'm not telling anyone. This power is a secret I'll take with me to the grave. It's better if no one knows about that power. So it's a secret from everyone, even from you, Noi. The only time I'd ever use it is for you. So please keep it a secret too, Noi. Why? She tilts her head a little as she asks. That's obvious. Because slaying dragons is your job, Noi. My mission is just to support you and protect you, that's all. Yes. Her lap gently slides away, and my head settles onto the pillow. Without making a single sound, she straddles me and slowly brings her face closer. Arg-sama. Close your eyes. Right, yeah. It seems in her mind, the one receiving the kiss is supposed to close their eyes. The moment I softly shut them, a warm, tender sensation pressed firmly against my lips. Section. Captain, they suddenly gave us tomorrow off too. Ha, bring it on, I'm not losing to anything. Not to dragons, and definitely not to marriage. I feel like you've already lost overwhelmingly to one of those. You're wrong, Lut. With that one, the match never even started in the first place. Drop dead. You already have a fiancé, jerk. In the darkness after sunset, watching her senpais start swinging at each other, she quietly thinks to herself, I should absolutely never copy them. Character introduction. Augusta von Dragoknight, Takanashi Takumi. The third prince of the Univance Kingdom. Son of a concubine, fourth in line for the throne. Current head of the Dragoknight family at age 17. His family was arrested and executed on charges of treason. He himself was captured and imprisoned, then given an ultimatum. Marry Noi to prove his loyalty to the royal family or choose an honorable death. While bitterly cursing his two far-too-perfect older brothers, he chose to take poison and end his life. Takumi, who had been drifting as a ghost on Earth, was forcibly summoned and shoved into Augusta's body by a summoning ritual. A completely ordinary young man with golden hair and blue eyes. He has talent in emission-type magic and is also a bearer of a blessing. About that emission-type thing, he might have forgotten about it. The nature of his blessing will be revealed in the story eventually. Most readers have probably guessed a fair bit already. He's supposedly the protagonist of this work, but he himself prefers to stay one step back. The type who treasures anything he falls in love with to an extreme degree. If someone badmouths it, he'll lose all reason and pick a fight without thinking. He's hot-blooded like that. But since he's overwhelmingly weak, he usually gets beaten down in return. He often lunges at Hafren ready to throw punches, though he'd deny it. He's actually pretty happy to have a big brother figure and is mostly just playfully roughhousing. Back in Japan, his grades weren't bad, but he never really put his heart into studying, always wondering, why even bother with this stuff? So he wasn't exactly diligent. Still, the kind of guy who made his notes absolutely perfect. He fell in love with Noi at first sight, and as they spent more time together, he became completely captivated and devoted to her alone. Once their own home is built, he plans to go all out for that final battle with Noi, though whether he'll safely make it past that hurdle is unknown even to the author. If the mood is right, won't it just happen naturally? Basically the straight man of the story. Section, Noi von Dragoknight. The renowned 16-year-old dragon slayer, pride of the Univance Kingdom, and one of the strongest on the continent. A young woman with silvery white hair and dark crimson eyes. However, people with these traits do not exist in the Univance Kingdom. The reason for that will come out little by little later. She's petite compared to Arg, and her usual armor hides it, but she has a slim waist and surprisingly full breasts. She has an ahoge that sticks up like an antenna. It's a very expressive strand, but I don't expect anyone to care about its hidden backstory, so I'll skip it. Maybe it'll come up in the main story. As a child, her real father tried to kill her to reduce mouths to feed, but she was abandoned on a riverbank instead. There, she was picked up by people gathering orphans and taken to that facility. Tests revealed she possessed 2 blessings, so she was subjected to 6 years of hellish training. That part of her story will come later. I hope lots of Noi's secrets get revealed bit by bit. When the facility was shut down, the Muscle Prince took her in, and she became a knight apprentice assigned to the Royal Guard. From then on, she has continued hunting dragons right up to the present. Her natural magic is enhancement type. She is also a user of the otherworld magic known as summoning. Her blessings are amplification and healing. She speaks little and doesn't remember things well, partly because those skills aren't needed for slaying dragons, but mostly because of the ritual arrays applied to her. Every time she uses her power, it feels as though her whole body is being torn apart, yet thanks to her blessings, she can wield it without any delay. The rituals are so intricately intertwined that undoing them is impossible. I might be able to show an expert's opinion on her rituals somewhere down the line. It's pretty gruesome. She has normal emotions, but because of her past and the environment where showing them wasn't allowed, even she doesn't quite understand them herself. Maybe with some rehabilitation that part will improve. The thing she's currently the least aware of, yet causes the most trouble, is what Freya calls jealousy. She was taught that maids are tools, so her reactions are dull, but when she learns Arg is getting close with another woman, something deep in her chest starts to churn and irritate her. Then she does things that feel like petty harassment. She's completely unaware of it herself. Once the irritation in her chest fades, or she forgets about it, the harassment stops. Her very existence makes her the natural airhead of the story. I'll keep introducing characters like this from time to time. End of Volume 1.